Hello, football fans. What's going on? How are you doing tonight? I hope all is well. Thank you for joining me here on TLP Sports Club. This is TLP Live. Guys, I am here to talk about Shedeur, the NFL draft, your favorite team, how did it do, and all of that. Hey, if you are new around here, this is your first time watching, guys, do me a favor, please smash that like button to let the algorithm know that TLP Sports Club is live. TLP Live is on. And if you haven't hit that subscribe button to help the channel grow, to help me to continue to do this for free, the actual subscribe button is actually free. So please hit that subscribe button. And if you find this content to have a lot of value to your sports journey or your sports fanatic journey or whatever, please hit that bell notification so that anytime I upload a video, you will be one of the first to grab that video and consume it. Tonight is a watch party, guys. There's less people now at the after the first night, but nonetheless, Colorado still has a few players that have gone undrafted. There is Jimmy Horn. There is LaJohntay Wester. There is Shedeur, Shedeur Sanders, and possibly a few more. I would say the highest chances of getting drafted from Colorado would probably be those names that I just called. There is Chittle and some other guys that are that have declared for the draft. I'm thinking they're going to get invitations to go and try out for teams and not going to get drafted. The thing about the draft is that the spots are limited, so to do invitations. The spots are limited and they come with a certain amount of money. So if you want to bring a guy that is not a high caliber guy, if it's going to be somebody who can contribute to your team, maybe on the practice squad, or you just want to try them out to see maybe they can find a space on your team. You don't want to waste your draft stock on those people. You want to invite them to camp and see if they can earn a spot. Case in point, it was another Colorado player who did exactly that. I believe he got like $250,000. But he was actually invited to camp. That was Xavier Weaver, and he actually made the Arizona Cardinals. And I believe he's still there, if I'm not mistaken. I think he still plays for them. So he did make the roster as a wide receiver. So that's what goes down now. So what's up, everybody? Welcome. I appreciate you joining me tonight. On your screen, you'll see, if you're watching and you're just listening, I appreciate that. That's understandable. If you're working out or you're driving long distance, this is one of the best shows to watch while you're driving long distance, because the energy is here. We do have a lot of energy. It's a community of people who respect each other's points of views. Sometimes it get a little bit contentious, but we still care and we value each other's opinions and we respect each other's opinions. So this is one of the best communities to enjoy college football and other sports as well. So I do appreciate what I'm building here. I do appreciate the people that have helped me build it or that are helping me to build it. My panel members, my constants are DC Carson Music. I got Phil So Real. I get Tim Smith to come on here. Panda Bear comes during the season. You know what I'm saying? He's a church man, so he's probably doing the audio at his church. There's a lot of people. There's Common Sense Buff. Love, I think it's Love and Liberty. There's so many people, I can't name them all. There's a lot of people that be in the chat as well. Shantae was on our on the panel last night. I do appreciate her calling in. Every now and then she'll call in if she can, especially when she doesn't have to go to work. So I do appreciate that. So it's a family affair here. We respect each other and we have a lot of fun. It is a growing community. We finally hit the 15,000 subscribers mark, and that's a big accomplishment for me. It's taken me a little bit longer to grow, so, but I do appreciate the people that are here, because those people, when they come here and they find a lane for themselves and we all lock in, it's a pretty good experience that we all get away, because obviously it's YouTube and we're trying to have some fun. You're trying to get an escape, right? This is not, we're not trying to cure world hunger or nothing like that here, even though I do, those are things that those are things that happen. So, those are things that I do care about if I was to ever, Oh yeah, Wild Dog hasn't come on in a minute. Tim, Todd Smith, I appreciate that. So yeah, man. So I do appreciate everyone, and I do appreciate the community that we are all building here, and I thank you for your support. Now, let's get into the show, guys. I got a lot to talk about. Join tlplive@gmail.com if you want to join the panel. The email again is jointlplive@gmail.com. If you are generous and you're feeling generous and you want to bless the channel, you want to bless me, because this is my second job. I do this for real, for real. Cash App is right there. $TLP Sports Club. We got to be cognizant of that. You're so used to saying it, your accent kind of skips over it, and then people are listening. They're like, "Huh? What did he say? Telpy? What is it? Telpy? Is it Telpy? What is Telpy? Telpy. So it's TLP Sports Club. All right. T like Tango, L like Larry, P like Peter. Sports Club. Sports with an S. Club. TLP $TLP Sports Club. That's my Cash App, and of course you can also give within this chat. If you are part of the chat, you can also do a super chat and bless the kid for doing what I'm doing. All right. So that's what it is. All right. The wife was trying to call me. So yeah. All right. So there's a lot going on. I want to start off the show by saying congratulations to Travis Hunter. Travis Hunter was our 1-2 punch. We're supposed to have a 2-piece, but we got a 1-piece. We hit with the left and we couldn't come with the right. Right? We hit with the right. We couldn't come with the right to get Shedeur in, but it's all good. Everything is all well, but we don't want to overshadow our hurt feelings or the disappointment that we have for Travis, for Shedeur, and we don't want to overshadow what Travis was able to achieve, going to number 2 overall, and then he's going in there just like Cordell Stewart. He's a slasher, all right. Cordell Stewart with Colorado was the original slasher. Now we got a second slasher, and that's Travis Hunter. He's going to play offense and defense. He put out a message that says he said that he had a call. He was put on the phone by both coordinators. He was put on the phone call for both coordinators. So hopefully that happens. The NFL is a different beast because now you're playing with not just people in your conference. You're now also playing with people, the best of the best from each conference in college football, where the SEC reigns. Current reigning champs are going to be the Big Ten, but the SEC, over time has been the juggernaut. So you're playing the best of the best from all of the conferences and the Big 12, the ACC. So, so the going sentiment is that because you did not play at that level, you were able to sustain it, but it's not sustainable in the NFL. So Travis Hunter is going to have to create. They're going to have to create some type of package where they can use him on certain plays on offense if he's primarily on defense, and then vice versa. If he's primarily on offense, then they're going to put him on defense, every now and then to create chaos, which is a great thing whenever you're able to do that. So let's go ahead and let me bring on my first guest. That's going to be my guy, Common Sense Buff. And I want you to, if you can, his YouTube channel is still out there. This type of stuff takes time. So I appreciate you if you can go to Common Sense Buffs and subscribe to his channel and get some engagement going over there. We got to get my brother going. You know what I'm saying? So, hey, man, my guy, what's going on? How you doing today? Thank you for calling in. I appreciate you, man. I think you're muted, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, you're muted. You got to unmute.
Yeah, what's up? What's up,
hey,
Harry
man.
B?
Hey, what's going on? I like the background. I like the audio. The audio is coming in very clear. Thank you, man. How you doing today?
Yeah, wifey hooked up the background, man, for Father's Day.
So, nice.
Yeah.
That's your official background for your streaming, your streamers?
Nah, this is just, regular work background. So, but this is my office, so this is where I'm gonna be.
Oh, that's good. That's good. And you use that for streaming as well. So that's not bad. That's really good. I like it.
For sure. I appreciate it, man.
You can add some, maybe like some color, you know what I'm saying, to add some depth. Yeah, you know what I'm saying, like somewhere in one of those windows, put like a neon light, maybe some type of color to add a little bit of depth. But I like the way she has it set up. It looks very professional. I like it.
Yeah, I appreciate that, man. And of course, advice coming from Harry B, the filmmaker. So I gotta take your advice, man, because
It's all good,
like
brother.
your setup, you got green back there, a little yellow, all the contrast, so it makes you really, the focal point of the camera.
Yeah, so it pops. Once you pop, you know what I'm saying. People, I think a lot of people in the beginning when I first started the channel, they were commenting and saying my video looked professional, and that's why they came. That's that kind of drew them. So yeah, if you can, provide some type of separation from a lot of the creators out there, then you may get one or two people that struggle in just because of you're providing that thing that they desire. You can't please everybody, but you do your best to try to get as many as you can. You feel me?
Yeah, and I know with video and YouTube, sound quality is important too. So you can see, like, I'm trying out this microphone
Oh, it's
to
good.
see if it
It,
improves the sound quality as well.
it has warmth, and then it's bringing out the lows in your voice, so it's good. So it's adding, because it's the contrast from the microphone that you used on the last time you used to come on, because your highs were kind of too high and it was clipping. But this one is kind of like is good because it highlights your mids and your lows, so you're sounding a lot deeper and a lot richer. So that's a good microphone. That's
Okay.
the first thing I noticed. It's really good and it's loud too. That's good.
All right. Appreciate that, man. Appreciate that. So it's day 2, man, of the draft.
It's day 2, and I want to start off by just saying, man, look, we're in our feelings. The Buff fans, we're in our feelings, but I felt a little bit of a setback for myself, because then I started thinking about the Colorado family, right? Because what we
Hmm.
don't want is to overshadow the Colorado family, because we still got work to do, right? So we got to say, congrats to Travis Hunter for where he got to. That we have other people that's in the draft. We're making it all about Shedeur, but we got Jimmy Horn, we got LeJounte, we got BJ Green. We got so many guys that are there, and they're still looking for a job, right? All of them are not going to get drafted, but there is going to be invitations and other ways to get to the NFL. So I just wanted to make sure that tonight we cover those guys as well and not make it all about Shedeur. The reason why I bring that up is because while we're hurt, we have to understand that a lot of the elite quarterbacks that have come out of the NFL draft, or that have had great careers, were second rounders and sometimes even third rounders. You feel me? So your thoughts on that before we get going?
Yeah. So, but anything with Dion becomes the story, right?
Yeah.
It's almost like you can't help it, right? He is absolutely dominating college sports. So anything that has Sanders attached to it is going to be the story. I mean, for example, guys like Cam Ward and the recognition he's supposed to get because he's the number 1 pick, or Travis Hunter, right? The
Yeah.
Heisman Trophy winner, number 2 pick from Colorado fans. Even he isn't getting as much attention as he should, but for the Sanders name on Shedeur's side, right? So everybody has to talk about it. But you are right. Not everybody is gonna have the Cinderella story where every single thing in their career goes perfect. Not saying it's fair or it isn't fair. There have been other quarterbacks who've had similar experience. So for Shedeur, because a lot of fans are so personally invested in his story, it's almost like, you know, they can't get over the fact that he didn't go in the first round.
Mm-hmm.
They just can't even imagine that was a possibility for him, because going into the draft, the expectations were so high. But he's still going to go to the NFL.
Yeah.
He's still going to go to the NFL. It's not like his opportunity to go to the NFL is over. So second round is where we're going to find out which team is actually going to get Shedeur Sanders at a discount.
Yeah, and I'm glad that you mentioned the discount, because I think that's what it's going to be. Because I think I commented on Phil left a comment on one of the things that I posted, and then he was talking about I think we were talking about different stats that Shedeur had put up with his range, like where he was able to put the ball at different angles on the field. And I said, and he was like, "This is pretty neat stat, right?" And I said, those who know, because
Mhm.
I feel like we know. You see what I'm saying? Like we, the fans, we the ones that are so close, and we're creating content, and that follows that have followed them from from Jackson or even from Trinity in Texas. I feel like we know what he's capable of. And then I also wonder if Tom Brady's people knew. What do you think about that? Because Tom Brady went sixth round, I believe. He went was it second round or was it sixth
No,
round pick?
I think it was late. He was like 5th or 6th round.
Right?
So
Yeah.
he was really, really late in the draft. But I think the thing is, um, you know, people are, I think, trying to make um this drop from the first round
Mm-hmm.
an actual indictment on his play as a football player, which I think is two different things.
Okay.
Yes, you're as an NFL franchise, you are supposed to be drafting the best player that meets your needs. But this is a business, these are human beings, and at the end of the day, everybody is trying to protect their job.
Mm-hmm.
NFL teams are not risking Shedeur on whether or not he's going to be a bust. They're not saying that he cannot play in the NFL. The issue that a lot of people that are pointing to is his attitude and whether or not they believe he can be that leading quarterback in a locker room full of guys who might not like the confidence that they think he projects, or who might not like the fact that he already views himself as a superstar without playing one down in the NFL. Right? I
You think
heard
they think that he views himself as a superstar, or that he just feels like he's capable? Because I don't know that Shedeur thinks he's a superstar. Because, well, I don't know that he projects like I'm a superstar when he's talking to people.
I think that's where they're getting the discount from, right? So you remember what I was saying was that whoever gets Shedeur in the second round is
Mm-hmm.
getting him at a discount,
Yeah.
right? They're trying to de-risk because in some people's minds, if we bring Shedeur in and we pay him what we're, for example, paying Travis, we feel like the downside risk on that money is much greater with Shedeur.
Mm.
And it's not like Colorado fans are blind. We can see the areas where Shedeur needs to improve. The question is whether what they view as the downside is worth a $30 million discount, because that's what he's taking. When Shedeur dropped, I mean, Harry, maybe you can pull up rookie salaries for like the top 3 picks. I think it's like 40 something million for 4 years for the number 1 pick,
Mm.
40 something million for 4 years for the number 2 pick, 40 million something for 4 years for the number 3 pick. It's somewhere up there, right?
Didn't Ashton Genty like get like 36 mil for
That's what
going?
I'm saying. So it starts like, I think, like 43, and then it gradually comes down as you go through the first round.
Mm.
When I say people are getting Shedeur at a discount, I don't mean like a 10% discount or a
Right.
15% discount. In the second round, you're looking at, I think, like $7 million, $8 million.
Mm.
They're getting Shedeur Sanders for a $31, $32 million discount
That's a lot. That's a lot of discount.
in 4 years. That's the amount of money he's not going to make for going so late in the NFL draft. So it's not
So
just
what do you think was going through in the draft room, in the war rooms? Because you have to be thinking, I want to get this guy. I don't know who's going to get him. Do you think people like the GMs were talking and saying, no, I'm not taking him. No, I'm not taking him. I'm sorry
all
to
right.
step on your last thought.
Yeah, no problem. I think no, but this is a good question. So what were they thinking? So
Right. Like what kind of conversations were going on behind the scenes for you to see a generational talent? I call him a generational talent, and I don't want nobody to get at me thinking like, oh no, he's a third rounder, he's not generational. For you to get a quarterback like Shedeur Status and the type of skill that we know about, and he's still there. Like if you are a GM knowing you need a quarterback, I'll be scared to death thinking like, oh my gosh, you feel me?
Yeah. So so usually the teams that pick earlier in the draft are the worst teams.
Hold on. The Browns pick is in.
Okay. All right. Can you put the ESPN draft tracker up on the screen so we can see as the picks come in?
Carson Schwarzenegger for a linebacker from UCLA. Okay, so people were thinking that Colorado. I'm going to put that up, but people were thinking that Shedeur would have been number one coming in for round number 2. So the Cleveland Browns, the Doodoo Browns, don't got him. I'm happy, but I'm not. I'm happy, but not happy. So I'm staying on the line of let's get the right team now. Now we don't care about no more first round, none of that. What we care about now is the right fit, the right connection. So I don't like the Browns as an organization. They don't fix things on their team to try to win. I mean, you had Johnny Manziel over there, and you couldn't figure it out. So I know he probably had his issues, but I'm like, man, the Browns just keep sucking every year. Your thoughts on that? What
Yeah,
did you
that's
say
that's
before you go to
that's what I
your
was trying to
comments?
get to.
What did you start to pull up? Let me pull that up while you're talking.
The ESPN draft tracker.
Got it.
So
Go ahead with your thoughts, and I'll pull that
yeah.
up.
So what I'm saying is the worst teams in the NFL are those that get the highest draft picks, right? Because the NFL is trying to create parity. If your team sucks, they give you an opportunity to remedy that in the draft. You could pick the best players coming out of college football, right? That's the whole idea of the draft.
Mhm.
Part of the problem with these terrible teams or the teams that are that had bad seasons last year is that those teams are not just bad on the field. They tend to be bad organizationally.
Mm.
Now, I live in Ohio, right? So I live around a lot of Cleveland Browns fans and a lot of Cincinnati Bengals fans.
Okay.
Every year, they think they're going to be good. Right?
But to be fair, though, isn't that every fan base?
That's every fan base, but some fan bases are more realistic.
Okay.
Right?
Based on
And
what the organization is doing, right?
correct. So every year, Bengals and Browns fans in Ohio are delusional. They think this is going to be their year, right? But every year they go to the draft and do stuff like this. Pass on great players
Well,
in
I don't
areas
know
of
that they're
need.
passing on Shedeur. I think if I'm not mistaken, Cleveland is probably one of those teams that Prime's probably like, nah, bro, we're not doing that. So just don't do it. That's what I'm thinking.
What was Cleveland one of the teams that he said absolutely no, he's not going to Cleveland? Did he call an actual team's
I'm
name? Is
thinking,
my
bro,
question.
like everybody know, bro.
Just don't go to Cleveland.
Yeah, man. I'm thinking. I mean, even though he put out that statement saying the Houston Texans are up. Okay, Higgins. All right. Iowa
Yes.
State, Jaden
So
Higgins, a wide receiver. All right, so
yeah,
they're picking wide receivers now.
click on rounds. You see next to draft cast, it has rounds. Click on
Round.
rounds at the top,
Okay,
right
right
under
there.
watch. Yep. And then you just scroll down. And then
Scroll
you could
down.
close, you could close his profile. So go back up.
Go back up.
Yep. Keep going, keep going, keep going. Now close. You see where it says linebacker right next to Stephen A. Close up top.
Oh, up here.
Yeah, just make it smaller. Yep. And now you can see the picks as they come in.
Okay, there we go. Okay.
And then you can see who's on the clock, if they're going to trade a pick. And it's updating in real time. So we'll be able to see it there.
Okay, good. Thanks for that. Appreciate it.
Yeah, no doubt. So yeah, they have terrible organization. So it's never just that the team doesn't have good players or the coach is terrible. It's the organization as well that's driving lack of success.
Right.
Because I don't know, for some reason, they haven't had much success in putting together a team that could win a Super Bowl. I don't think the Browns have won a Super Bowl since the 60s. And every year, Browns fans think it's going to be their year. Every year.
Oh man, because NFL, like, because I'm an NFL fan, so with the NFL, what it boils down to is the organization are making decisions, but we get to see the impact on the field. So every year we know what we need. Each fan base from each team for the NFL, we know what our team needs just from the production from the previous year. So I mean, Cleveland fans, are they just delusional, or they can't?
Nah, they're not delusional. They're always upset after the draft. Trust me, if you went to Cleveland forums right now, they're upset. They haven't taken a quarterback yet, I don't think. And they need a quarterback. I think they only got Joe Flacco right now. Joe Flacco is like
Oh
40
yes,
something years old.
if you had Jackson on the board and everybody's raving about him, he's supposed to be now number 2. Why do you pass up Jackson? You know what I'm saying? How you pass up Dart if you don't like Shedeur, or if Prime already said we're not going to Cleveland? Why
Yeah,
pass up the quarterback?
I think they decided we're not going to spend that amount of money on a quarterback this year
But
for
isn't
the
that what you
Browns.
need? Like, the quarterback is the most important position in the NFL. You
You would
need to
think.
start with the quarterback and then work your way around what the quarterback needs. Okay, this year we got the quarterback. We know we're going to take with we'll develop it. He needs wide receivers. So the next draft, or we're gonna get some free agent wide receivers. That's you kind of built from the quarterback out.
You would think, but like Phil So Real said yesterday, the new NFL is prioritizing the trenches. So, like you said, if you follow a team every year, you know what the team needs. For Colorado, that's easy. We need an O line.
Mm,
Now, let's say Colorado, Deion Sanders was a coach, and what's his name? What's the athletic director? Rick George. And
Rick
Rick
George.
George was the GM, right? So you got Prime sitting there, Rick George sitting there, and it's a draft of high school players. And you're like, all right, we're gonna get some O linemen, right?
Right,
You're a
right.
Colorado fan. And then they pick a safety. And you like, wait a minute.
Well, we need that too, but we,
Well,
we kind of need a whole team. If you look at what Prime put out, the list that he put out of the players that he needs, we kind of need a whole lot.
but and again, it's just year 3, right? This is just year 3.
Yeah, this is
You
year
you
3. Yeah.
and he was starting from 1-11.
Mm-hmm.
So he had to rebuild the whole team just to be able to win 4 games, rebuilt the team again to be able to win 9. And he's losing 2 of his best players and 3 wide receivers that can score,
Mm,
that Shedeur had as weapons.
that's right.
He's losing the top corner in the country in Travis Hunter, the top receiver in the country in Travis Hunter, right?
Yep.
So he has a lot to replace just from the guys who were performing last year. And he
Mm-hmm.
also had Nakai Hill-Green at linebacker, excellent linebacker. Lost him. He had Levante Bentley, who was a serviceable linebacker. Not, he's not going to get drafted, right?
Right.
Probably going to go late if he does get drafted. So,
Nah,
but he had to
I
replace
don't see
him.
Bentley getting drafted.
Okay, but what I'm saying is he had to replace both linebackers,
Yeah.
right? So he needs a lot to rebuild his team. But I'm saying if we were in a draft situation and we were watching Colorado and he wasn't taking any offensive linemen, we would have a problem. Like, wait, what's going on? Right? We know you have other needs, but how are you going to protect your investment in Salter and Juju Lewis? That should be your priority, right?
But does nuance go finish your thought, and then I got a question. Does nuance matter? Go ahead. Finish your thought.
Nuance about what? In
The
what way?
the is he filling the need based on quality, or is it just warm bodies? Especially on that
Um,
line, because I see guys that are like, you can bring in guys that are productive, but productive from a different league, from a lesser league. You know what I'm saying? And it just
yeah.
yeah. If it feels kind of incomplete, because you're like, all right, they're productive, but they're not coming from. We're not parallel trading like other teams are. Like the good teams that mean business, they're doing really good jobs of. Obviously, the SEC can't go SEC, but you got the ACC guys, you got the Big Ten guys that you can select from, and I feel like we keep getting these guys that are from the lower leagues. You know what I'm saying? The Group of Five and the FCS. You know what I'm saying? Like the previous JUCO players, which I'm not knocking any of them, but I just feel like, are we really addressing needs for us to have sustainability and to make a real push? You feel me?
Okay, so let's talk about the line, right? And if you want to pull up the Colorado roster, that'll help me out a great deal. I'm gonna try to pull it up too.
I'm gonna get it. I'll put it up.
Okay, but let's look at the Colorado line, right?
Uh-huh.
And because I think it's an improvement over last year. Now, I agree with you in that I don't think that they're getting the best offensive linemen like maybe an Ohio State line, right?
Mm-hmm.
However, but this is just year 3 though. So I think the Coach Prime is gaining some traction. I think he definitely has better players than he had year 1. I think it's going to be hard to say at the skill positions he's going to have better players this year, but I think in the trenches, Colorado is going to look more like a Big 12 title contender in the trenches. Now, on the defensive line, on the defensive side of the ball, I can confidently say that, right?
Okay.
I think they're going to pick up right where they left off from 2024 in terms of competing for the best defensive line in the Big 12.
Okay.
Right. I truly believe that. Now, on the offensive side of the ball, of course, we all know Jordan Seaton. I think we have at right guard, Zy Chrysler. Right. So 2 proven guys. Jordan, even though it was his first year, he had a great season. And then Zy Chrysler is a veteran out of Illinois.
What do you want to see on this?
Offensive line roster.
Offensive line. All right. I think this is defense. Let me get to the O-line.
Now, I know they just lost Zach Owens to the transfer portal, but they just brought in the player from Memphis, right? And my understanding is that he's going to be playing either left guard, maybe, or possibly right tackle.
Okay. So here's the O-line. We can start from the top.
Is that the first guys? Okay.
Offensive guard. Yeah.
So people gonna knock Tyler Brown, man. and
that Tyler Brown has been the biggest fall from grace that I've ever witnessed. You know what I'm saying? Since we've been doing this, it's like, everybody was talking about his upsides, and I'm like, okay, it was a feel good thing, and then what happened? What happened to Tyler Brown? Is he just not skillful enough? Or whatever system he was in wasn't working for him? Because how can it work at Jackson State but then not work at Colorado?
Yeah, it's 2 different levels of competition.
You think the competition is too much for him? Because he's a strong dude. People say he was the heaviest lifter at Colorado. So I don't think you think he's cognitively he can't get it, he can't figure it out, or what exactly can we link or can we associate his downfall to?
Well, listen, before we talk about Tyler Brown, they're going crazy in the chat. It looks like the Browns just with their second pick in the second round, they took running back. So basically, they're saying, telling you, I don't we think are the Browns, not taking Shedeur Sanders at all.
I'm telling you, I don't think the Browns is on Shedeur. I think, I think. Wait, hold up. Yeah, they got Ohio State running back Quinshon Judkins.
Oh, they took Judkins. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
So,
Phil tripping.
I think we can actually associate the Browns probably being that team that Colorado that Prime does not want Shedeur to go to.
So you think it's them saying don't pick us?
I think it's them. I think it's Cleveland Brown is probably one of those teams that Prime is just like, nah, he's not going there. Because why would Cleveland Brown skip? Like, if you have such a big need at quarterback, why would you skip a Shedeur? Like, there's no way like he's better than Johnny. He's worse than Johnny Manziel when it comes to attitude. No way. I know Johnny Manziel had his issues, but you're not telling me that Shedeur, like whatever attitude you're talking about, that's so bad that if you're Cleveland, you're like, nah, we don't want to deal with that. You need that.
Like you bring up a very important point, which is we don't know what's going on behind the scenes with teams who maybe want to pick Shedeur, but Shedeur, or in this case, like you said, with the Cleveland Browns, maybe Dion is saying, no, don't pick us.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
I'm just reading this thing that Phil put up here. Read my donation.
Phil, crazy, man.
Oh God. Okay, Phil. Thank you for the super chat. I gotta do these. Gotta handle some business. You gotta the person that's paying the bills. Unfortunately, this is how it works in the corporate world. They have power. Okay. Weekly reminder: Tyler is hot garbage in the Big 12. Big 12.
Wow.
Oh Lord.
You can see from Phil's profile picture right there, he would say something like that, right?
Yeah. That profile picture definitely, is serving right now.
He will pay to roast you. That's what that profile picture says. I will pay to roast you. Wow. That's crazy.
Oh my gosh. Hey, Tim, I think I sent you the link already, brother. Check your email. Tim just sends fresh emails. He's like, I'm not checking. Just send me the link. I sent you the link already.
All right, so basically Phil is saying we can't even talk about Tyler Brown when we're looking at this line. All right, so
yeah. So he's not a game changer. Let's just put it that way.
Right. Yeah. So he's second string, basically.
Yeah, he's if that, according to Phil. Yeah, if he's hot garbage, then I don't know about second string because
Phil said we're gonna just put another tight end in there, like forget it.
Yeah, right. Let's pick somebody who can play football.
That's crazy.
Yo. All right, so we got Yaya Adia. You know anything about this England? The guy from the NFL Academy?
Yeah, he's a second-year player. I don't know if he's a redshirt freshman. First year was last year.
346, 6'4". Zach Owens, we obviously know 6'6", 345.
So we got one so far, one player.
So one player so far. Quincy Gooden.
Chauncey Gooden.
Chauncey, I'm sorry, not Quincy. Chauncey, like Chauncey. What's the name? Billups.
So I think this is an example of ranked players who a lot of, like, for example, he's from Nashville, Tennessee. Chauncey Gooden is good enough to possibly, not even possibly, I think, and I'll have to look at his recruitment here, but I think a lot of big name schools were after Chauncey Gooden. So that was a good get for Coach Prom in terms of offensive line recruiting. Let me see what his
so right now we got Arizona. We got the Dolphins choose offensive guard. They're choosing OG. Jonas Siviane or something like that from Arizona. And the Patriots are up next.
Should I go to On3 or 24/7 Sports? All right. So On3 has him as a 4-star. Number 11 ranked player in Tennessee, coming out of high school. Number 29 interior lineman in the country. Oh no, sorry. And his national rank is 379. So a solid pickup right here. One of the best players in Tennessee. He had offers from Clemson, Tennessee, Auburn, and Miami, and he chose Colorado. So that's an example of a good pickup on the offensive line, somebody that you can develop over time. And watching well-off videos, it looks like he's having a good spring, so that's good.
But they still got Cash Cleveland up here. He already left.
Yeah, Cash is out. Mana Taimani, I think he's playing right guard right now. but I think they're still looking for a right guard, so they're still bringing guys in
Yeah,
to
Coach
see if we
Prime
can
put
find
that
a
out
starter.
there. That's on Coach Prime's list. Zaria McGill.
Yeah, center. So I think he's the starting center right now after Cash Cleveland left. So he's out, I think, La Tech, Louisiana Tech.
From Taylorville, Mississippi.
Yeah. And then Carday Smith was a great pickup. So looking at Carday, so he was originally committed to USC. And I think he was a 4-star player. I think he's going to be their right tackle of the future. So I could see Carday Smith being on one side and Jordan Seaton being on the other side. But I don't know when Jordan Seaton's going to declare for the draft, either after this season or the next season.
Who's our too deep on that? Like who's
On left tackle?
Yeah, who's backing them up?
Yeah, I couldn't tell you.
Yeah, man. Our roster is thin, man. It's thin in the sense that like guys get nicked up. You feel me? Like as the season progresses, you're gonna start seeing guys missing from the roster because they get nicked up in games. They bend a knee, they pull a finger, to do lots of things that goes on with the game. And the next guy up, we start to decline in play.
And that's why you need guys who are very, very versatile, who can play multiple positions on the offensive line. So if you think about the Eagles' offensive line, I can't think of these guys' names off the top of my head, but that offensive line that won the Super Bowl, a lot of guys have played a lot of different positions throughout the season as people got banged up. So not only do you need people who is like next man up mentality, you need a guy or multiple people on your offensive line who could play multiple positions. They could play right guard, they could play right tackle, or they could play left guard, they could play left tackle. That's the kind of depth you really need. And that's why I think the loss of Zach Owens is going to be important, because I think he came to Colorado playing tackle and he was running with the ones at guard. Right. So you lose a guy like that who's basically a 2-for-1, and it's hard to replace him.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's go back to this draft, man, because that's what the chat is talking about. So
yeah,
a couple of comments in the chat after Phil said, he says the Brown and Timothy Taylor says the Browns don't have a healthy quarterback. Yep. Matthew Steele is saying maybe Shedeur goes to Vegas. Tennis Channel, what's up, Willie?
Do you think there's going to be any trades coming up for maybe like, okay, so the first round guys are shoo-ins, but like I feel like some people can get traded because some teams have more pressing needs that are already off that board.
Yeah, you mean that somebody is still going to trade a pick right now to move up or move down?
Somebody trades a pick or something like that, because we got what who's up next on this thing?
The Patriots, and they're not going to take a quarterback because they got Drake May.
The arrow is on. What is this? Is this the Bears?
Yeah, it's on the Patriots right now.
Oh, okay, because I see the back and forth arrow on number 7.
I think because they traded picks to get in that position. I think.
Oh, okay. Hold on. Let me refresh. Hopefully. Oh man, did I just mess it up? I saw somebody celebrating with the Patriots. So right now, the options for Shedeur, if we go down this line, is at number 8.
Yep, the Saints are back again.
Yep, number 40. Actually, number 40. Who else? Sheesh. Man, the options are slim.
I think somebody says maybe the Jets.
Oh
No. DC said he thinks the Jets are going to pick Milroe. That would be crazy.
Yo, Milroe.
That means
there's
3 other quarterbacks ahead of him. I think it's Cam Ward, Jackson Dart, and then Milroe, I think, would be the third quarterback off the board. That's crazy.
Let's bring Tim on. Tim, what's up with you, man? How you doing tonight? I think you got to unmute if you're talking.
Hey, what's up with it, Harry, man? Thank you for having me on, brother.
All right, thanks for coming on. Appreciate you, man.
What's up, Common Sense?
What's up, my brother?
Hey, man, we're losing a lot of hope here. So it's looking like third round. So we got to start preparing ourselves for third round now.
I mean, as long as I didn't come to the conclusion, as long as he get in, he get drafted, then it is what it is. Because after 4 years, you get in, you do what you got to do. I look at it like that. Drew Brees went in the second round. He went on to win a Super Bowl, Pro Bowler.
Oh,
tons of money.
Let's get this one on. The Ohio State running back Henderson, Trevon Henderson. New England picks the Ohio State running back.
Well, Ohio State pushes out running backs heavily to the NFL.
Yeah, but these are two real good ones.
They are. Well, Eddie George came out of Ohio State.
I'm here in Columbus, so I watch these boys play all the time. Travion Henderson is a problem.
Right.
He's a problem. So yeah, good on them, man. They both got great running backs who I'm going to be excited to watch on Sundays.
What is your team? What's your actual team? Common Sense?
Oh, the Buckeyes.
No, I'm talking about NFL.
Oh, Cowboys.
Oh, you went all the way across. You nah. You going out of town.
Yeah, I came the last time I came to America the last time the Cowboys were winning championships, man, in the early 90s. So
you were like, I'm with the winning team.
Yeah, I came to America and got with America's team. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Immediately.
Hey, let me throw this at you guys as well. Like Shedeur, Jerry Jones.
Who's in the chicken pen?
Huh?
Yeah, Tim over there on a jungle.
Who's in the chicken pen? Are you on the farm?
No. I'm sitting outside in the garage, man. My wife got it freezing in the house.
Oh.
So y'all may hear birds chirping. My bad.
Oh yeah, we hear the birds. Yeah.
Yeah. So I had to come outside and watch it because my wife frees me inside the house. But
Tim got kicked out the house, man. Dang, why she do you like that, bro? She's like, I'm tired of watching Shedeur just keep falling in this draft. Go watch it in the garage.
Hey, say man, she can watch it in her room. She can watch it in multiple places. Sometimes you got to come out here and have a peace of mind.
Oh, that's true.
You know what I mean?
That is true.
But what do y'all think about Jerry going ahead and drafting Shedeur, and he can develop under Prescott? And he's in a closed dome. Well, it can be open or closed, but it's on turf. That's why I wish the Saints would have grabbed him last night, because it was just the perfect fit for Shedeur, I thought.
Yeah, so Harry said was, okay, we're looking at the Saints at 40.
Mm-hmm. And I'm not seeing another team that needs a quarterback.
But what he's saying is Dallas at 40 what? What would Dallas be if you scrolled up? Dallas would be 44. So he would have to slip 4 more slots for the Cowboys to get him at 44.
I mean, Dak Prescott is a...
Hey, Phil, you got to stop, bro.
I mean, Dak Prescott, you know what I mean? He's to me, he's injury prone, man. You know what I mean? He got screws in his ankles. He always have, he didn't got that big payday, so now he's injury prone.
You think they made a mistake on giving him that much money?
Yes. I would have never gave Prescott that type of money. I've been watching him since high school, so I know what he does. Yeah.
But is he still the press? Let me handle this business. Thank you, Phil, for the super chat. Hey man, Phil, you're gonna have to change these super chats up. You can't just be negative on here with the super chats. I'm calling ice on common sense buff. Like, stop playing, Phil.
Phil is part of the problem, bro.
Yeah, Phil is part of the problem.
Yeah, Phil is definitely part of the problem.
With Trump.
Oh yeah, he's definitely part of the problem, man. Stop telling on yourself in the chat, Phil.
He's a Doja Cat. I'm sure he can figure that out. Phil's a Doja Cat. Oh my gosh. Hold up.
Hey, the Bears took the receiver from Missouri. That's a great pick, man, for the Bears organization.
Oh yeah, they got Luther Burton the third, a wide receiver. All right, so the Saints are up. Okay. Could Shedeur go to New Orleans, as they would say? If Coach Prime knew Shedeur, let me put this up. What he's saying here? From Taylor, Timothy Taylor. If Coach Prime knew Shedeur was going to be on danger of not getting drafted, he would have left Colorado to coach in the NFL so his sons could get drafted. I don't know that I don't know that he's in danger of not getting drafted.
Hey, I heard somebody in the sports world say Jerry go get Shedeur, and maybe there could be a possibility for Prime to sneak in the back door, and then they come and pick Shiloh up later on.
Nah, I think that ship has sailed. There's no need to even try to
entertain that.
Yeah, there's no need to even like try to re-grease the oars on that ship. It just it don't make sense.
That sounds like a Shantae conspiracy theory.
Yeah, that's
a Shantae conspiracy theory.
That's a Shantae conspiracy theory right there. Yeah, that's weird. That'll be like, come on, like they're playing too many games. Okay, here comes Phil. I think Phil has a nice one. Phil, I appreciate this. Let me see. Do I need to read this out loud? Let me read it out slow before I read it out loud. Okay, there we go. Okay, that's a good one. That's a good one, Phil. I appreciate the super chat, Phil. So real. Shiloh was a great big brother last night, making jokes to cut the tension. I'd want him in my locker room. Real talk. Yeah, I mean Shiloh. I cut a nice little video together and I put that out there. With Shiloh playing his music. If y'all haven't seen that short that I put out there with Shiloh playing his music and footage of Shedeur throwing passes and then Shedeur talking, that's a pretty nice short that I put together there. All right, so come on, Saints. Let's get him in at 40. If he doesn't go at 40, then we're not seeing him tonight.
I hope they get him, man, because it's so often about that jersey now.
Yeah, if we don't see
him the Saints 40, jersey.
Yeah, man, I'm a Saints fan, bro.
Yeah, man. So if he doesn't go at 40, then we're not gonna see him tonight.
But check this out. Wasn't Prime had got a surprise visit from Kamara. I didn't understand that.
From who?
Alvin Kamara, the Saints running back, came to Colorado.
Oh, I mean, you've seen a lot. You saw Neighbors or whatever his name is. You saw a lot of things. So right now, man, we get into nuances is just gonna hurt our feelings. You know what I'm saying? If we start following every nuanced narrative, we're gonna get hurt. We're gonna be hurt.
Hey, the Saints room all gathered up, man. Like, so they must be excited about whatever pick they're about to pick.
Come on, let it be Shedeur. Come on, break the internet. Break the internet, Saints. You will get an instant fan base. Like, you will get an instant million fan base. Like, let's go. No. You get the haters and you get the, you know what I'm saying? You get the haters and you get the lovers. And that's a perfect storm.
Come on, let's get it.
Oh. That's even worse. They took a quarterback, but not Shedeur. Oh
Oh, they picked the
wow.
Oh
quarterback.
man, you ahead
Oh
of me.
wow.
Oh,
Okay.
Tyler Show.
Yeah, bruh.
Oh my god, bro.
Yo, what the heck?
Oh wow.
Louisville? Are you serious? Now that's disrespectful.
Wow.
Okay, now I'm concerned.
Wow.
Okay, so Shedeur now is now in trouble of not being drafted.
I'm about to burn all my Saints stuff.
Yeah, I think Shedeur is now in trouble of not being drafted at all. Because now who needs a quarterback? There's nobody left. The Saints was like the biggest, right? Like that was our hope, right?
Well, the Saints, you still got. I mean, you still got Pittsburgh, man. You still got. He can sit up under some people as well.
So
Like I
that means that
said,
if they
that
draft him, they're not looking to play him. If anybody with a quarterback drafts him, then we just
that's
say that
good. He can develop. He can develop. Sit behind because like look at Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh got Russell Wilson, right? No. Pittsburgh is waiting on Brett. I mean not Brett Favre.
Aaron Rodgers.
Aaron Rodgers. Aaron Rodgers may say, you know what, hey man, I'm just gonna go ahead and retire. And then y'all didn't pick a quarterback in the draft.
Yo, what exactly is happening though? Like something is going on because now Shedeur may not get drafted.
He will get drafted, bro. It's just like common sense was talking about earlier about the money. You know what I mean? If I can buy you cheap, I hate to use that word because it sounds like what they did with doing the slavery.
But
But
who would get him? I'm looking at this list and I'm thinking who is in need of a
Pittsburgh,
quarterback at this point. You just
Pittsburgh,
chose a quarterback that nobody's heard of. Tyler
you got
Saul or whatever his name is. Like nobody heard of him during the whole draft period.
no. That's disrespectful, bro.
Yeah, this is just now
Something happened,
now
yo.
now 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 is getting a little bit ridiculous now.
Yeah, and this is it's done, bro. I don't see him getting drafted now.
And
There's a possibility that Shedeur doesn't get drafted.
hey, I'm gonna say this, man, and I've been trying to hold my tongue, bro. But certain organizations want they white quarterbacks, bro. It's
Man,
certain organizations that want white quarterbacks. You got all them white GMs and stuff up in there. They want that certain quarterback. And then the crazy thing about it is they don't pan out. They don't pan out in the NFL. This kid is gonna get killed down there in New Orleans.
yo, I
New
don't
Orleans ain't got no O line.
tell me where you're seeing, man, because I'm trying to find it right now. He's not going second round. Shedeur is not going second round, bro.
Where are the Jags? Did the Jags already pick
Yeah, the Jags already have
in
a
the first? I
quarterback.
mean, in the second round, did they trade their second round pick? Because I don't see them.
They did have a trade already. Not 10. Houston traded their second round pick.
Yeah, it looks
So
like
this
the
is
Jags must have traded their second round pick to trade up for to get Travis. So the Jags not even in this round.
That's right. That's how the Browns was able to pick twice in the second round.
so Shedeur is not going second round. That's what this is looking like right now. Shedeur is not going second round. You picked the Louisville quarterback in Tyler Show, whatever his name is, at 40. I mean, Shedeur's not going. The Bills don't need a quarterback. Maybe the Jets. Maybe.
So in the chat, they're saying the Rams.
The
Because
Rams.
LA
Stafford
Rams.
only has a 1-year contract, 1 year left on his contract.
Hey, that would be a marketing fit for him too.
To be in LA.
Yes. LA or New York.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out what these draft boards look like though. Like, where is his card even? Like, do they even have a card for him? Like, what round do they have him on the board right now? Like, oh yeah, well, if he's still around in the 4th round, then we'll get him. Like, I mean, where is he on their board?
I don't think he's on anybody's board at this moment.
That's crazy.
Yo, at this point, if Shedeur gets drafted like 3rd or 4th round, then that means that most teams are going to just get him to shelf him.
Hey, can he come back and play another year at Colorado?
Bro, that'd be the saddest thing I've ever seen in my life. He doesn't get drafted and goes back to Colorado to play college football. That would be the craziest thing I've ever seen in my life. That can't happen, bro.
If the NFL ain't gonna give you that money, you might as well come back and get paid.
Yeah, nah, that ain't gonna happen. He might as well go be a undrafted free agent, bro.
And that's the craziest thing. How this kid go from being maybe first overall pick.
You dropping out of the whole draft. Like, something major had to happen, bro. Like, did he have a illegitimate child somewhere? I mean, what happened?
Oh man.
I'm just saying, like, how can you fall from grace that bad? Like, this is really bad, bro. This is the worst I've seen, bro.
Earlier, I think y'all were discussing the celebrity status of him, and he been famous all his life just based off his dad, who his dad is, his last name, and I don't know if some people up in that front office of these teams are like, this guy's coming in with superstar status. But Prime was flashy when he went into the draft and everything. He was more cocky than his son, in my opinion. In Atlanta Falcons.
Hey, Surfer Boy saying hello to y'all.
Yo, what up?
Surf, what's good with you, man? Surf said the Louisville kid has a cannon for an arm, and he's old. Was he one of those? Was he one of those dudes that did 9 years of university?
Man, he gonna get to New Orleans and get blasted. And Carr is not the answer for us.
Yo, this is interesting because we're in a situation now where we're about to see a potential number one go undrafted.
Man, this will be talked about for a long time.
Yeah, this is some of the craziest stuff I've ever seen in my life.
This is like something happened, and maybe Prom did something. Prom had to do something because I don't think Shedeur did anything. Prom had to do something. All of that, my son ain't playing for you stuff, bro.
All right, but let's look at it from let's say none of the other stuff had anything to do with it. What does he do on the field that would make him slide from a top 10 pick to not even getting picked in the 2nd round? Like, what on the field is his most problematic issue? Number one for me is
go ahead.
He holds on to the ball too long, and he takes too many sacks. Now, some people might add on it, well, we don't think he has the arm strength. Okay, so let's say those are the 3 knocks against him. But I think there's way more to his game that are positive than those things, and those things are not things that you can't fix. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
It's not like, okay, he has an issue with holding on to the ball. That's something that somebody can work on.
Right.
And I don't even think I don't even think it was that.
What do you think it is then, Tim?
I don't think there's any on-field stuff that have that would get him undrafted? Because I'm not seeing a path. This is like Hillary / Clinton. I mean / Trump. Like when you knew at a certain moment that there was no path for Hillary to win. I am not seeing a path for Shedeur to get drafted. Who would draft Shedeur? Anybody in the chat? Can y'all help
Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh Cowboys. I think Pittsburgh, the Cowboys.
Who is Pittsburgh's current?
They don't. I think they don't come around until like third round, 80, 83 or something like that. They're in the 80s.
But who's their current quarterback?
They don't have one. Oh no, they picked up Russell Wilson and they picked up Jameis Winston.
That's Giants. That's the Giants, not Pittsburgh.
Okay, yeah, I think Pittsburgh has Mason Rudolph, maybe. Let's see.
Oh man, they in bad shape if they got Mason Rudolph.
Well, you for a team in bad shape, they sure aren't looking to fix that problem.
they not. But back to what you were just talking about. Shedeur, is it fair to say that Shedeur and his receiver core was the only chance of offense for Colorado when he was being sacked that many times?
You said what's the question? Say that again.
No, I was Common Sense gave his 3 picks on why it would, they would possibly not pick, Shedeur in the first or second round so far. Right? Mm-hmm. And I don't think that it's he showed us he holds the ball too long. But I would say to that is him and his receiving core was the only offense they had. They didn't have an O-line to run the ball. So how are they gonna move the ball down the field? You see what I'm saying? Like, yes, he had to hold the ball for as long as he could because his receivers was their only hope for winning.
It wasn't just holding the ball, but it would be like holding the ball and then going backwards. You see, it's one thing if you hold the ball too long, you get sacked inside the pocket, right? Mm-hmm. So maybe you lose 5, 7. The problem with Shedeur in some instances when he was holding the ball, it was like egregious. It'd be on downs where you just needed to throw the ball away,
mm-hmm.
right?
That's true.
I think that's the thing from an NFL standpoint. I would say, yeah, you could definitely hold that against him, and you would know going into the draft that would be an area that he would need to fix. Like everybody knows that.
Right. So, and that's an easy fix. But would you rather have somebody hold the ball and take a sack? Or would you rather have a quarterback from Ole Miss throw the whole entire game away with a pick? Because that's what he is.
But that's what the Giants say. They say they throw that ball away. We'll take it.
The Giants,
what they saying.
If you think about it, that means that whole strategy of trying to get Shedeur to be a Heisman and to be one of the best in college football may have hurt him. Because they made a concerted effort to try to make sure that he was one of the best quarterbacks by playing a lot of crazy ball, hero ball. Not taking unnecessary sacks and all that stuff. If the narrative that we are talking about right now is true, then that hurt him. Then in the chat I'm hearing TH and other people saying that he had a really bad interview.
He had a really bad. I feel like that's just something that. Oh my God! I feel like that's they want to paint that narrative out. They want to put that narrative out there, so other GMs don't want to touch it.
The Jets got Mason Taylor.
Yeah, they got a tight end.
Tight end, and then the 49ers just got a defensive tackle.
Oh yeah, it's not looking good.
So okay, so he's not going second round. He's dropped all the way down to third. And who is in the third?
Watch that 44th pick with the Cowboys.
There's nothing to watch there.
Okay,
man. But listen, that would change the narrative of this draft real quick if the Cowboys.
Oh yeah.
Hey, think about it. Jerry Jones.
If Jerry Jones has any vision, he will get Deion's son.
Hey, Jerry Jones is a marketing tool, doc.
Yeah, well, I don't know. Like,
go ahead. I'm sorry.
They're already America's team. They would break the internet and they would sell out of Shedeur's jerseys.
Man, sell out his jerseys, sell out the stadium every game, man. Even if he's not starting, bro.
I know he could be on the bench and everybody would still be watching.
Hey, listen, I'm here in Dallas, so I know what they do. And if he go in there and pick up Shedeur, that jersey, you're not gonna be able to find it nowhere in Dallas Fort Worth. And the kid is from here too.
Yo, well, what if they get Shedeur and then trade Dak Prescott?
Hey, that could be a possibility.
This is what Timothy Taylor is saying. Would Pittsburgh take Dak via trade?
You know what? if Dak go to Pittsburgh, Pittsburgh gonna be winning, man. Dak, he can win games, but the thing of it is, can he stay healthy?
Yeah.
You know, can he stay healthy?
I think it's best for Shedeur to go somewhere where he can sit for a year and develop, though, because taking sacks and holding the ball too long, he needs to get rid of that before he gets out there, man. It's the NFL, bro. You are not gonna be able to survive them hits.
You're not.
At this point, he's gonna be sitting for more than a year because every team that's left on the board now that we're looking at, it's gonna be teams that have healthy quarterbacks and formidable quarterbacks. So at this point, he cooked. As my kids would say, Daddy, he cooked. Shedeur is cooked right now.
Let Jerry Jones, for the sake of conversation, Jerry Jones pick up Shedeur and Dak Prescott start off throwing interceptions and all that crazy stuff, and they lose. And Jerry Jones will make a phone call down there and say, "Hey, put my kid in. Put my kid in." That's the same thing that happened to Tony Romo. After so long, they threw Dak in there. He started winning. Tony Romo retired. So Jerry Jones is crazy enough to do it.
That'll be the story, right? That'll be the story of the entire NFL offseason, preseason, and opening day. Is the Shedeur in Dallas story.
Man, I'm telling you.
It'd be 24/7.
24/7. Yeah, but the only thing about that is Cowboys got to get a receiver for CeeDee Lamb.
Oh, yeah, true.
Hey, but you got Jimmy Horn, LeJohntay Wester out there.
Well, you need a down the field threat.
Oh, okay. Not serviceable guys. No, it's not time for serviceable guys yet.
No, not yet. You need a McMillan.
Our boys, we just had a bunch of serviceable guys. When in the NFL spectrum, we have a bunch of serviceable guys.
But listen, Rome wasn't built in a day, right?
Explain
LSU, Texas, Ohio State, Alabama, those schools and those football programs didn't get built in a day. Those programs are decades in the making, right? So that's why every year you see right here, LSU, Texas, if you scroll up, you'll see the same names over and over and over again. Somebody said Ohio State already has 5 players in this draft, right? But,
So this is heavy SEC.
Oh,
you got Texas, LSU, South Carolina, Louisville.
The SEC and the ACC are going to put more people into the NFL than any other conference, year in and year out. Texas and Oklahoma, before they went to the SEC, they were putting players into the NFL because they just got a lot of talent here to pick from.
So isn't that indicative of recruiting, like where kids want to go? like parents that are watching the draft right now, are they not going to be paying attention to, hey, these are the schools or these are the conferences that are putting players in the draft, so why would we go waste time somewhere else, like the Big 12 or anywhere, like pretty much the Big 12 if you're Power 4.
Hey, those big O linemen, NFL O linemen, defensive linemen, those linebackers, 6'4", 6'3", 215, those caliber guys, you're not gonna find too many of them in the Big 12, man.
Oh, that's it. The Cowboys got Boston College edge. Donovan Ezekiel, whatever that name is.
They got an edge. Why would they do that? Well, so they're not gonna give Michael Parsons his money or something?
Yep, they just picked up an edge. So the Cowboys story is dead. That story is done right now. So Shedeur is hopefully third round. But even if we think about third round, what are we thinking when it comes to third round? Because at the end of the day, like who's in the third round that needs a quarterback?
Pittsburgh. I'm gonna keep saying it. Pittsburgh Steelers.
Yeah, but Pittsburgh, I don't know that Pittsburgh wants Shedeur.
Damn, this is
we about to find out. Once they get around to the 80-something pick, what pick do
Yo, why you laughing, bro? Why you just gonna be busting out laughing? What's happening?
Tim said once they get around to the 80-something pick. What? That's crazy.
No, but that's the reality that we're looking at right now, though.
Yeah.
Like look at this board. Like on this board, I don't see nobody else. Okay, we said the Steelers, but that's it. If the Steelers don't want him, it's a wrap, bro. Nobody else is left. So Shedeur could possibly go undrafted. He would have to get an invitation and go try out.
That's round.
That's how far he would have dropped.
But that's first round, though.
What?
That's you showing the first round picks.
Yeah, picks 1 through 32.
Yeah.
No. I'm just showing this for the draft order.
It's not in that order in round 2.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm just showing the teams, I guess. I'm just trying to see. Yeah. I'm putting this up here for the teams so that we can see the teams and see who is actually in need of a quarterback. The Commanders, like on the left side, the Steelers are the only team on the left side that needs a quarterback. On the right, on the right side. On the left side, the Jets don't have no indicator of wanting a Shedeur. And
the Browns don't seem to want him. They've had 3 chances to take him. They said, "No, hell no,"
and they don't want him.
Well, they picked that quarterback, didn't they?
The Browns took a quarterback?
I'm asking. Who did they pick in the first? No, they didn't.
They got a linebacker and they got a running back.
Yeah, they got the edge for the.
Yup.
You had one team with 3 chances to take them already. They passed, and they need a quarterback.
Yeah.
The Browns are a graveyard for any player getting drafted, in my opinion.
Anybody.
They ruined players' careers up there with the Cleveland Browns. They ain't been nothing since Jim Brown.
Okay, so hold up. Marlo said Harry keeps saying nobody left when the Rams are right there and the Raiders. All right, so let's talk about it. Don't the Raiders have a QB already? Didn't they just get Geno Smith?
Yeah, that'll be somebody good for him to sit behind for a year to develop.
And he has a veteran who didn't just come in the NFL and whose career took off. Geno struggled. So if you got somebody going into the league with a chip on their shoulder and you want them to sit behind somebody, Geno probably has a lot of advice to help him get through those struggle years.
I'll tell you one little secret. Shedeur would take Geno's job.
I don't know about that.
Facts. I'm trying to tell you right now. Shedeur would take Geno's job.
You see what he did at Seattle, right?
He did well at Seattle, but you put Shedeur and Geno in practice and then start to see the accuracy of Shedeur's arm.
Mm-hmm.
They're gonna try him out, and it'll be a wrap. It'll be a Joe Montana versus what was his replacement? Joe Montana. What's the other guy? I'm sorry. Please tell me.
Steve Young.
Steve Young. It'll be a Joe Montana, Steve Young situation.
You want me to tell you why I say it wouldn't?
Why?
Because Shedeur hasn't adapted to NFL game speed.
Well,
Gino,
if you're in practice, what do you mean NFL game speed? The college game is faster than the NFL.
he'll get glimpses of it in practice, but he's not going to get full throttle into a game. A different team is lined up on the opposite side of him.
And you don't get hit in practice.
Exactly.
As a quarterback. In the NFL, in the game, they're going to hit you.
So what
you
are
know
y'all
what I'm saying?
Like, y'all break it down for me so I can understand it better. Like, what are you saying?
So why I say Shedeur needs to sit a year is because one of the issues that quarterbacks who go high in the draft have is that they come in as rookies and they're forced to play. Like Jackson Dart is going to have to play, whether he's ready to play an NFL game or not. And that's part of the issue. We all know that Shedeur can play football. There's no question about it. But he has some holes in his game where he would benefit from sitting a year but behind a veteran, which is why I think people are looking at LA to play behind Stafford and they're and the Raiders to play behind Geno. So this might actually end up working out in his benefit, going to a better team in a later round and getting a chance to play and learn from a veteran. Jackson Dart out there, all he got is the head coach who's the QB coach. He's got to go out there and start playing football today.
Yeah,
if he's not ready, he could get crushed.
Yeah, but that's what's going to happen. Because keep in mind who they've had as quarterback, and they keep going. They go through quarterbacks because they need somebody who's ready now, and they keep getting these quarterbacks. But if they're washed up, Russell Wilson and Jameis Winston don't work out, and they go to Dart, the fan base is going to start calling cry. But anyways, let me take care of this business. Phil So Real is really blessing his channel tonight with his monetary gifts. Thank you for the super chat. He said, Harry, you act like number 2 is too good to be a backup. I'll explain in a second why I don't think that's accurate. There are teams willing to draft him, just not to be the starter week 1. All right, so I think what you're getting from me is the fact that I think he's ready to be the number 1 guy. I think he's ready to be the number 1 guy now. But if he goes and he has to sit, I don't know what's behind the scenes. If Prime is even like considering that as an option, and that could be the reason why teams are passing him. You know what I'm saying? But then let's explore that a little bit. Since Phil brings this up, if teams are going to draft him in like round 6, 7, right, just to try to get him for $2, which team is who's he going to?
Harry keeps coming. Harry keeps coming back to this question.
No.
Who's gonna take him though?
I'm bringing this up because of Phil. Because Phil's like Phil said, he could be a number 2, right? So okay, so if he's a number 2, which team needs a quarterback for a number 2? Which team needs a number 2, a solid 2?
You got Las Vegas Rams. You got if Pittsburgh gets Aaron Rodgers and he sits behind Aaron Rodgers, which Aaron Rodgers to me is like Bill Parcells. He's not very talkative. So those, in my eyes, those would be 2 good fits. But playing him right now, he would have to have great wideouts, good running back, and an outstanding offensive line and a great offensive coordinator for him to succeed at this moment.
Do y'all think the jersey retirement hurt his draft situation?
No, I don't think that had nothing to do with the draft.
Is it going forward? Is that going to be a mockery? Because if you don't get drafted, right, in the first, second, third, or because okay, I think a lot of this thing has to do with what Prime, how confident Prime was, and just touting him out there, just putting him out there, and then not necessarily getting drafted. Like,
hey, can I say something real quick? I hate to interrupt you.
Yeah. Go ahead.
The Rams, they picked a tight end from Oregon.
Yep.
LA Rams.
Terrence Ferguson. So we got it right there on the screen so everybody can look at it so you can see what's happening. If you just joined the live, right there on your screen in the smack in the middle, we're kind of like on the side. Hello. So you can see everything that's happening, the draft, who's drafting and who's next and whatnot. So okay,
yeah, we slide now. We in a full blown slide right now. We slowly sliding out the second round because
we're slipping sliding.
Everybody came into this second round thinking that Shedeur would be off the board, like early second round. Now we're mid second round, and he's still not taken.
Okay, so another thing. Surfer Boy 3000 is saying Shedeur should have thrown in the combine. If you're so confident and you think you're Caleb Williams or these other quarterbacks like him and whatnot, you don't, and you're taking the same posture that all of them are taking, and then you go, you took the posture of a first rounder, but then you go in the seventh round. At this point, I don't even know what round he's gonna go in. Do y'all think he should have thrown in the combine?
I mean, you had him, like I stated earlier, they had him, all the media outlets and stuff, mock drafts. Everybody's mock draft had Shedeur either going number 1, number 2.
Top 10, right? At least?
Yeah, the top 10. But, you know what I mean? He met with a lot of different teams, a lot of different organizations. So, I don't know if he felt comfortable knowing that his name would be called, just to come back and find out that, like common sense is saying, he's sliding like a mudslide.
Right, like this is slip and slide, slipping.
Yeah, it's accelerating. This is the second round. They ain't even waiting 10 minutes no more. They just calling names now. It's like you sliding out the second round real fast.
So okay, based on what you just said, Tim, if you meet with teams, they talk to your people, and they give you an indicator like, okay, yes, we're thinking about picking you, and you make your decisions based on that, and then nobody picks you. Is there something, like we talked about last night, is there something major that could have taken place that maybe teams are like, oh my gosh, stuff that we are not privy to at this moment? Because that's the only thing that I can think of right now.
I would say this.
Major happened.
Hey, let me throw this on top of what you talking about, Harry. Shedeur does not have an agent either.
Is that what Panda's in the chat? Is that what he's saying?
Oh, I don't know. I'm not even looking at
that. Something chat about an agent or something like that. Every black quarterback without an agent, he says, every black QB without an agent, they play like this.
See what I'm saying? So he doesn't have an agent. Travis Hunter had an agent, which was Lil Wayne, that works with other agents, but
hold on. Somebody's coming. Oh no. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say him trying, and his dad and them, like even Shiloh doesn't have an agent. So I wonder if not having an agent is hurting him as well, on top of everything you just stated.
His dad is Prime. Do you need an agent with Prime being your dad? Because Prime has worked with the NFL. He has a lot of NFL connections. Do you need an agent if your dad is Prime?
Well, does Prime have the time to go sit and talk with
Yeah.
general managers in their office, not them coming to Colorado to talk to him. Him gassing that jet up and flying to different locations to sell his son to their organization.
All right, Ron Tate said he got some information. Ron Tate, thank you for calling in. Welcome to the show, brother. How you doing today?
Hey, man, I'm doing okay. We just have to understand that it is what it is. But I was watching, sifting through some of the videos that were out there, and there was one interview that Shedeur. I'm not saying this is a reason. Shedeur said that, one thing that irked him during the interviews, that they were asking me if I could be a leader. And, like, daggone. I mean, my dad's Dion. Of course I could be a leader. Look at what I was doing at Colorado and the things I was doing there. And if that's how he felt, I don't think he should have put that out there in a video.
Hey, say that again. I'm sorry, I missed that.
I said, if that was how he felt, he should not have put that out on a video. That was him talking about the interview, and he felt he did not like the fact that they were asking him about being a leader. Could he be a leader? And he was saying that, oh, come on, my dad is Dion. Of course I can, and look at what I did at CU. And the situation that I had to deal with there. I mean, he's talking. He didn't say that to them, but he was commenting on being asked that question during some of the NFL interviews.
Let me ask you all a question. Do you think that because we're not seeing him call, that we're now just kind of like just reaching for straw? Just
yeah, that's exactly. I mean, I just feel I knew that information yesterday. I just didn't share it. But
I feel like now we need something. We need an explanation. So now we're just grabbing at straws.
It's got to be a reason.
Right.
What interview was that?
I don't know. I think it was on Well Off Media. I didn't see the person he was talking to. I just heard his comment.
Okay.
And it was him talking.
Hey, also, I Smile said, well, did he lie? And I think we should address that, right? Whether you lie or not, I don't think that's the point. And I want you somebody else can comment on this also. But I think if you got one guy saying he's entitled, his posture is kind of weird. If you get that, right, and you got people putting these messages out and saying you may not want this guy in your locker room or with your organization, I think these interviews and stuff that we're bringing up that Ron just said, these are supporting documents or supporting information to solidify or to give credence to what all these other messages these anonymous people are putting out. So let me get somebody else can comment on that. What do y'all think? I think what our Smile says, what did he lie? How important is it that it's not about whether you're telling the truth or you're lying? It's about how you present yourself to these organizations that's investing a lot of money to you.
I really, Harry, I really don't think he was disrespectful at all. I think, that interview, he was just being too open. And I commented on that interview saying that's not something that I would have put out if that's the way I felt.
Was he being jovial, you think? You feel me? Like some of these things could be taken like, yo, he's just being jovial. He's trying to let people know, like, come on, like
no, this wasn't a joking Shedeur and Shiloh moment. No. Someone was questioning him about the interviews that he had taken.
Was it an official from an organization or a reporter?
No. He was sitting down. The camera was on him, and he was talking.
Hey, Harry, and that takes me back to your initial question to me yesterday about arrogance. If that's true, then that can come off
as arrogant.
As arrogant.
That's true.
And the flash and the way that your dad may have carried himself into the draft years ago, it's two different eras. So you can't carry that. Can't carry that same type of energy and swag nowadays with so many different cameras on you 24/7 from so many different angles.
And it has.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
And no, hold on, guys. Let me bring in Phil. He's been waiting in the green room. Phil, for real, what's up, man? Thank you for calling in. I appreciate you. How you doing today?
Oh my God, you let the guy who's gonna call ICE in here? All right, man. I'm out, man. I'm out.
I got
fans
the Trump,
in the chat.
I got the Trump number.
It's all, hey man, it's all love. I just want to make sure that you where you really need to be. That's all. You know,
He wants you to be at home because there's no place like home.
I want you to be around people that look like you. You feel me?
People that love you.
Hey man, happy Friday to everybody in the chat.
Friday, brother.
Happy Friday to the people on the panel, man.
Hey, y'all, we got 50 people watching. Can y'all
Interesting.
please hit the like button, please, so we can get
Smash
more people
that like
watching.
button.
Smash that like
Smash
button,
it.
please. I appreciate
Smash it.
everybody that's watching. Go ahead, Phil. Get your opening statement out. We got the Bengals got Demetrius Knight Jr. from South Carolina, another SEC pick.
I mean, honestly, at this point, man, I really don't know what's going on with Shedeur. I mean, there were people who, at the beginning of last season, thought that he was a third, fourth round guy. They were considered haters. Maybe they knew something that we didn't know. Based on my limited football knowledge, I thought Shedeur would have been at least a second round guy. But I think there is a space where he can be a quality backup if he's willing to be that person. I just don't think that based off what we've heard from the anonymous sources that he's going to be the guy that's willing to be a backup. But at some point he's going to get picked and he's going to be a backup. So I just want to see him get drafted and we can end this whole saga and be through with it.
All right, so let me say this. Let me meet your energy with your energy. Isn't a broken clock right at least twice a day?
Yes, to answer your question directly, yes. I will also add that these are clocks that have traditionally been right more than twice a day. And I think
Are we still talking about clocks? Or we
No, but let's be honest. You're asking the question about humans. You're saying that, oh, these people said this about Shedeur, but they probably usually are wrong, but they just so happen to be right about Shedeur. What I'm saying is I value what these people have been saying and the scouting that these people do, and I believe in the work they put in. And unfortunately, they
you're
just
not
feel like
talking
Shedeur's
about
not that guy.
you're talking about legit. You're talking about legit scouters. You're not talking about these haters as these internet trolls that we got around here, right?
Yeah, I don't care about the trolls because when it comes to the NFL draft, I want to get my information from sources that actually matter.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, yeah. If you're saying like the NFL draft people or the people that are the scouts, if they're putting out reports saying that he's either a third or fourth rounder, then I guess that could be something that we consider. But
Have not seen that anywhere.
I haven't either. That was like
Nowhere.
So I listened to the Cover 3 podcast on 3 with Andy and Ari, JD Piquel, Josh Pate.
How did you get a chance to? What did you have to do? Sneak into the Klan rally to hear them?
No, I didn't. I didn't have to sneak into the Klan rally. All I had to do was just listen to their YouTube page. It was very simple.
What are you talking, Ron? What in the world? What are you talking about?
To me, they have no credibility.
I mean, but you say that about anybody that doesn't agree with you.
No.
I can't listen to what you're saying.
No, listen. Well, I'm not talking about CU and Colorado. The way they were doing individuals in the portal that were 4 and 5 stars when they would not go somewhere where their pundits said they should go or project them to go, they would drop them. And I found that was very disingenuous considering that you were a talent evaluator.
Based off of the people that I listen to, they've been right more than they've been wrong when it comes to Colorado. Respectfully, I don't
So,
know who
so
you
Phil,
listen to when it
just to
comes to
be
your
fair, I don't think
podcast.
Phil just named one person. I think he kind of named a slew of people, but
Thank you.
I don't want the evaluation to just be stuck on one person because you're picking on three
Mhm.
to almost say that all of the people that he listened to were not,
Well, I
credible.
mean, the furthest I've heard about Shedeur dropping was in the second round.
Okay, and we're still in the second round, right?
Well, so Phil, are you now on the trajectory that he's going to be a backup, and one of these guys, even with a
I
good
mean,
quarterback, can pick him to be a backup?
unless the Browns pick him, or maybe the Steelers pick him, those are the only two teams
The Steelers
that
are
don't
not on this
have.
board, are they? Oh, Green Bay.
Listen to what I'm saying. Those are
Okay,
the only two teams that don't have people that you would consider like a bona fide starter. Maybe
right.
the Giants, but they've already picked Jackson Dart, so we know what their situation is. Excuse me. So unless the Steelers or the Jets pick him, he's going to come in the season being a backup.
Right.
He's not going to be in a position where he can compete for a starting job, and we have to accept that he's going to be a backup going into the season next year.
And I truly think that's perfect
I,
for rookie
I agree with
quarterbacks.
that. I think that
I think that's
truly
a
agree with
perfect
that.
situation. I would love to see him to go to the Rams. Bona fide, quasi, maybe a Hall of Famer, who knows, and Matthew Stafford. Sit behind him and learn how to be a professional while Tom Brady is speaking with him, continuing to mentor him.
So Marlo Stanfield said, I heard he's dropping to the third round this morning. So, but who is he dropping to?
And listen, Sean McVay, he is a quality offensive coach. So if he were to go to the Rams, I would support that. I think he'll be great in the development of Shedeur.
Yeah, I think that would be.
Yo, they're calling names now. I think at this point they're about to just start calling names because we're gonna get to the part of the draft where they start emailing you your your draft.
Hey, report to this. You're flying in on coach. Report to this team.
Yeah. Yo, this is not worth TV time anymore, right? Like, hey.
Yo, this is foul, man. They doing that
They're
boy
gonna
like
send a
he's
bird to
trash
Colorado
right now.
They're gonna send a bird to Colorado to let Coach Prom know he's.
This is terrible, man.
Yeah, it is terrible. Everyone knows Shedeur is a talent, and
Shedeur's a talent, bro.
lot of pundits, even whether they like CU or not, agreed before that season was over last year that he was a bona fide D1 Power 5, Power 4 player.
Yeah, everybody was saying that.
Everyone was saying that.
Everybody was saying that. He's definitely
now,
round one. So how the heck did we get here?
Hey,
that's what I'm saying. Did he sleep with somebody's girl?
They are saying there is a 50 pick gap between Shedeur Sanders and Cam Ward.
That's something. That's really something.
All right, let's bring on Panda. Panda Bear, what up with you, man? Thank you for calling in. I appreciate you, brother. How you doing?
Chilling, man. What's up? What's up with y'all?
All is well. What is going on with our
Panda?
Colorado?
What's up, Panda?
Panda, what is going on right now with Shedeur?
Funny you talking about Shedeur. I'm realizing the rest of them ain't gonna get drafted.
Hello.
Are we gonna co-opt the Shedeur's? Are we co-opting Shedeur's downfall with them?
It just seems to be personal. I was saying in the comments that it seems like every cycle they attack the black quarterbacks. Cam was easy going. He was palatable. A lot of times they look at prime and they look at everything that comes with it and they add on. But if you think about it, this negative swing didn't come until he was working out with the Jets. So he pissed somebody off in that Jet office and it spread like wildfire.
He worked out with the Jets and it went poorly.
He did more than one workout. What I'm saying is it was calm until a week running up. So whatever interaction happened with the Jets, the narrative start changing. And then right the day before, you go and say that he's arrogant, and it's like a different spin. They did the same thing to Lamar. They was like his representation, how he looked. We got to start watching how they play. If everybody came together and blacked out Colin Kaepernick, it's very clear that it's possible they could do this again.
All right. So do you think that the anonymous person was from the Jets organization?
I am saying that. It only makes logical sense, because why would you wait so late to make that statement?
Like
if
it was
you
like
wasn't going to pick
the night before Christmas. They just dropped that.
It's kind of like something about that off. So it's either they wanted something and it didn't work out, because it seems like every time a black QB doesn't take an agent, remember that's like 4 to 5%. So they coming together and they throwing dirt. They did it to Lamar. We could keep calling names.
Does anybody have pushback on what on this narrative that Panda's coming in here with?
I got pushback on it.
Let me hear some pushback. If y'all can mute your microphone, because I'm hearing a lot of feedback now.
So it's pretty simple. If you're gonna go in the first round, the picks that they have are already slotted for like whatever the salary is going to be. I think Sam Bradford was the last quarterback that went number one. They got a crazy amount of money. And then after that season, that's when you saw guys like, okay, if you go number one, you're going to get 50 million. If you're going to go number two, you're going to get 49. So if you're going first round, there's no need to have an agent, because the contract is already going to be worked out for you. Now, when it comes time for that contract extension 4 or 5 years down the road, then you would want an agent. But for that first contract, you don't need one, because the salaries are slotted based off of where you go. So I don't think it's just because somebody's black that they're going to get, talked down about. I just can't co-sign on that.
So
hey,
my perspective.
Okay.
Go ahead.
No. Go ahead. Common sense.
No, I'm saying my perspective on it is that, okay, I thought coming into this draft that Shedeur's comparison was always between him and Cam Ward. But from what I'm seeing, NFL scouts is saying that the gulf between Cam Ward and Shedeur is more than 50 picks.
That's impossible, right, bro?
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying, like, when we were coming into this draft, who were the two quarterbacks being compared? Not just from
it was 1-2.
It was where they
would
go in the draft, but just even skill set on the field. I know they're two different people. They're not the same person. I got it. Both of them have pros and cons. But I didn't think that the gap between them from a player perspective was more than 50 picks wide, bro. This is crazy.
But nobody was really like the heavyweights, unless they were leading us astray. Nobody was on that wave. Nobody. Everybody was. It was a consensus. I think even from that energy, that's why Shedeur decided to not participate, because he thought that I'm number one, number two. So I'm using the status that I have to chill out.
They knew he was going to fall, so that's why they didn't go to the draft. He didn't want to sit in the green room and be Jimmy Clausen and.
No, I'm not talking about him
Rodgers.
going to the draft. I'm talking about him participating in the combine.
Yeah, but
you were participating. Round 3 guy needs to participate, because
because look at all the other
increase your draft value.
Look, not participating is a thing. So let's not turn it to Shedeur not participating. But
the guys that do not participate are usually the top guys that decide not to participate, because the other guys need to increase their draft value.
Yeah, but Harry, he was projected by everybody board to don't go past 9. Right?
That's what I'm saying.
That's what I'm saying. Everybody can project you to go top 5, and then all of a sudden you passing 50 now, bro. Think about it. So the whole entire industry is wrong?
That's what I'm saying.
Hey,
That's
can I
why
say something
I
real
keep
quick?
thinking
Kat?
something happened. I'm like, am I losing my mind? Because usually the guys that the Mel Kipers and everybody that talks about the draft and the mock drafts and everything, if you go back and you start putting up the mock drafts that I posted on the communities page, Shedeur is in the mocks, right? Shedeur is not past the first round in the mocks. So what happened, bro? I need answers.
People
Hey,
started
let me say
watching more
this.
film instead of worrying about the hype.
Hey,
Yo,
let me
Phil,
say this.
before you say this,
Yo,
Phil,
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 wow, man. Phil, a
Phil is
wild
like
dude.
a Jedi. No, I'm telling you, if you really go back and you listen to the lives where Phil was on talking about this stuff, and him and DC, they've been Jedis because they kept saying it. They kept saying when this draft comes up, it's going to be a different story, and we should be prepared for that. I don't know how many of us listened to that because we were so enamored with whatever was going on, but nobody predicted this though. The
Hey,
Johnny, like 5% is saying the Johnny Unitas Gold Arm Award winner. Like when you get those type of awards, it's like, okay, you win the Golden Globes, right? You're going through the Oscar situations, or the promotions. You win all the right awards, and then when you get to the Oscars, you're not even nominated. Like this is what it's feeling like.
So let me ask you this, Harry. You are
hey,
telling me you feel the kid that they pick, the Giants pick, is better than Shedeur?
No. We're not
no.
gonna do that. We're not doing
Hey,
that.
hey, let me say something. Hey,
You can't have that honest conversation.
No, but it's not about big. It's not about better. Because if we turn that into who's better, then because I think we have to talk about what the need was
All right,
and
so
what the
it's a quarterback.
organization was actually going for. Let me get Tim in here. He's been trying to talk. So go ahead, Tim.
I would say to that is, Shedeur, he decided to follow his dad. But just say for the sake of the conversation, that
Before
Prime
you
was
go on, could you explain that, what you just said?
he decided to play for his dad. If he would have went to the SEC where he knew he could have a better O line and all that, I feel like he would have came out in the first round. But he chose to play for his dad, who's been coaching him his entire life. But we also discussed on this channel hidden agendas, people with hidden agendas. So I feel like a lot of them got hidden agendas, and now it's coming out. I'm starting to see it more and more and more on different all on ESPN, different commentators talking about how Shedeur ain't this and how Shedeur ain't that. The New York Giants picked a kid from from Ole Miss. He's not better than Shedeur, and then they had the audacity to compare him to Lamar Jackson. That's insanely crazy. Also, I feel like a lot of this is trying to get under Deion Sanders' skin. They haven't had the opportunity to do so because Deion always tell him, "I'm built for this," and so now he doesn't have any control of who picks his sons.
Man,
So
it just seemed like buck breaking, bro.
Yeah,
and
I think we're gonna evaluate everything because we need answers. So
Yeah.
now we're looking at everything, which is rightfully that's how people react. But there's a couple of things going on in the chat that I want that I want the panel to speak on. Father of two, husband of one is in the chat. You guys know who that is. That's a panel member as well. He says media, his dad, and YouTubers all hyped him up as a top 5. Scouts saw something different. I want to disagree. I'm going to start this one off by disagreeing.
You surprised he made that comment?
Am I surprised?
I'm just saying.
Well, I mean, Father of Two
But hold on,
been very critical, but I don't know that
there's a distinct difference between scouts and Mel Kiper and Todd McShay, because NFL scouts have always kind of held true to what we've seen right now. But Todd McShay and all those guys have been saying he was going to go top 10. But if you notice, as the draft process went further and further, the mock draft had him falling further and further down because the scouts were speaking out. So I think you saw the mock draft start to change their tune based off of what we were actually seeing from NFL scouts.
I will say this, Phil.
Hold on.
believe
Before you go there, 5%er is really, you know, he's pounding on this idea of the Johnny Unitas Award, right? Like, okay, if Eli Manning, Eli, I keep calling him Elon. Eli Manning wins the Unitas Award. When you win, like, just tell me honestly, if you win that award, right? That's not a consensus. Do you think he won that award because of his dad, number one? And then number two, if he won it honestly, right? When you win that award, isn't that kind of like a consensus from the football people that's to say, hey, look at this quarterback. He's one of the elite quarterbacks to win that award?
That means you're the best senior quarterback in college football, not the best quarterback, not the best player, the best senior quarterback. So it is very specific. So it's not like he had a large pool to go against.
But
so to
Phil,
me, it's not as
Phil,
impressive.
Hold on, let him finish.
No, that's it.
Think
I'm just
about
saying,
what
to
you're
me, it's not as
Say it
impressive.
slowly. What you're saying don't make sense.
Okay.
Why does it not make
Explain
sense?
it further so I could get it, because I'm not getting it. Explain it further.
The Johnny Unitas Award goes to the best senior quarterback. It is not Shedeur going against the rest of the quarterbacks in college football. It is specifically for senior quarterbacks. That does not mean he's the best player in college football.
So does that mean that we need to hold on? Does that mean that we need to now pull some stats and see how many senior quarterbacks were in the draft?
I mean, you can do that, but at
isn't
the end of the day,
isn't that guy that
real quick,
the quarterback that just went ahead of him? Hold on. The quarterback that just went ahead of him, didn't we say he was very old?
He was old, but that doesn't matter.
Tyler from Louisville?
Stats don't matter when it comes to the NFL. They look at your film and see who they feel can be the most productive for their team.
Hey, yo, somebody mute your mic because somebody's got some water in the background and it's very loud.
Somebody like they peeing.
Yeah, somebody's like flushing their toilet.
Washing dishes.
Okay. Hey, I want to say shout out to Janet G. Pratt. This is like one of the original BWBs, like, and off the channel, like, found me very, very early when I was like trying to get up there. So Janet, what up? You are in the islands. What up, island gal? Salute to you, Janet, man. Like she's been on this channel for a minute. So salute to you.
Can I respond?
So many questions are coming up because okay, so we're saying.
But
so hold on. On one hand, you step on the award and say it's only for seniors, but then we say the stats don't matter. So how can you put that into a nice little warm and fuzzy thing for me to understand it, since I'm a warm and fuzzy guy?
Yes. What I'm saying is, when it comes to the Johnny Unitas Award, I'm providing context to simply say what that award is for. Because people will name awards and some people don't know what that award is for. So I'm simply pointing out that it is for the quote unquote best senior quarterback for that season. Now, when it comes to stats and getting drafted, that doesn't matter. You will look at a lot of guys that played at Baylor, played at Texas Tech, played at Hawaii, played in your air raid systems in a college that put up great numbers, but don't get drafted because NFL scouts don't feel like they are a quality NFL prospect. So numbers and stats don't equate how high you're going to go in the NFL draft. Yes, stats will get you seen, but just stats alone is not what scouts are looking at. Because if that was the case, you would have had more people from Hawaii going number one, that played quarterback and put up great numbers. People at Baylor that played under Art Browse going number one because they put up great numbers. So that's the point that I'm making.
Let me say this, right?
I wanted to, hey, Panda, let me chime in on this just one second, and then you can have it. Listen, I hear all these reasonings and these excuses and downplaying his ability. Now you're cutting down the Johnny Unitas Award, which I heard them say.
I didn't cut anything down. I provided context to what the award was.
Let me finish.
But you're making an argument against something that I didn't say. That's the point.
Then you can push back. Let me finish. Now you're saying it goes to just the senior. When I hear them talking about either the best quarterback or the best passing quarterback in the Power Five, but now we're cutting it down. And one thing that we're glaringly glossing over, Warren Moon. Warren Moon went to Canada to play because the NFL wanted him to change position. Cam Newton refused to change position. They wanted Lamar Jackson to be a wide receiver. This is
Cam Newton was
nothing
the number
new.
one draft pick. What are we talking about?
They wanted Lamar Jackson to be a wide receiver. They wanted him to change his position. He refused to do that. Now,
so are you still on your racist racism narrative?
You listen, when it comes to the quarterbacks, African American quarterbacks, look at the history. It doesn't have to be what I'm saying. Look at the history of the NFL draft and black quarterbacks.
He has a point.
That's the only thing.
Well, just look at the Giants. Look at the Giants and their quarterback picking.
Well,
we only pick white quarterbacks. Okay, leave us alone. Leave New York alone. We like white people in New York. Leave us alone. Okay, do not bring up New York.
Harry B's the assistant GM.
Yeah.
New York.
That's what it sounds like. That's what it sounds like.
Hey, but let me just say what Phil said. Let me say what Phil said earlier. Who was challenging? Who was the senior that was challenging for the Johnny Unitas award? How many seniors was challenging Shedeur for that award? So that way that we can get more perspective. You would say that
I don't think at this point this has anything to do with whether or not he can play football. Yeah, like you going back. We know he could take
Tyler Show. Wasn't he a senior? Was Tyler Show a senior?
The question is not whether or not Shedeur Sanders is a good quarterback.
Okay,
Shedeur Sanders is a good quarterback
so we need to leave
with
this alone.
Things that he needs to fix. No, just like every quarterback, right? Cam Ward is the best quarterback, and like everybody acknowledges about Cam Ward's game, it's much more NFL ready and polished than Shedeur on day one. That's my personal opinion. I think that's what I understand that, but you can't take away, right, Cam Ward's skill. So we can't knock people either from benefiting from playing in successful programs.
Agreed.
Right? Yeah, I mean, it's basically like faulting every running back from Ohio State. Like, nah, he's not really that good. He really just had a nice O-line. You always gonna have a nice O-line at OSU. What I'm saying is, my question here is, were the issues, his cons, the things he needs to fix, so glaring that is what's causing his fall in the draft? Because you everything else is subjective.
Oh, Tennis is here.
I want to focus on what a scout might look at from a football perspective first, because I think all the other narrative confuses everything else. Because we know he can play football. My question is, as a coach, as a GM, or as a scout, are you saying the cons in his game are that glaring that you won't take him?
So let me ask you the same question. Name one besides the hole in the ball. Name two things as you as a GM wouldn't pick him besides holding the ball.
No, that is what I'm saying is the problem, but I think that's an issue that can be fixed. So to me, that wouldn't be a good enough reason for him to fall this far in the draft if I'm the GM.
There's not really a legitimate reason. That's the thing. It's not a real legitimate reason for him to fall this far in the draft to be picked up, because
anybody have a legitimate reason?
All those other little things, those are fixable problems as far as timing and as far as ball placement, as far as accuracy. That's what the NFL is looking for. But I feel like they're making up scenarios to why they don't want to pick him up.
I agree.
All right, guys, hold on. Let me bring on. He's been in the green room too long. Sorry, Tennis. How you doing today, man? Thank you for calling. I appreciate you. How you doing?
I'm doing good. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. We can hear you fine. Just hold on real quick. Let me handle some quick business. It just came through. Father of two husband of one. Thank you for your super chat. I appreciate it. Media at this moment is trying to soften Shedeur's fall out of first round. The NFL scouts, GMs, owners saw or heard something they didn't like. Stop it. He has problems as a QB. He was never a top 5. Man,
Name the problems.
So father of two is in the chat. That's his narrative, and he's standing on business. He just put his money. He just put his money on that.
You need to name the things that make him drop to third round. Be specific.
Do y'all remember the video that I made when my wife was the quarterback? Oh no, the running back, and I.
Yep. You was in the backyard.
We was in the backyard, and I was telling y'all, Shedeur has some mechanic problems. When he hands the ball off, is lazy. When he hands the ball, he's showing everybody the ball. Or do y'all think some of these
Giants pick somebody who so picks under pressure? Let's not go there, bro.
No, I'm just saying. These are some of the things that you think the scouts are looking at, where they're like, the NFL is about running the ball, and the way that you hand the ball off, you're not even doing a Caleb Williams, you're not even ducking. Are some of these things the reasons why Shedeur's not being drafted yet?
It's fixable, Harry.
Okay,
that's fixable.
But hold up, when you say fixable, are they looking to fix you as much as they're looking for you to already have a lot of these skills so that they can at least minor adjustments?
That's why he's in the second round, Harry.
Listen, the NFL, NFL, when they pick you and they bring you into that camp, they look at your raw talent and then they start critiquing you on every little thing. They try to perfect your talent and your ability, and then they try to teach you their system. So they have coaches that will teach you to perfect your ability, and they want to mesh that ability with their system. So they anticipate everyone that come in. All rookies have issues that need to be fixed. All rookies have issues and habits that need to change. Some they have to break them down to square one, and some they don't. And that's by personal experience. And,
hey, Ron, I got some pushback to what you're saying.
Well, I'm telling you, I was there, and that's how it was.
Well, when it comes to Shedeur, though, somebody that was being groomed since birth for the NFL,
right?
How to conduct itself.
Right.
So everything that GMs have a worry about when they're drafting a rookie, this kid is already ready for that. So it's pretty much like he's ahead of the game. He has the cheat sheet to the test.
And I agree with you 100%. And plus,
man, are we missing? Am I missing something?
Yeah, hold on. Can Tennis Channel say something?
Hey, Tennis haven't yet. Tennis came on to the panel. He hasn't said a word yet. Go ahead, Tennis.
Here's what we're missing, gentlemen. Right now, as we speak, there are 32 teams sitting together on a Skype feed talking about different players, who's going to do what, who's going to do what. That's it. That's stuff we don't know about. It's not about Shedeur. It's not about his weaknesses. We already know that. We done went through all the stuff about. Right now, it's about those guys that are making the money, and they're all sitting around saying, "Okay, how in the hell can you?" Excuse me, Harry. How in the heck can you have
we can't use the words.
32 teams? Listen up. How in the heck can you have 32 teams not pick the number 2 or the number 1 player in the country? That don't make no sense. Harry scratching his head and said, "I'm about to lose my mind." And a lot of us say, I'm saying there's something else going on here.
Because even from a business standpoint,
hold on.
But
do we believe? Is it that the fan base thinks that he's the number 2?
That don't pick Shedeur.
Hold on.
No, don't go off on that. I just used that. That was my narrative. I said that, okay? But the main thing that's happened is you got to remember these guys are communicating even now. There's nowhere in the world
You can have 32 teams and nobody gets them until a certain round.
But oh yeah. So listen.
How many teams can draft Travis Hunter?
Jaden Daniels is not going anywhere from the Commanders.
Travis Hunter?
That's not how the draft works. What's the name, Willie? The draft doesn't work. 32 teams need him because Jaden Daniels is in the DMV. He ain't going nowhere. You feel me? So
hey Harry, I hate to interrupt you. The Raiders are about to pick.
If they ain't get him, then it's a
do
wrap.
you think that the Shedeur is going to the Raiders?
No, we just talked about that's a team that can use a quarterback.
A backup, you mean?
Yes.
All right, we'll see. But tennis channel. Just understand that even yesterday when we was going through our commentary, Phil was pulling up what teams needed. So they got a TCU wide receiver, Jack Beck from TCU. The Raiders picked up a wide receiver from TCU.
Yeah, that's
okay.
Even the Big 12, even the Big 12 wide receiver is on the board, right? They got a Big 12 wide receiver, but Colorado's wide receivers were not good enough.
Common sense, Bob. Did anything I said just now just kind of like make sense a little bit? Didn't make any kind of sense. Did it cause you to think about, hey, there's something else going on here?
But no, tennis. No, the reason the flaw.
I'm talking the common sense.
But I'm the leader of the show, so you gotta. I mean, like let's not get it twisted.
This is a dictatorship. This is a dictatorship.
I'm Trump. I'm Trump. You're the Democrat, so pay attention. I wrote this here. So listen. No, so we got.
Yo, why you always do like that?
Do not get deported, okay? I will send you to El Salvador. Listen, so listen, we got to be fair in our assessments, right? Because you cannot just. We like Shedeur, so let's be frank here. We like Shedeur, but we have to look at the draft board and talk about needs. Because you can't just say 32 teams and nobody wants Shedeur. It's not about the 32 teams. It's about which teams need a quarterback. Because
Harry, but that's what
hold on. Let me land my plane and I'll give it to you. Let me land my plane. Hold on. Because what I don't want us to do as Colorado fans or people that just like, Prime and his family, I don't want us to get into a situation where we're not reasonable. There are football people listening. I don't want my show to be called a clown show. Listen. If you're gonna say that Jaden Daniels, one of the best quarterbacks from LSU, that was running the ball like crazy, took him to a playoff and won. I think they won a playoff game. If you're gonna say that the Washington Redskins should take Shedeur, when do you think Shedeur will ever play behind Jaden Daniels? So it has to be about need, not just because somebody needs to take him. That's what I wanted to put out there, and you can have it. Go ahead, Tennis.
But I don't understand what you're saying because my point is that you have all of the decision makers. They're decision makers. They're millionaires. They got plenty of money, so they communicate. They know who they're going to choose and pick before they even pick them. And so our conversation was well, Shedeur, his weakness. The reason that they didn't do it is because, his weakness, his this. We already know about that. That's why they have player development. So whatever team chooses him, they're going to help develop him in the quarterback that's going to fit their team. That's going to work. That's going to be the best fit for the team. That's with the team. But I'm talking about what's going on now. I'm looking at this whole weird scenario. We're gonna be going into the third round, right? Shedeur is still on the board.
So y'all just can't fathom a world where Shedeur just isn't as good as we think he is? Because even I'm surprised that he dropped this far.
I don't believe that, Phil.
We can't even imagine it.
Phil,
go get some cognac or something, Phil.
I can't imagine.
Go get something to drink, Phil. You tripping now?
Hey, Phil, I agree with you on a lot of things, but to say that, bro. Like I got pushback on that.
Yeah, I
but
got pushback too, man.
Hey Harry,
Yeah.
Harry, let me ask you guys a question.
All right.
And here's the question: do you guys think that Prime saying what he said about Shedeur, his son's not going to go to certain teams? Do you think that he should have been quiet on saying that instead of trying to take a playbook, a page out of Arch Manning, who said it?
Not Arch Manning.
Eli. Huh?
Arch Manning is the young bull. He ain't saying that.
I mean, his Eli Manning dad.
Yeah.
Archie Manning.
But he could say that,
Arch
and
Manning is the father of Eli.
Right.
Yeah.
The younger
So
Arch is named after the grandfather. Just so we're on the same page.
And we all know.
Archie went to New Orleans. Yeah.
Right. But and we all know that when his grandson come to the table to be drafted, he's gonna probably say it again. But how come I feel like he can say it, but when we say it, we get made out of an example.
And y'all want to use Kendrick Lamar for the halftime show? That's what y'all get.
So hold up.
Hey.
So are we still touting the racial lines?
Duh.
No, let's be factual.
Oh yeah.
Let's be
I
factual.
don't want.
Yeah.
Okay.
It is
But
what
that
it is,
argument right there, it's not the whole thing. If I can
No,
give you all a
it's not.
percentage of that, I don't mind conceding to some of that argument. But I
But
don't.
Harry, you can't name the mechanics he need to fix that will make him go third round.
Yes, I can.
I would accept any pushback.
Actually, I
you give me,
can.
Harry.
I literally made a video and my wife was the quarterback, was the running back.
Yeah,
I
but
can.
Harry, that's some mechanics that's fixable. That doesn't take a
But you have to now ask the question: Are teams willing to invest the draft capital? Right? Think about it. Are they willing to waste draft capital to fix a quarterback? That's the question we got to answer.
Well, it's second
No,
round.
it's not about fixing the quarterback. It's
But he
about
said that's
quarterback development. It's not fixing him. There's
But
nothing
you just said
wrong with him
fixable.
to fix.
Well, then what does fixable mean?
But no. You use fixable, but every quarterback that goes to a team, there is team development. Some quarterbacks just need to be acclimated to the team. This is how we do things. Even when you go to practice, you're always working on technique. You're always working on your weaknesses. Always, okay? So that's not, and that happens with time. But that's a bad word, Harry. Fixable. You're fixing him like, okay, you're gonna come in here, he's broke. That's not right. That's not the right word.
The wide receiver that the Raiders just selected. Did anyone see the highlights of that guy?
You talking about Jack Beck?
Yeah. Has anyone see the highlights of him?
I'm not even watching the. I'm not even
You
watching.
talking about the kid that came from TCU?
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah, he started off with LSU.
Yeah, that's what.
I couldn't believe what I was seeing. I really couldn't.
I think.
I couldn't believe it.
Was it that good?
No.
Okay.
No.
So I think at this point in the draft, to Phil's question, do we think that Shedeur Sanders is better than, because we're fans of Colorado, do we think that Shedeur Sanders is better than he really is? Well, I think there have been quarterbacks who ended up having better NFL careers that were drafted later than him. So I saw somebody put the example of Tom Brady. It would be absolutely ridiculous if Shedeur came anywhere near 199th pick. That's when I'm starting to have some real problems and maybe start to ask questions like Tennis Channel and Panda and some other people are asking, because at this point in both their careers, Shedeur Sanders is a way more accomplished college quarterback at this point in their careers.
Yes.
So when Brady went 199, that was based on his body of work in college.
And he was small.
Shedeur's body of work and Brady's body of work going into both of those drafts were clearly different. So I don't think it's apples and apples to say oh, look, some of these other quarterbacks who have had great NFL careers were drafted late. So even if Shedeur gets drafted late, he can still go to the NFL and ball. That's not the point. We're going off of their resume in college, or at least that's what I think we should be going off of. If this man
But
starts
that's
to
not how the
slip
draft
to
works. That's not how
70,
the draft works.
80, I get what you're saying, Phil. I
just don't like him because they
I am sharing my opinion, right? If we're looking at the body of work, right? Where does his body of work rank him is what I'm saying in this particular draft, based on the needs of the teams in this draft. Because it's not like he doesn't have a resume you could look at.
Answer the question he just asked.
Makes sense.
Anybody on the panel, answer that question. His body of work in college, where you think he should land?
Sure, he should be the second quarterback drafted. I don't know what the top quarterback stats were from last year, but I can pull them up real quick. And if we want to just simply go off stats last year, I can say, okay, well, this quarterback should go ahead of Shedeur because he threw for more passes, threw for more touchdowns. If that's the gauge that we're going off of, then we can do that.
How about we go off of what all the evaluators and you know, Mel Kiper and Yates, those guys talk to those scouts and they talk to GMs to come up with their boards. They don't just sit back and guess. They do watch film, but they have contacts that they rely on also. So they're not walking into the draft. They're not walking into the draft and putting their information up there blindly. They're not doing that. That's why I believe that's why Mel Kiper was so hyped yesterday. He couldn't believe that Shedeur was falling from the information that he had was falling as far as he was falling.
But Shedeur started falling earlier this week before the draft happened. So clearly the scouts were giving more information saying that, hey, Shedeur is not going to go in the top 10.
No,
so you can't pick and choose when you want to go with Mel Kiper.
They weren't giving more information. The NFL teams don't wait until 3 or 4 days before the draft to start evaluating these players. These players are evaluated from their spring workout the previous year until that's why they have those scouts at their practices continuously throughout the year.
So you're telling me that every year when Mel Kiper comes out with his mock draft 1.0,
every year,
wait, no.
Never.
You're saying that the 1.0 draft is the exact same as the 4.0 draft?
Exactly.
No, it changes based off the information, and that's what happened this year.
Aren't those words for trick questions? Every, never, exact. Come on. Give me a question I can answer.
Is this the first time you've seen a mock draft that is the 4.0 mock draft change from the very first mock draft that came out from Todd McShay or Mel Kiper or Phil Yates?
Oh, that of course. Every year they change it.
Okay, then. So why is it a problem that Shedeur's draft pick changed this year? If it happened before, why can't it not happen with Shedeur? That's what I'm trying to understand.
What was the lowest that any draft board you saw him on? What was the lowest?
The lowest was 9th, but then this week, about a week and a half ago, it changed to 21.
Okay.
I don't remember seeing that 21.
I thought it was 9.
Panda, you clearly are not. Y'all must not be keeping up with this because everybody started talking about him going to the Steelers at 21 about a week ago. That's why when we were talking about the show, when we were on the show, we were talking about, okay, if he don't go to the Steelers, he's not going to get drafted in the first round. What are we talking about? Am I the only one that saw that?
No. You've been consistent. Listen.
You right, Phil.
Can I just say something, a narrative that I'm seeing here? We got the FCS. We have an FCS player. We have Marshall, which is from the Sun Belt, right? We have UCF and we have TCU, which are Big 12.
And you have Jack Beck.
And none of Colorado players.
No players from Colorado.
No players from Colorado. So I just wanted to say that because I just felt like, it was nice to
Well,
say.
we never said that the Colorado players would go in the second round, first, second, third. We remember we was talking about Shiloh, and some people were saying maybe fourth round, fifth round, sixth round.
Oh yeah,
Undrafted.
those are the guys that's going to get text messages with
those,
their draft. Okay.
What about the other receivers? What about the receivers that CU had?
So you saying Jimmy Horn can't come out?
Jimmy Horn.
Jimmy
I think that's kind of like the point I was trying to make. Like what about BJ Green coming from
wow, yes.
Coming from what was it, Sun Devils?
Arizona State. He didn't even get an invite to the combine. So that kind of
so that's what I'm saying. So Mike Green from Marshall, he's an edge, and you're telling me that BJ Green was not a better edge than Marshall's edge?
There's so many different factors, like Phil was trying to explain, that really goes into it. What the team needs, the arm length, the hand size. The 40 time. It's a lot of stuff that goes into drafting these players.
That's true. I can see to that. I mean that's facts.
But one
I
thing,
I expect a lot of our receivers and a lot of our guys.
Top percent. Good night. Peace out.
That'll probably go in the maybe 6 or 7 round. I think they're gonna go, but it's going to be in a much later round because there's a lot of competition out there for us, but when you get to the 2s and the 3s, or 1, 2, 3, and 4. So I think our guys are good and good enough to play. I mean, but I think it's gonna probably be maybe the 6th or the 7th round for our receivers. So look for that.
Hey, I'm just gonna say Jack Beck. Jack Beck. He runs a 5.140. It looks like it anyway.
Wait, who's Jack Beck? Why you keep saying that name?
He just got picked up by someone. I don't know who it was. I was watching.
Yeah, he did.
You're talking about the wide receiver from TCU.
Yes. Yeah. I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe what I was seeing.
You mean like over LaJohntay Wester?
Oh my gosh. He could it's like night and day comparing the two.
Really?
Hey yo, Ron is having a tough time. I'm having a tough time. I'm trying to keep it together here, trying to run a show and keep it together as a fan. Maybe I should just run a show and not be a fan of nobody. Because then my emotions would not be up and down like this. I feel weird. I should not feel weird.
It's Phil's fault.
The reason why I feel weird, and let me get this out, and then I want y'all to respond. The reason why I feel weird is because Shedeur's a really daggone good quarterback, man. Like, I don't know. Am I missing something here? Shedeur is a top quarterback. How the heck do you get Jack Show to go over Shedeur? Now I'm really starting to get emotional. How the heck, forget about need. How in the world do you get Jack Show? Like, what is this? What are we talking about here?
And pay attention to that 80-something pick, man.
So look, okay, we got three on the board. That's it. After these 3, we're out of the second round. We're into the third round. Let me ask y'all now. Let me ask y'all so we can get up out of here because this draft is over. So where does Shedeur go? I'm gonna start with Common Sense Buff. Where is Shedeur going? Now he's gonna be a backup, but where does he go? Yo, Koala said he's counting how many times I say, am I missing something? I'm at 4. Because I'm so confused, Koala. I'm so confused. How you got one of the best quarterbacks? I understand even when Tom Brady's talent wasn't as glaring as Shedeur's. We understand that he did really well in the NFL, but that's in the NFL. That's once he got into the NFL. But Shedeur was a consensus talent. So the fact that he's still on the board is mind-boggling. I don't even know how to even think about this. But anyways, let's answer these questions and then we out of here. Yeah. Common Sense Buff, where does Shedeur go? Are you still here, Common Sense?
I think he took a break.
Okay. All right, Tim Smith. If you're not talking, mute your mic, please. Tim Smith, where does Shedeur go?
Man, at this point, um, I really don't know, but I think if I would just take a wild guess, I would say either Pittsburgh or um, LA Rams.
So
That
he's
would
gonna
be
be a
my
third
team.
string for one of those guys, or a second string.
Yeah, it just depends. Or he could be an undrafted agent, I guess. I don't know.
I'm thinking undrafted at this point. Ron Tay, where does Shedeur go? Does he get drafted, undrafted? What are your thoughts?
I think someone will pick him up in the 4th round.
So you're not even projecting third round.
Yeah.
So if it's 4th round, because the quarterback, the people that need quarterbacks are in the 3rd round. So if you're saying 4th round, then that means that it's just somebody that's going to shelve them.
No, I just think whoever was talking about the 32 conspirators, I don't know. I think they're going to say, okay, we taught him enough lesson. Let's get him off the board so we can go get these athletes like Will Shepard, LaJohntay, Jimmy Horn Jr. Someone's going to give Shiloh a shot. Someone's going to give the block bully a shot. You know, they got to get those guys off the board. I don't know. And BJ Green, my gosh, that guy's he's going to be something else he's going to be a starter in the NFL. He's going to be a starter in the NFL. He's good. He's got the body, the size. He's got the motor. Yeah. So that's the way out to 4th round.
Okay, 4th round. Phil, where does Shedeur land?
I don't know where Shedeur is gonna go, but I know that Jesus went to Calvary to save a wretch like you and me. That's love. That's what I know about the Jesus I serve.
What is wrong with you, bro?
But because listen, I'm a backsliding heathen, so I gotta put in scripture so Herod can still respect me. I think Shedeur is gonna go to the Steelers. I think at this point, the Steelers not having Aaron Rodgers in their back pocket for sure, I think you got to go ahead and draft him if you're the Pittsburgh Steelers. I think that's the only place that he has an honest chance, because that's a team that could use him, and he actually has a chance to start, because I think he's good enough to beat a Mason Rudolph to start if the Steelers aren't able to get Aaron Rodgers. If they're able to get Aaron Rodgers, why wouldn't you want him to sit behind Aaron? Aaron knows what it's like to slide in the draft, obviously not to the 2nd or 3rd round, but he knows what it's like to slide in the draft. He knows what it's like to play for a historical franchise. So I think if the Pittsburgh Steelers get him, that'll be a good fit for Shedeur Sanders.
All right, Panda, where is Shedeur going?
To church.
Amen to that. So was that your real answer, or because I'm about to move on
at this point, you need them grandmama prayers right now. Them real prayers.
But what round you think he's going at this point? Because he didn't make the 2nd round. Remember in his speech, he said, tomorrow's the day. We're gonna be happy. He said, make no mistake, this is under no circumstances, this is not supposed to happen.
But Harry, it's the 2nd and 3rd round tonight, so he still can go tonight.
Oh, the 2nd and 3rd are tonight.
Yeah, the 3rd round is coming up.
Later round next. Where you rushing to go?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm done with it. I'm so disappointed. I'm finished. I'm cooked.
All right, but okay, so but let's keep it real though. So the scouts aren't they aren't prophets either. They can't see the future.
True.
They're just making their best guess, right? And
that's why you get a Tom Brady.
Yeah, but I'm saying like they can't predict the future. They really have no way of knowing if a guy is gonna make it in the NFL or not. Right. You know, in many cases, a lot of these picks are hit and miss. Some guys are gonna play, some guys are gonna be forever backups. You know, so
look at Daniel Jones, right? Wasn't that the Giants pick? And they fired him mid-season last season.
So they're wrong too. So I mean, to the point Phil is trying to make, when football, of course, is a science. I'm sure there's a lot of science to it, right? Going to the combine, they're gonna get a lot of science on you, a lot of numbers, a lot of measurables, a lot of intangibles. but there's also an art to it, man. Right? There's also like knowing how to figure out how to use a player in the right way, in the right situation. So it's not always a bad thing, right? Because maybe this might push him to try to fix some of the issues he obviously has and try to address them, when maybe if he could have gone as a high draft pick without having to address those issues, they might have lingered longer. I think it is. I think it is very clear that they're probably having those conversations between him and his QB coach on the things that he needs to address right now and address them fast.
Let me ask you something real quick. Do you think the injury that he suffered is more severe than we thought?
Oh, the fractured back?
That's a great question that I
That
haven't
is a
heard.
great question.
Great question.
That is
Thank
a
you,
great
thank you,
question.
thank you.
Look at Panda coming through with the clutch.
Because that's the only other thing I could have thought of, bro.
Because the physicals that they give them is top notch.
Hey, Surfer Boy, I got you, man. I got you. I just asked my wife to bring my food in, so I'm gonna try to hang with y'all as long as I can.
But Panda, I'm gonna throw this question back at you.
Mm-hmm.
Would they have leaked the injury report versus the character report? Like, if I really want to sink your draft stock, would it be more effective to sink you in the draft by leaking that you have an injury that you have not disclosed and make you real toxic, versus saying, "Oh, well, I didn't like his interview"?
No, if you do that with the
character issue
physical,
is easier to overcome than an actual physical injury. So they did him a benefit if they only want to talk about character and not his injury.
yeah, and another thing,
but
you
I
can
mean,
be held liable.
that's in the public. That's in the public. If they know something injury wise, they're gonna leak it to each other, whoever finds out. So why not leak that out to the public as well?
No, you could be held liable.
That's a good thing. You could be held liable.
Wait, hold
could
up,
be
guys.
held-
Don't you remember
so you
Caleb
could
Williams?
slander or you could libel somebody anonymously and not be held liable?
Well, it'll be the a specific team or the NFL as a whole.
Yo,
You know,
y'all
they
remember
don't wanna
Caleb
do
Williams
that.
did not use the doctors from other teams or from the whatever the combine, whatever doctors they had. He said he was going to do his independent evaluation and send it to all teams.
I don't remember. I don't know if he did that.
I heard something about that. But yeah.
Yeah, Caleb Williams did not go to he did not use the combine doctors. He actually said, he put out a statement that he was going to use his own doctors and the information that he was going to send that information to all the teams. All right, so now we got the first round is over. Hold on, guys. The first round is over. Andrew Makuba. He got a similar name to mine. To my brother.
Hey, but look, that pick by the Eagles just goes to show their defense is going to be absolutely insane.
Yeah,
Makuba is a dog at safety. Their defense is about to be crazy.
They're planning on repeating, huh?
I'm telling you, man. The players they picked up and these draft picks, man. Oh my gosh.
If they pick the safety, why not pick Shiloh since he's head at gang CEO?
Uh-oh.
If they needed a safety, why not pick
shots?
Hey,
boy, that boy Phil
I'm
be
asking to see
flagrant
you know what
fouling
Phil's
over
doing.
here, man. This boy.
If you listen to Phil on this, you know what Phil is doing. He's look, at this point, he's just taking like toothpicks and just plucking at us. Like
you get a technical foul for that one, bro. You
look,
flagrant.
I went and watched Sinners earlier today, so I'm in my bag.
Oh my goodness! Please do not, no spoilers, please.
Great movie. You should go watch it.
Dude, all right, so it's official. Shedeur did not go in the second round.
Okay.
Wow.
I wish he would go. I wish he would go in the third or the fourth round. I don't think that's going to be the round where he would. And
he ain't got no choice at this point.
I'm just saying. Yeah, okay, right. But the reason I said that is because he would have to go to a team that's going to really help develop him. I don't look for him to be a week one starter, but I look for him to go to a real good team. They probably don't need him right now, but they're going to invest in him because they see the qualities that are in him, and they're going to keep him sharp. So who that is, I have no idea. have no idea.
Well, that's the benefit of going this late now. That is really that's old school developing the quarterback.
Yes, sir.
So
Yes, sir.
so Shedeur over these other guys needs that development based on the draft. He needs more development than these guys that went ahead of him.
No, I don't think so. I
No,
think
all of
Jalen
them need
Milroe
to
needs some development. I think Quinn Ewers is going to need some help. He really should have stayed in college football this year. Maybe he wouldn't have been at Texas, but he should have stayed in college football for another year. I think he didn't do himself a service by coming out early. I think Shedeur is a lot better. I think Shedeur is the best quarterback left in the draft right now. I think Jalen Milroe has a huge upside with his athleticism. But as far as NFL ready, I think Shedeur is the top guy right now.
I agree.
He been the top guy from the first round.
All right, so here's the lineup for the third round. The New York Giants. Okay, let's just go through his hopefuls, because I don't want to go through the whole list. The Browns. Thank you. Someone to drink, please. It could be like the Moscato.
The Browns are his best bet for the first 5 or 6 picks in the third.
All right, so the Browns at 67. The 71 is off the board, right? Possibly 73 with the New York Jets. I doubt it. Okay, at number 83. That's it. That's all I see now. So it's possible that he's not going on. He's not going in the third round. But if he doesn't go third round, then where the heck does he go? I'm about to say that again. I'm sorry.
Pittsburgh picked in the third round though. Don't Pittsburgh got like the 80-something pick, 83rd pick or something like that?
Yeah,
if he doesn't go
Pittsburgh
83,
has the 83rd pick.
Pittsburgh is 83.
Yeah, he can go third round.
Yeah, but if Pittsburgh doesn't pick him in the third round, then where does he go?
You might as well eat. You might as well go ahead and eat your food before it get cold.
Hey, bro, why they doing him like this, man?
Yeah,
the microwave.
If
what
no
in
one
the world is going on?
This is terrible, bro.
if he doesn't get picked in this round, I believe it's as Panda said, there's an injury involved. It has to be. They can't.
It ain't no injury. It's blackball. They blackballing him because of Dion.
What about rest of the players? Also?
Fellas, it's called a conspiracy.
Well, this is not the first time.
It's
not the first time that's happened in the NFL. I mean, so.
But you do understand a conspiracy means that people had to conspire against somebody. So that means they had to sit around and talk about the fact that, hey, we're not going to draft you. That's what conspiracy means.
Which brings me to the point of that meeting that all of the owners have when they're sitting on that Skype. All of them are communicating. All of them are talking.
No, they're not. No, that's not how that works.
Got a lot of money. Come on. They got a lot of money.
But you're wrong, though. You're wrong. They're not all on a Skype together. You just simply see each team that makes their pick because they're calling into the NFL. All 32 teams are not sitting on the Skype together talking about who they're about to draft next. That's not how that works. That's a false narrative.
But they all millionaires.
Willie
all millionaires. Listen,
Willie got his own draft.
One thing in common is to be ahead of the next millionaire. If I can buy him out, I'll buy him out. If I can switch something with him where it's going to be in my favor, I'll switch it out. That's actually how money rolls, right, guys?
Let me say this. I would normally look at it from Phil's perspective, but then we have to go back and say Colin Kaepernick is evidence that they do collude.
Oh, yeah.
Listen, if
however, before you say that common sense,
Yeah.
Then I have to play the devil's advocate and say his T-shirt would have sold and made up for the money that they was going to pay for him.
Listen,
Shedeur's T-shirt would have sold. So it's something deeper.
you know what's crazy though? Is that the NFL probably knows that if Shedeur had gone like an early draft pick, nobody would be watching the draft. Everybody would be watching well off right now.
Hold on now. You just
Because you know that boy.
Can y'all please
You
stop,
cooking
though?
the gas
This
right
is-
now.
This is ridiculous. Now y'all sound. I love Joe Rogan.
Why
Phil,
can't
let
I
us
have my
cook.
conspiracy
I
theory?
I know,
Phil, let us
right?
cook.
Hey,
Can we
everybody
finish
gets
finally,
one.
please?
Everybody gets one.
Listen, real talk.
That was
some
crazy though,
mushrooms.
because that was crazy. Common sense. I would usually back you up, but the NFL brand, oh my gosh, it's so big that everybody's watching for their team. Ain't nobody worried about Shedeur. Only us.
Listen. I love me
they
some
got their own
mushrooms
brand.
every now and then. I love me some ganja every now and then. But this is some real 10-4 stuff that y'all talking about right now. I can't get with it. I just can't.
2020, right?
Phil, don't get frustrated, man. I'm just saying this is my conspiracy theory, bro.
I know.
Why
That's
you
what
getting frustrated?
And you're wrong.
we
And
all get one.
I'm about to hit the send button on ice. I'm about to hit the send button on ice. I love you, but you got to go back to where you need to be.
Keep saying we wrong. We come up with our concern. Oh, you're wrong.
Hey,
Man, you're wrong.
What happened to freedom of what happened to freedom of speech, bro?
Yo, he about to see your ancestors.
Hey,
Yeah,
El
man.
Salvador.
Everybody
El
wrong. That's
Salvador,
wrong.
you're
Go ahead.
going.
That's
You're
wrong.
going.
Yeah. But that's wrong too. Okay.
Phil just still
Yo,
mad
right.
that you left.
Yo, I have never seen a bunch of dudes that are just so frustrated men on a panel trying to figure out. Lord, please give us an answer.
Oh man,
Do we need to start praying up here?
Hey, let me ask y'all a question.
I've almost lost it too, Harry.
Go ahead, Tim.
Hey, I want to know, have anybody seen anything on Well Off about are they having still having a draft party for Shedeur tonight?
Wow.
I mean, he already wore his outfit yesterday.
Shots. Wow, that's some shots right there.
Say that again.
Shots.
He already wore his outfit yesterday. I don't think they take him today.
Well, he said we'll be back tomorrow.
Yeah, but
he said our day is tomorrow.
Yeah, I was just curious. That wasn't a shot. I was just curious.
But curiosity could be a shot, you know.
True that.
Yo, Phil got the whole panel.
I like you do it, man. I want to see the Thundercat make. I want to see the little Thundercat naked, man.
Yeah, something orange with some lemon in it. Hey, but I got a just like Tim, I got a curiosity. And somebody need to pause their audio.
Yeah, somebody's audio back.
Somebody's feeding back. So I got a curiosity. Remember when Prom said he had inside tracks, right? He had connections, behind the scenes connections.
Don't seem like it.
What happened to those connections?
They got connected.
Well, I know one thing that he said was, I'm going to watch this thing Thursday, watch this bull jump. That's all he said, and he kept walking.
All right, so Cleveland just picked a tight end. So Cleveland clearly don't care about Shedeur right now.
Say what?
Phil, thanks for the update. Thanks.
Cleveland picked a tight end out of Bowling Green, so that means they did not pick Shedeur. So I think at this point, Shedeur is going to go to the Steelers at 83. I think that is my pick right now.
Anybody have any objection?
I didn't even realize that the third was already on. It's already going. Man.
If he does not, if Pittsburgh does not pick him, that definitely means there's something wrong with him. With him,
Right.
There's something wrong.
I don't think Pittsburgh is going to pick him, guys.
Well, if they don't,
Pittsburgh is not picking Shedeur tonight.
Harry, you sound too definite now. Hold on now. Ease up.
I'm just saying, like, listen, we've
Like,
been riding this
won you
train
over, bro.
We've been riding this train, this Shedeur train for a minute, and emotionally we've been up and down. one thing we have to we got to come to a conclusion, not to a conclusion, but we have to realize that there is a strong possibility that he goes undrafted.
Man,
I don't know if y'all are
if he
ready
goes
to
undrafted, Colorado ain't winning no more than 4 games.
What does that have to do with Colorado currently?
I'm just not in a good mood, so everybody not gonna be. I'm pissed right now.
I don't want peace. I want problems.
I want problems.
No, I'm pissed right now, bro. It's not making any sense, bro.
But Panda, you said it. You said it. It's possibly an injury.
That's the only thing I could think of, man. That's the
If
only
those
thing.
2 quarterbacks didn't get up the board, the 2 quarterbacks that went before Shedeur, if they didn't get up the board, then I'll probably feel a little different. But man, they got 2 quarterbacks that went ahead of him that we didn't even hear about.
Las Vegas just got a cornerback from Iowa State. Darian Porter, it looks like.
I got nothing here to do.
Okay.
Porter, just put some.
Phil,
Man, look, tell Keisha to get your order right and stop tripping.
Okay, get my order right. Stop tripping.
Yo, Phil.
All right.
Phil.
Oh, man.
Phil,
Yo, talk to me.
do any of y'all think that BYU game affected him?
Oh, gosh. Oh, man.
It was that terrible.
What do you mean by affecting him? I just want to make sure I understand
it
what you're saying.
affected how they saw him.
Everything affected him.
Like
his rap
big moment.
His rap career is affecting him right now.
In the big moment,
that Jungle
like he wasn't ready.
I think his rap career is probably the thing that's stopping him from getting drafted right now.
Harry, quick.
They told me bust down my AP, perfect timing. Come on, man. That's fire.
You ain't right, boy.
Y'all crazy.
How did Phil convert you so quick?
Yo,
Phil, you too infectious.
How you gonna get the lyrics?
That's fire.
That's fire.
Man, you remember when we used to hate Little B and them, bro? Now these dudes is worse.
But I think
who remember 50 Tyson?
I definitely remember Lil B.
Hey, I got a question. Okay, the Raiders just picked Iowa State, an Iowa State player, right? And if Tom Brady, part owner of the Las Vegas Raiders, and Shedeur says that, he could call Tom Brady at any given time. I wonder why he's not vouching to pick him up. Is there something that he may see that he's not ready?
Let me answer that real quick.
Wait, the Raiders
I know you, but you don't know me. That's what that comes down to.
Say that again.
Okay, so somebody just said they held his rap career. I mean, at this point, this is way beyond football now. That was the joke I was trying to make. It's like, what are we talking about now?
Yeah, we
either he can play quarterback or he can't play quarterback, whether he's rapping or not.
Yeah.
Can he play quarterback?
No, but your rap career can ruin your football career because
Harry,
you'll be in the locker room. You'll be in the locker room trying to write rap lyrics, as opposed to you trying to study the playbook. He'll be trying to write the next perfect timing, like perfect timing 2.0, and he won't be watching tape. So that could be a reason why he's not getting drafted right now.
No, I don't.
Hey,
can I agree with that? Because
can I just
I'm trying to say the most ridiculous thing I can find. Go ahead, Phil.
But look, Panda, you got a lot to say about me. But the good book says, touch not my anointing, and do my prophets no harm.
Who's the prophet in this
game, Panda?
Who is the prophet in this game?
Nigga, me. What you talking about?
We're not gonna use the N-word on live.
I'm sorry.
Here you go. Here you go. I'm not so co-signing that.
The NFL was not going to be pushed around by Dion and his son talking about we control his destination. NFL has responded. Yo, that's a good point right there. That is a good point.
But you know what we're not seeing too, guys, and I think about this a lot, about a lot of situations. We see what we see right now. We get a little philosophical. We see what we see right now, but we really don't see what we think we see. But what we see, we don't really see.
Whatever you're drinking, stop
Okay,
drinking.
now here's why I said here's why to some people it sounds dumb, but this is what I mean with that. We don't know what's happening behind the closed doors. All of this stuff that's happening now, man, it's a mirage, dude. Wait till the real thing happens, and then you'll see. Oh, I didn't see that. Oh,
I would say this, Tennis Channel. He have no off the field in situations. He doesn't have a kid that we know of. He doesn't have no off the field issues
that we know of. That's the point. Maybe he
how
does.
did he do that, man? How did he do that? We got a bunch of black men. How did he do that? Damn. But he did it.
What? What you talking about?
DC said his rap skills cost him the drop to the Filipino Football League.
Yo, who said that?
No speeding tickets, no wild parties. Like one of the players went to a party and they just turned the party out. For Colorado, he was at the party, turned it out. He ain't with the team no more. None of that, none of those stuff that we would say, that's the reason. None of that stuff, man. So that's
if somebody goes in the draft in this new cycle and they don't get drafted, could they go back to college and play one more year?
No.
Once you declare it, that's it.
Well, it depends. Some of them can. I found out that some of them can.
No.
Really? Well, what if they don't have an agent?
No. Once you declare and you've gone through this process, that's it.
Right. You're a professional now. You just gotta go figure it out.
There is a window where you can decide to come back and go once you declare, but once you've gotten to this point, no, that's not how that works.
I heard though, but that's what I heard, that if they didn't have an agent,
Willie might have a point though. I think
Willie, you heard wrong. Respectfully, you heard wrong. That's just not how that works.
Always tell somebody they're wrong.
I
mean, you're right in this case, Phil. You're right.
I'm going to get my proof. I'm gonna find out how wrong I am.
What about to go get chat GPT and find out? So when you gonna do that?
So why are we even discussing people who declare for the draft and go back to college? Are we already at that point? We should
bro. We talking about his rap career. We are beyond that point.
Come on, Common Sense. Don't do that.
I want Travis.
Don't change your name on me. Come on, Common Sense. Don't change your name.
Y'all wilding,
bro.
Why are we even talking about that?
We are talking about his rap career.
Yeah, nah, we're not even talking about that, man. No, that's not going to happen.
Bring back the music. They took the music away. Bring the music back. Bring it all back.
I'm actually thinking about it. Like, he could go to Colorado and be a coach of the quarterbacks. Like, I'm not seeing it. Like, this is the master plan.
No, that's Shallow. Shallow is going to be a DB coach next
year. Coach
year.
Prime is a genius. Somebody say Shedeur to Tennessee. We missed something?
No. Tennessee already picked their quarterback.
Hey, Harry.
Yeah.
Hey, I asked you this question last night, and I'm going to ask it to the panel again.
Okay.
With Shedeur falling as far as he has fallen and still falling,
I think he's about to fall out the draft.
What does that look like to Juju that entrusted Coach Prime, and he's seeing all this stuff that Shedeur had going on leading up to the draft? What do y'all think go through his mind?
Juju not ready, man. He could bounce if he wants.
Juju just got here, but
I know that. But what I'm saying is,
Hayden Salter more so than Juju.
Juju too, but I'm just saying, if Coach Prime couldn't even get his own son into the NFL, yet how does that? I wonder, what do y'all think they're looking at?
But he got Travis in.
Travis got himself in.
Yeah, he did get Travis in there. Yeah.
Travis got his own agent. Travis was like, I'm not on this Coach Prime thing. Lil Wayne helped me out.
Why is DC rapping in the chat?
DC having a time of his life. DC predicted this.
Y'all
I
were
can
not
honestly
willing.
say DC
I'm
was
just
the
gonna let
only
y'all
one
know.
that
Hey,
predicted it.
Panda and all the people calling us haters, y'all were not willing to listen to Phil or DC when they were trying to give us the hard truth. Every single time we talked about the hard
I
truth.
just didn't like his voice.
No, forget about the voice. This is an indictment to the prime fans, right? Every time somebody try to speak truth into like this situation, they're always met with the most vigorous, like, oh, you're a hater, you're this. But people try to talk football and talk like, hey, this is a possibility. Nobody ever wants to hear it. And then when we get to this point, then everybody start having the sad face and coming up with all these crazy narratives.
Bro, I'm still not trying to hear it, man. Not
Harry,
in the
it
third
could be
round.
both. It could be both. DC could be telling the truth and a hate at the same time. It could be both. Look at
true,
Phil.
but
Phil is our resident.
But you know,
you.
you know, there's something in psychology called cognitive dissonance, right?
Look at my
Where
brother.
oh yeah, it's like, you know, look it up though. But this is like me summarizing it. It's like the because you've held a particular belief for so long that when somebody comes along and tells you that that belief is wrong, you can't accept it. Right? So is the NFL trying to tell us, listen, the guy you've been watching for the last, 2 seasons at Colorado, 2 seasons at Jackson State is not the quarterback that you think he is, and we just can't accept it?
No, not at all.
Because this is making me feel crazy. Like
No.
I can't believe my own eyes. Like what I watched at Colorado.
No.
So were we wrong? Are you saying that they're telling us our eyes were deceiving us?
The NFL is crazy. The GM's crazy. The scouts crazy. All of them crazy.
Yeah, and Adam Schefter, Mel Kiper, all the pundits.
So basically, only one person from CU being drafted.
Just one, yeah, Travis.
Because if Shedeur going this late, there's no way a receiver going in front of Shedeur.
So why are we not celebrating Travis and we're so worried about Shedeur?
Because he already in.
Because the hype has been both of them going to go in the top 5. So we need well, one of them then already left. The other one's still on standby, but the hype has been placed in everybody's mind that he's going in the top 10, top 5, top 10, and it hasn't happened. And now we're in the 3rd round.
You think
I'm just hoping to get a chance.
Yeah, I got a
now we're just hoping that he could be a water boy.
I'm here thinking that he probably
Rudy!
his bonus signing bonus, he might have to get a chain back.
Oh,
it is crazy.
Well, let me ask you a question. Do you think Pittsburgh may consider Jimmy Horn at that 83rd pick?
That is very possible, bro. They could.
I hope it is.
At that point, a receiver is more important.
Listen, if anybody go before Shedeur from CU, it's a wrap. I'm done.
Well, I mean,
it makes more sense to get a receiver that late though.
They need to look at this talent that's sitting there from CU. BJ Green, the 3 receivers, Wester, LaJonte, and Jimmy Horn. I mean, Will Shepard. And because those guys are legitimate. They are.
Hey, let me say something. Travis, in his interviews, he don't sound like Shedeur. Somebody just said Travis is not Prime's son. RMJ said that. Travis, in his interviews, he sounds like us. Shedeur doesn't sound like us. Like, we're happy to just be there. We're happy, thank God. Travis sounds more like us. Shedeur sounds more like the GMs, like, people that already are there. So I don't know if that means something, but Travis is more like us.
Well, that's why they call him grown.
I'm talking about Travis.
I mean, Shedeur. That's why they call Shedeur grown.
I'm not talking about being grown. I'm talking about the humility of it. Travis sounds like he sounds more humble. When I heard Travis say something, and then he said, like, it just sounded like he was like not trying to lift himself up. He wanted to actually get the team lifted up. Like, he wants to help the team win, right?
He
So
does.
it's like, and then he will be the same person to mention Colorado, but nowhere are we talking about Colorado and what's coming behind us. So I got a question for y'all. What does recruiting look like for Colorado from this draft narrative?
They're gonna start spending the money.
No. Listen to what I'm trying to tell you. Players have already had their reservations, right? Now that we're looking at this situation where Colorado's only got one person in and he was the Heisman,
right?
What does that look like for other players that have decisions to make to try to come to Colorado? What is that going to look like for their recruiting?
It depends on how many of them going. It depends on how many of them get in after the draft is completely over with, and they make a team. That is gonna. Now, if nobody gets in but Travis with all them gold jackets over there, it's gonna become a comedy show for Colorado.
But it could be. I don't know, man. It's tricky, man.
It's gonna be a comedy show, Panda.
Panda's undefeated, boy.
I think it's too early to.
I'm trying to feel it like he's my cousin or something.
If you're thinking season over season improvement, right? So first year of Coach Prime, only Zay Weaver went to the NFL, I think, and he was an undrafted free agent.
Yeah.
Second year of Coach Prime, you got Travis Hunter winning the Heisman and then going number 2 overall. That is a huge jump from year 1 to year 2. But we know Travis is a generational talent, so you could say, well, Prime can't take all the credit for that, right? That's Travis.
Right.
What about everybody else? Now you start to get into what will the second rounders and third rounders that you need to round out your team. You're not going to make up a team of all 5 stars or all people who are going to go in the first round. What do they think? Because the superstar guys, I think, will still want to go and play for Prime because they get all the spotlight to do what they need to do. But how do you recruit a full team with those second and third rounders if they don't think that you can get guys to the NFL because of the virtue of not what they put on tape, but how they'll be judged by making a decision to play for you? I think that's really what the issue is going to be.
I think
I
also
agree
what I said
because
earlier.
the selling point has always been Prime have relationships. So if the selling points was relationships and they're NFL and they know and it doesn't translate, it does create some, not even for the players, parents. Sometimes the parents have an issue. You see what I'm saying?
And you know what? And to add what you're saying, if we go back a little bit, a few years to Jackson State, he had a couple of people from Jackson State make it to the pros. This one guy that I think he was playing linebacker. They switched him over to an edge. I can't think of the linebacker's name, but he's now playing with Detroit. And
yeah, but he wasn't drafted though.
No, he wasn't. That's what I'm saying. That was the good part, but he wasn't drafted. He went in there on his own and he worked his butt off.
That's not good. You want to get drafted, you make more money if you're actually drafted. What are we talking about?
You gotta remember, if you choose a free agent, you still a higher hand. They could trade you or get rid of you, cut you at any time.
Hey guys, I got a question for y'all for the panel.
Answer is no.
It's not a yes or no. It's not a yes or no question. Garciano, what's up with you, man? All right, then here's the question: what happened to the narrative of NFLU or Go Jacket University, and everybody saying you want to play for Prime because he has all those gold jackets and all those NFL guys around there? 100 and was it 5,000 years of NFL experience?
No,
right?
not that. No.
All right, 2,000 years of NFL experience. Whatever. I forgot the number that now at this point I forgot the number.
The number don't mean nothing at this point.
Right. Okay. So what happened to NFLU? Are we eclipsing that? Are we taking that narrative down? Just like we should take Shedeur's name down from the rafters?
Yo,
I think it's a good selling point for recruiting purposes. But
I'm an Alabama fan, in case y'all don't know.
But as far as
hold that again.
I think it's a good selling point, Harry, for recruiting purposes. But when this draft is over with, and you go back
because it's a selling point for recruiting purposes. But if you can't get nobody through the draft, then how are you sell? What are you selling?
That's what I'm getting to that.
Smoking mirrors.
I'm getting to that. When this draft is over with, and you go back and look at the previous years, look at how many players come out of the SEC and the ACC that get drafted each and every year versus the Big 12. I can count on one hand how many players that came out of the Big 12 that have been drafted so far.
Now they did a good improvement, as Common Sense said. They did.
I think it's good for recruiting purposes as far as all the Gold Jackets and the number of years they have on their staff that played in the NFL.
Point. That's my point that I'm telling you. I don't know.
But again, Genty proved all of that wrong. Genty got drafted.
I'm just saying, how is that good for recruiting? Because players are going to and family members are going to start looking at that and say, well, you guys told us that all these Gold Jackets that are here, and we know that the price of gold is getting cheaper. Okay.
You know what? Harry? How long you been holding it? Harry, you've been holding it for a minute.
Okay, that was
the worst, Harry.
Hold on. I'm just saying. Okay, hold on. I'm just saying.
Hey Harry, I got some data when you get finished.
All right, let me finish my.
I don't want your data.
I didn't mean to be joking.
Phil done pulled up the receipts. 1,500 SEC players went in the first round. What you about to do? What you about to say, Phil?
Yo, hold on. No, don't get that Phil yet. Let me finish my thought. Hey, Love Moves, what's up with you? Love Moves says, "Will Shedeur ever get off the board?" That's what we're talking about now. So you're selling the Gold Jackets, the amount of years. This is all Prime's doing. That's what I'm trying to point out, right? Because when Prime's in these interviews, hey, Alpine Garage Sports, what up with you? So when Prime is in these interviews and he's talking and he's being contentious with these reporters, right, who are asking serious football questions, Prime is really trying to, like, you know what I'm saying? Like he's touting all of these things like, well, we got how many years of NFL experience we got? I think that's something. You know what I'm saying? So like when he's doing all of that and being contentious with the professionals that are around that are covering his sport, and then we come to the draft, where this is supposed to be the draft where Coach Prime gets. I remember one show we was counting like 8 or 10 people. Do you remember that, Panda?
You was doing that.
Oh, okay. Now, okay, I'm alone on this one. Fine.
Yeah.
I'm alone on this one. Yeah. Prime is saying all of these things, and this is supposed to be NFLU according to Panda. Panda, don't let me put on your Bears. I got your Bears on. I will pull your Bears. Okay?
That file been buried. A lot of people don't even know what that file is.
You remember when you was like, this is going to be NFLU and all that stuff. But when you get to this place where we are trying to get one of the best players in college football, that's been highly talked about, to barely get off the board, what does that doesn't that send a message to parents that are out there saying, I don't know if I'm going to send my child over there because they're going to be tainted with the Prime juice.
Harry, Georgia have the same problem. Michigan have the same problem. We could go down the line. It's only 32 teams, Harry.
No, ain't nobody. Listen, Prime got guys in the draft, and his own son, who's really good, cannot get off this board. That's a serious question that people got to start paying attention to.
Harry,
that's what I just said.
This is going to affect recruiting.
I just said that earlier.
You don't think this is going to affect recruiting? If you are a parent,
is your data positive, Phil?
Hey, Phil, can I say something before your data?
Oh, hold on. I'm gonna just answer Panda's question.
Okay.
Data is just data. It's not right or wrong. The numbers are the numbers. Go ahead.
Not if you Trump.
What I was gonna say was, if they don't make it to the Big 12 championship this season, which, I mean, I still got a little bit more things to look at, but if they don't, You better believe that they're gonna jump in that portal like kids jump in the pool. And they're gonna be going to. They're gonna be
chance of playing at Colorado.
They're gonna have a better chance of going to the NFL by going to the SEC or the ACC if they feel like their talents is good enough to play in the SEC or the ACC.
But that's the thing. That feeling is not translating. We all felt Shedeur was good. It's not translating right now.
Okay. Hey,
hold on. No, stop. Let me get the data. Go ahead, Phil. You've been waiting patiently.
All right. So we're talking about just strictly numbers. We're talking about the best in whatever category. I looked up the 2024 leaders based off of sportsreference.com. Harry, you've used that website before. When it comes to passing completions, 2024, Kyle McCord, Syracuse. Passing attempts, Kyle McCord, Syracuse. Pass completion percentage, Shedeur Sanders, Colorado. Passing yards, Kyle McCord, Syracuse. Passing yards per attempt, Jackson Dart, Ole Miss. Adjusted passing yards per attempt, Jackson Dart, Ole Miss. Passing touchdowns, Cam Ward, and then passing interceptions. That's not a good thing. Joey Aguilar, that's the guy from Appalachian State that transferred to USC. That ended up transferring back to.
What are you doing right now? Because I need to understand why are we getting this?
Because some wait, hush. Well, I'm sorry. No, I shouldn't say that. I'm sorry. Somebody on the panel was talking about stats and putting up stats, and that's why Shedeur should be drafted in the first round. I'm simply giving you the stats and the leaders of each stat category and saying this is the person that's number one in that stat category. And Kyle McCord has not been drafted number one. We heard Kyle McCord's name at least 3 times when it comes to completions, attempts, and yards. He's not drafted in the 3rd round, the 2nd round, or the 1st round. So stats do not automatically determine where you're going to get drafted in the NFL draft.
Because
that's the point I'm trying to make.
Okay, so
wait. Hold on. So you're saying Kyle McCord is trash, putting up these numbers, yet Shedeur can break 100 CU records and still not be considered trash?
What I'm saying, right?
Hey, Cornelito said, look at the QBR numbers. Do you have those numbers?
It doesn't matter. But listen, Cornelito, you're missing the point. My point is Kyle McCord, Cam Ward, all these other quarterbacks had these numbers that were ahead of Shedeur, and they have not been drafted yet. So stats are not the only thing that NFL scouts.
Cam Ward only had
that's the only point that I'm making. Okay, listen to me. You're not listening to my point.
No, because you're trying to skew the numbers in a way.
I'm not skewing numbers. I'm simply telling you who was the leader.
Yeah,
and
but
my point
context matters, bro.
Okay, exactly. Panda,
context of the numbers matter.
Panda, you're proving my point. Stats alone do not matter.
Yeah, but that was the tennis channel. We don't count that.
You right.
So why are you coming at me? Then you should be on my side. And then
I am on your side. I'm just saying you're wasting your time. We talking about the tennis channel.
Panda, watch your tone. Look, we can meet up on 75. We can meet up on I-75. I know you.
Okay,
I got a V8 Chevy.
I thought those numbers were gonna support something.
No, hold on.
Hey, go back to your questioning, Harry.
Hold on, Harry.
Panda, you're doing like so. Phil, you didn't even answer my question. You're giving QB stats based on something different. Because I have a question on the board. I have a question on the floor, but you're ignoring that and you're giving me stats. I don't care about stats no more. I don't care about stats.
It's a lot of background noise.
Hold on, Harry. I was addressing a previous point that was made. That's why I brought up the stats. So what is the point you're trying to make so I can address that directly? I'm sorry.
Yeah, forget about stats. Who cares? I don't care.
Okay, I got you. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah. So listen. We're talking about. Hey, can y'all mute your mic if you're not talking? We're talking about. I'm talking about recruiting now, right? Because this is going to affect Colorado, no matter how you look at it. The Go Jackets is what I brought up. I said, listen, man, we've been saying that this is NFLU. Panda is on a couple of videos saying that this is going to be NFLU, right?
I lost my pom-pom, so it don't matter.
You know, you didn't lose it. I know exactly where you put them. So don't worry. I got you. So if this is NFLU, there's all these gold jackets and 100 and 1,000 years of NFL experience and everything, and that's our selling point. And you can't get your son into the NFL draft you can't get him off the board. How does this affect other guys and parents that are considering CU that are either in the portal or are talking from high school? Because there's a lot of visits that are coming. That is the question that I have on the board right now.
Okay, the best answer I can give you real quick, and then I'll return it to the floor. Bill Belichick, he has the exact same amount of years, if not more, or maybe less by maybe 5 years, as Colorado has when it comes to NFL years of experience. So if University of North Carolina next year has more guys drafted than Colorado, then I think that puts the argument to bed, because Bill Belichick has about 120 years worth of NFL experience. So that's where I think we're going to determine whether or not that whole, we got NFL experience is actually going to matter.
Well, no, I'm saying, like, you know, I'm saying right now, right? Because people are currently making decisions.
Listen.
We got the portal. We got people that are in the portal that we're hoping to come here. We need an offensive line. Our offensive line is not where it needs to be at. And for those of y'all who are going to try to push back on that are in the chat or wherever you're listening from, Coach Prime tweeted out a list of guys that he needed, and on that list is defense and offense. At this point, you know, it's reminiscent of 2023 all over again. So these are real questions that I know some of y'all don't like to talk about this stuff, but I've been right on a lot of stuff. I'm willing to talk about it.
You've been holding that back whole night.
But no, I say that all the time. I know people come at me hard and they unsubscribe, but then they come back and they're like, yo, Harry B, I'm sorry. Like I'm just saying, it's like, come on, like, because I'm willing to talk about it. I'm willing to talk about it. I'm not shy. I'm not going to shy away from topics that I know that my team can benefit from. Some people see it in the early stages as hating. Y'all be hating on my panel members like DC and Phil and them. They be trying to bring up, you know, strong topics for football conversations. And then it's like in the chat, everybody
wait,
like a lot of hate. So I'm like, oh, you're a hater for just bringing it up. Like, oh, Coach Prime is going to be fine. Then they try to use God and all of that. The Lord Jesus Christ is going to do X, Y. I'm like, look, God is not playing football. Jesus Christ is not worried about football.
There's only 3 picks left.
Dude, it's almost done.
Jeez.
No.
Oh.
No, this is a whole list.
Oh.
I'm just at the top so people can see who's next. So I'm just saying, if we're gonna tout the gold jackets and we're gonna put out the hundreds of years of the NFL and people saying this is gonna be NFLU, we got the recent DC is an NFL guy. We should be able to make some phone calls to get our guys in the NFL.
That's not how it works, Harry. So
all right, okay, then don't use that as a selling point when you're talking to these parents because you're selling them a dream.
He wasn't using it in that way, Harry. He was using it to
say. Oh wait, you're saying that Prime never used the NFL experience as a recruiting tool?
He was using it as a recruiting tool in saying that they've been where they trying to go. He wasn't using it.
And we can get you there. They literally came out of their mouths and said, we can get you to where you are trying to get to. That's the NFL.
Yeah, but
that's true.
You're gonna get there as long as your name ain't Sanders. So ain't nobody else got nothing to worry about.
No, but you gotta worry because if your name ain't Sanders,
that's the point I'm making. If your name is Seaton, if your name is Seaton, first round. If your name is McKinney, first round. There are going to be many more of those coming out of Colorado. This is just what's happening right now. Is the name on the back of the jersey.
So y'all don't want to talk about the gold jackets?
You think DJ McKinney is the first round?
So nobody wants to address my gold jacket situation? Should I leave it alone?
Yeah, thank you.
No, I mean, I agree with you. I mean, I look at it as if you, I don't know. I kind of look at it like,
Jimmy, you don't agree with him. You know you don't agree with him.
I do agree with him, because if these kids have dreams and aspirations of going to the NFL, now the ones that's coming from the SEC over to Colorado, that means that you couldn't cut it in the SEC.
I said it once and I said it again. Colorado have always been a hospital for people who are injured and trying to make their way back.
Oh, wow.
Don't start that. Hey, no, you're supposed to start that after 12 o'clock. Hey, Panda, that's like the after hours when you start saying stuff like that. It's still too early. And I'm not planning on staying here forever either. I'm not doing this because
We got 2 more picks.
Yeah,
before Pittsburgh.
Yeah, if we after we pass pace the 83rd pick, I'm getting off of here. All right, and then from there it's just going to be text messages, because the guys are going to start getting Instagram. They're going to start getting DMs.
This is like a car crash. You can't look away, bro.
Yo, I'm looking away.
I can't look away. What am I looking at?
After 83, I'm looking away. I'm going to my family. Okay, they got me some chicken. They got me a chicken sandwich dinner. I already crushed it, and I got some Moscato that's waiting on ice, and I need to go get that.
You gonna need it.
Yeah, I know. I've had a tough week, and I need some Moscato. Okay, I can't do this with y'all.
You drinking Moscato?
I'm gonna message you about
Dude,
Jones. You know about
I'm a
Jones?
punk when it comes to drinking. I don't drink
Man.
hard drinks.
Yeah, clearly.
I drink
You need to be a
everything
grown
sweet.
man.
Huh?
I said you need to be a grown man.
Harry on that Boone's phone.
No, it got to be sweet and a little bit tangy, and then I'm on it. Okay.
Harry, that don't even sound right.
Wait. That's not no Paul situation.
Sweet and tangy. You need to watch Sinners. I'll just leave it at that.
Oh Lord. Hey, we got 2 more seconds. We got 2 picks coming in. We got 1 more pick after. We're watching 83. This is where we at. This is the 3rd round, guys. If we can't get one, hey, Alpine Garage Sports says Shedeur will be drafted, and the only ones that will remember it was in the late rounds will be those that hold on to it. I mean, yeah, but
no, that's a part of his
dad,
story.
Hold on. If his dad wasn't flexing all the time, this would be easy to swallow. Paul,
So you're blaming Prime now?
of course. Are you kidding? Why you think a lot of people are so crushed? It's because of Prime. If Prime wasn't so brass about everything, if he wasn't out there like telling people like, if my son, like that tweet that he sent, my son is going to be 1st round draft pick. What is your son? If he wasn't saying stuff like that out there, this would be it'll be a soft landing for Shedeur.
Hey, that ain't fair. That ain't fair, Harry. Because
you telling me that people whose livelihood depend on winning games and growing a franchise would allow that to affect them? It didn't allow it to affect LeVar Ball when it came to his kids.
But he got 2 drafted. He got 2 drafted. Prime can't even get 1.
Hey, Harry.
But that's not the point. They drafted them anyway.
Hey, Harry,
go ahead.
How can we criticize somebody that's been this way his whole entire life? It's almost,
that's an easy one.
I know, but I have pushback to what you just stated. And do I agree with some of it? Yes. I feel like Prime should have been a little bit more cautious on his choice of words. He should have thought it out a little bit more before he let it roll off his tongue. But he's blunt like that. But what I'm saying is the NFL, I feel like the NFL wants you to be one of the good old boys. And Prime ain't like that. But I feel like some of his choice of words could hurt his son's chances of making it to the league early on? Yes.
So at 1 minute, you're saying it's his play and he needed things to work on. Now you exhausted that. Now you're saying it's Prime. Then you're going to exhaust that. Then you're
this is what I'm saying. I'm not saying what he said is the reason why Shedeur is not getting drafted. I'm saying it's the reason why it's hard for the fans to get with it, right? Because you put it out there. A lot of us had to defend that because we're channels that support Prime. So a lot of us had to defend that. And a lot of the ways that Prime is, a lot of us have been on here and we're just like, yeah, Prime, let's go, Prime, more of that, more of that. I'm talking about the Prime, the creators now, right? So that's what's happening. But you put it out there and you're tweeting this stuff. You're calling the kid that left and he did an interview. You say he was mid, he wasn't anything, and then now you're not getting drafted.
Say that. Don't
what?
do that. Prime did not say that. That
It
was
was
a
Shedeur
comment.
that said. Shedeur said.
No, Shedeur didn't say that. That was said by Match's son.
Shedeur said the kid was
the
mid.
one who responded to him.
Hey, Panda, remember now, I create videos from research, so you cannot out. I'm trying to tell you stuff that Shedeur said. Shedeur said the kid was mid. You remember the interview with the kid? He put it out there. He said that the kid was mid. Okay.
I don't remember. I remember.
Okay, but I got receipts. They're in videos. I got money. $300 off of one video, 200 off of this one, 400 off of that. I got receipts on video.
That's not receipts. That's just saying the money you make on videos.
Yeah, but with money you have receipts.
No. That's just you make money off the video.
So I got receipts. That's what
a
receipt is. It's a transaction.
On the board now. The Steelers are on the board now, so this is going to determine if we're going to go to bed.
Fingers crossed.
Right. This is going to pour my Moscato.
Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed.
Because my wife came in here and she can't open the bottle, so I got to go open my bottle.
Is Keisha American or is she Nigerian or Liberian?
She's from DC.
What does that mean?
Yeah, that boy Phil just asked you for her papers. I don't be answering questions like that when Phil.
Right, I know, right? Phil trying to get me caught up.
Yeah, bro. Don't tell him nothing.
That's a good catch. Common sense. I wasn't even trying to. I was just trying to see because them African women strong.
I'm glad I got a brother on here looking out for me because Phil over there, he's a double agent.
I didn't even
working for Doge and for Trump.
Was doing that.
Alpine, what you saying? Players that are injured for half of 2024 are being drafted now. I need to declare. Pretty quick. Players that were injured for half of 2024 are being drafted now. Is that an indictment on Colorado?
The Steelers running back Caleb Johnson out of Iowa.
Over.
Oh my God.
Wow.
It's over.
Out of where?
Out of Iowa.
Oh man.
Yep.
Wow.
That's it.
Wow.
Ladies and gentlemen, Shedeur did not make it out of the third round.
Man, listen, if this boy go undrafted, oh my God.
I'm telling you, I think that's where his headed. I got a funny feeling he's going to go undrafted.
There's nowhere else.
He's being blackballed, bro. He's being blackballed.
We are looking at number 93. It's a possibility, but no, I think that's it. Shedeur is not going to get drafted.
Wow.
Pittsburgh is crazy. They're not going to go nowhere. They're not going to win no Super Bowl this way.
Hold on, Tim. Chill out. The Cowboys ain't winning no Super Bowl, and the Saints ain't winning no Super Bowl. So chill out.
Hey, you know what? I hate the Cowboys, so I can care less if they win a Super Bowl ever.
Hey, I'm a Giants fan. You know how we feel about the Cowboys out here in New York.
Y'all will be picking up a new quarterback next season.
But seriously,
we're going to get rid of our quarterback, but who has a question? Go ahead.
Seriously, guys, at this point, are we accepting the fact that he isn't good to go at this point?
Okay, I got a question.
No,
based on
they're not willing to accept it.
Hold on, let's get the question out, guys.
I got a question.
Let me finish my question, man.
Panda just had a question.
Go ahead, Ron, man.
No, I said. I think it was Ron said he had a question. I said, go ahead. And then Panda started speaking. You know how Panda does.
Bro, I had the question. See, you always do me like this.
Let Ron ask his question. I'm coming to you next. Come on, go ahead.
I just wanted to ask about the other players. What do we think about them? What round do you think?
Give it up.
The other players, the receivers, the defensive players, do we think they're going to get picked up in
No.
these remaining rounds.
Come on, man.
No,
If
Shedeur
Shedeur
was
isn't gone
overhyped, then
yet,
you know they're overhyped.
they trying to teach them all
It's-
a lesson.
I don't know if I can't accept this overhyped stuff y'all keep talking about. Shedeur was not hyped. Shedeur is a good quarterback.
Agreed.
I don't know why we keep saying overhyped. Well, how can we associate
Is
overhyped
only
with
Phil
Shedeur?
saying that with his big head self.
Like, where are we getting that from? I mean, obviously something happened, right? Something happened. We don't know. We're not privy to that information. But for you to levy overhyped with Shedeur's name, that's a strong allegation that I can't. Like, where is it? Where?
Wait, Scatterboo is in the draft?
Scotty,
sure?
yeah, of course.
Yeah, Scatterboo in there. He haven't been picked up yet. But I thought Will Shepherd would have been late third round, fourth round pick.
Will Shepherd or LeJohntay Wester?
No, Will Shepherd, just because of that big body frame.
Yeah, his height. His
height. He's NFL. He's the type of NFL wide receiver that they be looking for.
So look, man.
That is not true. Shedeur not listening to the coaches. That is not true. The style of play they was running gave him the ability to check out of the play. So that's
no. I think what's her name had the same sentiment as well. Coach, the coach that left that went to San Diego State.
What?
Sean Lewis. Sean Lewis said that Shedeur was not listening to him.
No, if you draw option plays and giving him the option to check out, that is what's going to happen.
I'm just trying to tell you what Sean Lewis said.
We can't count that liar. He's a liar and a thief, and he bald-headed. But I'm bald-headed.
You sound like you're hurt.
I'm just mad, man.
Yo, Panda, you sound like you are injured.
Bro, bro, my pom-poms is like, I'm hurt, bro.
Hey, you know how the pom-poms are like those little leaf things that are like all brought together? You're like, your leaves are blown away.
Panda about to jump in the portal for real.
I need some water. Like, I need some milk. I need something, bro.
Yo,
like this.
Hey, man, this draft is over for Colorado. Hey, man, we were on here just not too long ago counting 8 players, bro. Where did we go wrong? Am I missing something? That's my 10th time saying it.
It's plain and simple. We act like we know more than these NFL scouts know because we on here talking ish. We don't know what the heck we talking about. We just talking to be talking.
Hey,
we ain't getting paid for this.
Phil.
Yeah, but Phil, you telling
me some of these NFL scouts should be fired. The Cleveland Browns, they've been having number 1 picks for the longest, for 50 years, and they still haven't gotten anywhere.
I mean,
they still know more than
wrong.
Tim, if we take a step back, it really got some good players that's not drafted right now. If we really want to be honest and take the focus off of Shedeur for a second, they got some big name players that are still in still haven't been drafted.
Yeah, Melrose, one of them from Alabama. You know,
I'm talking SEC schools, like you said. Like,
yeah, I just named one from Alabama, and then you got the quarterback of the national championship still sitting there too.
I forgot, yo. You right. Wow, this drive is really wild. Imagine if they went and got monies from their agents already.
Hey, Panda. Hey, you also got to take into consideration too. Last year there was like 7 quarterbacks, good quarterbacks that came out.
That's true too. That's why what's the name went back to school. He was smart doing that. Cam Ward went back to school because he wouldn't get drafted. Did Shedeur have another year of eligibility?
My question is, why do we keep talking about that?
I think he got
just saying in context, if he should have waited, because if all the teams took players last year, quarterbacks last year, there was no room for him. He only had 3 places he could have possibly go.
Somebody said the XFL last night. It ain't looking too bad.
You know what, Tim?
That's wild.
Tim, Harry, and Phil, y'all need to ease me up. Let's shift the conversation. My blood pressure high. Please.
Yo, what is going on, man?
Bro, this is bad, man.
So you trying to tell me Prime couldn't call?
This has to be
Eric
the
Jones
worst
and say, "Do me a
slide in draft history.
I agree with you, Common Sense. It's gonna go down in history. Is like, man, dang. I just hate it for this kid. Like, how do you
but
show
not just
face?
Shedeur alone, bro. They got a lot of good players that is still not a call, bro.
Have Prime been tweeting anything? I know I haven't seen him in front of the camera.
Yo, somebody say Bronny James better than Shedeur. You wrong for that.
Hello, hold the line real quick. Hold on, guys. 1 second. I didn't even know I was not on. Have y'all noticed I wasn't on for the past couple of minutes?
We thought you went grab that Moscato.
Bro.
Oh no. I did something with my screen. I put a round take. Something happened with my technology, and I got out of the whole streaming. All right, so look, let's break it down for people who may not understand why we're saying Shedeur's not getting drafted, because of, if you look on the board, what's left, we got Green Bay, we got the Jags, we got Tennessee, we got LA. So just so people can know, we got the Texans. Sorry. So just so people can know, it's all about needs right now, and there is no more need for quarterbacks for Shedeur unless he's going to be backing up somebody at 93, maybe the Saints. I don't know if 94, the Cleveland, the Doodoo Browns, they pick him up.
The Saints picked up a quarterback already with their stupid self.
So at this point, like, there's nothing left here that we can say, right now everything is going kind of fast. So this is it. He's not going to make it out of the third round. So I mean, he's not making the third round.
And, and everybody who needed a quarterback has had multiple chances this draft to take them, and they haven't. That's what the problem is.
Man. He got to be hurt or something.
That part, Common Sense. That part right there.
Common Sense. What did you say?
I said, and everybody who needed a quarterback has had multiple chances to take them. It's not like they needed a quarterback, but they didn't have a pick, right? Multiple teams have had multiple picks, and they've passed on them every single time.
Right. So that's where we at. So now is at this point, if they wanted him, they've had the best opportunity to pick him. So now, what are the scenarios for him to be invited to camp, to undrafted free agent? I mean, undrafted. What's the name? Invitee. What are the scenarios that we have for Shedeur at this moment?
I think he might even get an invite.
I mean, we still got more rounds to go.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think he's gonna get picked up in the later rounds.
Man, you said that about this round.
What round is this? This is just the fourth round. This is the third round.
Y'all about to mess around and lose tennis.
Okay, we
lost Panda already.
Okay, we got 7 rounds. Okay?
Tennis says how many rounds we got?
if he doesn't get picked up between 4 and 7, then we have something to worry about. But right now, because Brady was a 6th round pickup.
Yeah, but but think about it. Not because Brady was 6th round, that means the scenario that Brady had, that's going to be a scenario for Shedeur. Keep in mind, like Common Sense just says, there has been multiple opportunities for these teams that need a quarterback to pick him up, and they're not, right? So, I mean,
how could that be?
Keep him all the way till he drops all the way down to the 7th round.
Yeah.
I think at this point,
how could that be? Hold
on. At this point, the teams are trying to now build their roster with need. So with now you're looking at inside linebacker, you're looking at tight end, you're looking at defensive ends. Teams are now trying to use their draft stock to build. So if you don't need a Shedeur and you already think that he's use good or messed up goods or whatever you already tagged him as, you now can save your draft stock, build your team, and then bring him in as an invite.
Okay, here's what I would do. If I was
go ahead, GM.
If I was Shedeur, this is what I would do.
If you were Shedeur,
listen. Yeah, here's something. You have a lot of money. You got about 2 or 3, 4, 5, 6 cars over there. You're set pretty much for life. Come on over here to Canada and play. Play for the Canadian. Play the Canadian League. We're gonna pay you.
We lost Willie.
Don't do that.
We lost Willie. All right, we lost
Why?
Willie.
What are you
Don't do that.
Another TCU wide receiver.
Hey, Harry.
Hold up. Hold on, guys. Hold the line. Green Bay picks another TCU wide receiver.
I was just finna say that. Like,
Davion Williams. Another TCU wide receiver.
Hey, Harry. I was gonna say this real quick. If Colorado had the best wide receiver core out of the Big 12, then how come TCU then put 2 of their wide receivers in the NFL, as well as Iowa State then put 2 of their wide receivers into the NFL?
That's a good point.
Because numbers don't matter. It's about skill set and it's about fit. That's what it boils down
to. So common sense.
So hold on, Tennis. So Phil, you think that TCU, the 2 that just got drafted, and Iowa State has some good receivers. I ain't gonna even lie. But do you think they were better than LeJohntay Wester?
You're missing the fit part.
There's a difference between rating and ranking. You can rank somebody based off of their stats, but you can rate somebody based off of their actual ability. And I think that's the issue that we're looking at when it comes to anything dealing with Colorado.
But okay, I like that. That sounds so sophisticated, right? But come on, let's do some street barbershop talk. Like, come on, are they good or not? I mean, like, what we talking about? Forget about all this ranking versus rating crap. If we're talking about dudes we having the best wide receivers room, that means our wide receivers can go out there and they can run. What did Coach Prime say? They can run out of the stadium if they catch it. So if they can run out of the stadium, why are they not running off these boards?
But Phil, who ranked the wide receiver core?
You just going to ignore my question?
No, I'm just backing you up. Who ranked the core?
I will.
It wasn't like we ranked the core; they ranked the core. The writers, and the football heads.
Nobody ranked them. We just said what that.
No. That is incorrect, Phil. That is incorrect.
Phil,
the writers ranked them.
Okay.
CBS Sports ranks them.
So let me ask you this.
So let's not say, it was us YouTubers.
I got you. But my point is, can you give me any evidence of anybody that rated a CU wide receiver in the top 20 receivers in a draft? Because the only person
You're being unfair. You're being unfair. You're trying to be sophisticated, and this is not a sophisticated conversation.
Harry,
we're in the barbershop.
We're in the barbershop. I said, take it to the streets. Take it to the streets, brother.
Okay, so I'm gonna take it to the streets.
All right, keep it on the streets. Do not get sophisticated with me.
I got you. The wide receivers for Colorado are trash when it comes to the NFL. They're not going to get drafted. They may be on the practice squad, and that's about it.
Stop it.
I didn't say take it to the gutter. I didn't say take it to the gutter. I said to the streets.
This is what you asked for. This is what you asked for. So I'm giving it to you. The CU receivers aren't that good.
Yo, I didn't say take it to the gutter. I said the streets.
You know that?
Street level
receivers.
Hey, Phil,
CU receivers
I
aren't
said
that good,
street
and
level.
clearly the quarterback's not that good either.
I said street level, not good, not in the sewage, and not in the New York sewage. Okay, street level.
I said what I said. And I'm gonna be quiet.
Dude, you get kicked off the island.
Gosh, what is going on?
Listen. There's a fire sale on Colorado players, and they gonna take them with the lowest price.
I know,
because for every pick that they don't pick Shedeur, his price is going down.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a fire sale on a quarterback right now, and all the organizations are in on it. Nobody's gonna pick him too early and pay him a single dollar more than they need to right now.
I'm saying it. They blackballing him, man.
That's what I was trying to tell
They're
you.
gonna get Shedeur for bargain basement prices. This is crazy.
Sell them cheap.
Group setup. That's a group thing, man.
Who said the garage sales prices?
Bro, what's going on?
Yo,
Storage wars.
It's hurting me, bro.
They selling him for storage war prices.
This is bargain city. Like,
this is crazy,
yo. Hey,
y'all ever heard of 99 cents?
Every time I bring it up, y'all not trying to talk about this. I keep asking y'all, what are the possibilities of him not being drafted and being invited? Like,
Harry is too early. I'm not
it's not too early, bro. If you look at this board and what's happening, it's not too early.
Not ready. Not because you're ready.
Panda, remember all the conversations that I had to fight through, losing subscribers just to have a good conversation that I've survived, right? And now we have 15,000 subscribers. So just think about this. Every time I bring something up, it's not popular because I'm willing to say and do the unpopular stuff.
That's why you don't get invited to
I know. That's why I'm not going to the barbecue. I'm not going to be on the well-loved videos. You know, I ain't going to be like Diddy dancing all over the videos. I ain't going to be doing that.
I don't think anybody wants Diddy dancing right now.
I know.
But listen, if you are in Shedeur's war room, you have to be planning for any scenario.
Right, but what
would that be?
I want the panel.
Wait, let common sense finish.
Hold up. I want the panel to be able to articulate these scenarios.
That's what I'm saying.
These scenarios?
I don't know. I guess let's open it up. I mean,
that's what I'm trying to open it up.
Up a scenario that
he goes undrafted. He has to have a plan in case he goes undrafted. That's crazy.
If he goes, it's looking like he's about to be undrafted. Like, I don't see a scenario. This is Hillary versus Trump in 2016.
Harry, we were just in the third round. Come on now, just the third round.
It's not just about the third round. It's about because Willie, you were the same person that's saying all 32 teams needed a picture door or they were all racist. Like, come on, Willie. Let's get serious.
I said they were rich. They were very rich white people with a lot of money.
And when you say rich white people with a lot of money, what is that insinuating?
That's insinuating that they all go back to my text. They all get together. They sit around watching.
I know they're all on Skype. They're all on
Skype. And they all communicating with each other.
Listen. Let's bring this together. I need each person. I'm gonna start with. I'm going backwards. Ron Tate, are you still here?
No, Ron Tate did fall asleep on the couch.
Okay, Tim Smith. Where do you see the best scenario for?
Yo, I don't know if Ron fell asleep, yo. I'm just joking, yo.
Can you repeat that again? I couldn't hear you.
Yo, we man. Somebody text Ron, make sure he's okay. Yo, we gotta check on each other.
What is the best scenario to get Shedeur off this board? Like, where do you see him going? Because there's 7 rounds. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. There's 4 rounds left. He's already not going to go to the third round. So what is the best possible scenario, and which team is that?
Okay, if the Rams don't pick him up, which, like common sense said, everybody had a chance to pick him up, and everybody then passed on him, not one, not twice, but 3 times. I just feel like right now, undrafted free agent, man.
That's what I've been trying to say all night. I'm trying to tell you that's the possibility that Shedeur is going to be.
Y'all want to agree with Harry? Let Harry.
And here's my reason.
You don't have to. I'm just trying to make sense out of what I'm looking at.
Hey, and here's my reasoning why, real quick. Okay. It's because if I can get a great quarterback like Shedeur without paying him a single dime, Harley, then as an organization, from a business standpoint, I won.
But what if nobody's thinking that he's great, like you're saying?
There's teams that thinking there are teams that think that he's great, but they're just okay. Do I have more time? Do I have more time? Do I have more time? If other people ain't
back, I'm pushing back. I'm pushing back because if you are a team that's thinking he's great, right? Unless everybody's agreeing with Willie or the tennis channel saying all these dudes are on Skype and they're Skyping each other's their wives are scout or cooking casserole, right? You can make a few phone calls. You can make a phone call here and there and say, "Hey, man, what are you doing? What are you doing?"
I'm gonna keep it real.
But ain't nobody concluding like that for you to know for sure what's going on in these draft rooms.
So Trump made a call and said, "Don't pick her." That's where I'm at right now. Trump made a call.
I can believe that.
Wait, what? Wait.
I can believe that.
Please don't feed Willie.
Please
don't feed Willie.
Yo,
that's
you
crazy.
You can't be that desperate, bro.
I know, right? So anybody? Okay, Phil, have you given a scenario yet, or what is the best scenario you see?
I mean, the best scenario is that Shedeur goes to a team that really believes in him. That is the best scenario.
Phil, what you doing
what
now?
team do you
After
think that is?
All that you're trying to be nice now.
I'm gonna stick with the Steelers. I just think it makes sense, and I'm a fan of the Steelers, and it hurts me because I don't want to have to root for Shedeur because I don't want Primettes to be a part of the Steelers fandom. I don't like y'all.
Crazy.
So I don't want him to be a Steeler, but it just makes the most sense to be a Steeler.
Phil would rather lose than to see us happy, bro. That's crazy.
Yeah. But Phil has a
basically,
point. Phil has a point because I made this point earlier because what you got to understand about the Brown fan base, it could be playing a part in the decisions that teams are making. Do you want this kind of drama?
How are you pushing it?
I'm not pushing it. I said this already. I said this yesterday. This is part of the decision making that teams need to, think about.
They just want to hurt all them NFL players coming and taking up coach job. This is a bigger thing than you're looking at.
Look at what Alphonse just said. Who needs a fourth quarterback? That's the scenario right now. Who needs a fourth string quarterback?
So everybody's coming to the conclusion he's not getting drafted. That's what we have.
That's what
it sounds like, but that's untrue. That's not real. He's going
like who needs a fourth string quarterback? Like now we're talking fourth string quarterback. Because if you look at this board, look. I like Prom. I like Colorado. That is what's been feeding me the money that I've been making from YouTube. But I try to bring up these conversations and these questions so we can look at football through the eyes of football people, not just emotional baggages. Like that's not how football works. You can't just be an emotional baggage walking around here trying to pretend like you know football.
You can't tell me what I could be or can't be.
Be quiet, Panda. I'm just saying, if you hear, okay, Phil just said, I don't like y'all. Nobody pushed back on that. Like nobody said anything. Phil literally just told y'all, I don't like y'all as a fan base. Like y'all are too emotional. Y'all don't make no decisions based on football. Everything is about Jesus Christ and Deion Sanders.
Yeah, but Phil is a hater, so he don't count.
But the hater comes from what he said. Because anything you said that's football related is a hater.
Phil said he doesn't give Deion a full pass because of what he did to HBCU. So Phil have a
so you're gonna go all the way back in the
When did I say that? When did I say that?
Phil, he put in a video. He put in a video from 3 years ago.
Yeah, Phil, that ain't too cool, man.
Yeah, so
when you said that,
Jalen Milroe. Oh my God, Jalen Milroe just got picked by the Seattle Seahawks.
Wow!
Oh my God!
Oh my God, Jalen Milroe is off the board.
Wow!
Oh my gosh! Oh no!
Oh my goodness!
Shallow's not getting drafted tonight at the very least.
Oh my goodness!
Phil, come on, man.
Oh my goodness!
Come on, bro. This is we're not saying this is crazy.
Jalen Milroe goes before Shedeur.
Hey, he got a strong arm, though. He does got a strong arm.
He can run. I kept telling DC and Phil, y'all owe me apologies. Go ahead right now. I want my apologies in all caps.
I mean, he was in the championship, right?
Go ahead, Phil. I'm waiting.
So I just want.
Phil, what did I tell you? Did I not tell you he would get drafted?
You did show a lot of love to Jalen Milroe,
And I told you he would get drafted.
I just want to give a shout out to Seattle. When I was in the band at Grambling, we played Washington State. We played.
Forget Seattle. I want my apology.
I'm not apologizing for Ish.
No, you said you in DC.
Y'all sound like the NFL
guy.
and Deion Sanders right now. The NFL is like, say you sorry. Say you sorry.
I know.
Say you sorry. That's what they doing to him right now.
Hey, no, common sense. No, common sense. Listen.
You trying to tell me my name is Toby when I know my name is Kunta. You're not going to do that to me.
They're trying to make this man apologize on national TV. I don't call you. You call us, and you say you sorry, or you going undrafted.
No,
what's going on?
Hey, common sense. Listen, Jalen Milroe, it's a steal. The dude is a mobile quarterback, and all they got to do is work on his arm, and it's a wrap, bruh. On his accuracy, that guy, I'm telling you, y'all mark my words. Jalen Milroe is going to be one of the elite quarterbacks in the NFL in a couple of years. I'm telling you, I'm not too wrong on. I am not wrong.
I disagree. I disagree with that one.
He will be. You're the same person that said that Kalen Clark was not going to be a floor general. Come on now. I can pull your card. Come on, Tim.
Harry, it goes back
Tim,
to
Tim, hold on. I'm not done with Tim yet. Tim, did I not tell you?
I did say that. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you did.
Okay. And what happened? Is she a floor general or not?
She is, but she's dribbling the basketball.
Okay,
He's throwing.
but I'm just telling you, I'm batting like 98 right now on this channel. I'm trying to tell y'all, mark my words, Jalen Milroe will be one of the elite quarterbacks. You know who he reminds me of? Cam Newton.
Yeah, but Cam Newton couldn't never get over the hump.
It doesn't matter. Yeah, he could. He's not Cam Newton. Vince Young. Okay, yep. Vince Young. Somebody got to lower their volume. It's feeding back. Vince Young, Cam Newton. The dude is big, and he just needs a little bit of help from a good quarterback coach, and it's a wrap. But
we never got a chance to see the best version of Vince Young because he was knocking people out in the strip club.
Oh Lord, have mercy. But listen, let's talk about the fact that he goes first before Shedeur. What is going on now?
That's not a bad pick though, bro.
I ain't say it was a bad pick. What I'm trying to tell you is the optics of this. Jalen Milroe goes before Shedeur. Yes, he played in the SEC. Yes, he was a mobile quarterback. He did a lot of good things, right? He won a lot of games. But Shedeur, who was being touted as one of the top quarterbacks on the draft board, and Mel Kiper's the best remaining quarterback, he's still on his list, the best remaining quarterback, is not off, but Jalen Milroe is gone. What is going on with Shedeur? All of y'all are quiet. Did I just mess up my thing again?
I feel Shedeur break some GM's daughter heart or something, bro.
That's what I'm thinking. Something happened. Something had to
listen.
And the Saints just picked up one of the Jonas brothers. At 93, the Saints says no. I don't want him. We don't want him. And the Browns are up. If the Browns don't choose him,
Harold, can I ask you a question?
Jalen Milroe is better than Ewers. Yes, he is.
Serious question.
Yes.
Is there any book in the Bible where no, I'm being very serious. Is there any book in the Bible where somebody had to be humble, where somebody had to realize that
that's every book in the Bible?
Okay, so my point is, why is Shedeur any different than Job, Daniel, David, Meshach, Shadrach, and Abednego? He has to go through.
Give me a bad
trial.
Negro.
he has to overcome something. So why is this not his story where he has to overcome?
You can't judge.
Like the question that I got for you is: are we at that point?
No, you can't make a judgment thing like that. That's a judgment call, and you can't do that.
What do you mean a judgment call? What's a judgment call?
Well, he said. Well, did he say?
You be having the same conversations with the tennis channel.
Yeah, but this is what I'm saying. You can't you can't say that, well, the reason that's happening to him because you did this here. That's like in the Bible where it talks about, well, Job, the devil told Job the reason all this stuff coming on you because you got sin in your life. Job didn't have any sin. Job had he's a right and upright man, right? So it wasn't because of sin. It wasn't because he did something wrong, right? Come on, Harry, stay with me, brother. Don't walk away now.
Wait, somebody prank called him?
Who?
Somebody, Jamila said the prank call to Shedeur was so messed up. Somebody prank called Shedeur?
Yo, that's wild. If that's the case, that's wild. Like,
if somebody prank called him and said, "Oh my gosh," I hope they didn't show it on TV or on Well Off. Wow.
Well, he have to check his friends because that number shouldn't be that accessible.
Right, but I mean,
well, his number did get leaked.
Remember, he had two phones.
Yeah, he changed.
Oh, Jamila said it was recorded on a live stream. So listen, I just want to make this point because I'm about to get up out of here. Shedeur's he's not getting drafted at least tonight. So here it is. All right. At the end of the day, what Phil just said, Shedeur's story, it can end up being that ultimate story where nobody wanted him. He was humbled into whatever. And then he goes
to Hollywood where everybody was homeless in a car.
Nobody said he was homeless. He got money. So this is not about money.
I'm just saying we try to do that narrative too much, man.
I'm just saying
real quick. Shedeur just posted thank you God for everything on Twitter. I don't know what that's supposed to mean, but okay.
That means
he's thanking God for everything, man, even in the bad things, or the things that we deem not so good.
But can I say this also? Something that just jumped in my head. Something jumped in my head before when Shedeur said something. He was trying to quote the Bible on his speech. I feel like people be using God. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on. At this point, thank God for whatever, right? Like this is not going to be a rapper situation where we just thank God frivolously, right?
What's wrong with him saying thank God?
I didn't say nothing. Anything wrong with saying thank God? But when we're going through things, we thank God. This is my church boy talking now.
Mm-hmm.
When we're going through things,
mm-hmm.
we're quick to thank God. When everything's going well, then we're calling people mid and we're calling people all kinds of things, which is against what God wants people to do. God wants people to be humble, right? God's not going to be calling people out of their names, right? That is the teachings of Jesus Christ that we know about.
Harry, we all navigate that on a plane.
I'm just saying. I'm just making the point of.
Yeah, but that
we use God when we're down.
40 eyes. So what you doing now?
Hold on. Oregon QB Dylan Gabriel just got off the board at 94. Dylan Gabriel went to the Browns at 94. Wow. So even Dylan Gabriel is off the board, bro.
That's probably why he said what he said.
Yeah, because sometimes you got to thank God for the things seen and unseen.
Exactly.
Thank you,
I just want the consistency to be there. Like when we're doing the crazy stuff, we got to be mindful that his teachings are still his teachings.
Yeah, right? But that's what grace is about, Harry.
Well, yeah, but I'm saying let's be consistent.
Man, listen.
But Harry, you got to realize we're humans.
Not getting drafted tonight.
There's nothing consistent in our bodies. There's nothing consistent in us. We need to. You're right. But we ain't consistent people. God's the most consistent thing in my life.
No, I'm saying what I'm essentially saying, if you're gonna be a Christian, be a Christian. Don't be a Christian out of convenience when things are going bad for you.
Yeah, but they always have been consistent talking about their faith. What you are doing, Harry, is equating spiritual maturity to being a Christian. That is two different things.
That's where we thrive to be mature.
Let me finish my point. There's justification when you accept Christ, sanctification, which is a process. What you're doing is equating your spiritual level and maturity to where he's at.
No, I'm not.
That is called having haughty eyes. He talks about
No, I'm not. That's not what I'm doing. I'm talking about the basics. I'm talking about the basics.
When I'm start hitting you back with scriptures, you can't take it.
No, because you're loud doesn't mean
you ain't the only one
being loud. You're not letting me talk doesn't mean I can't take it. I'm trying to respond.
I mean, this draft is so crazy. We're trying to find answers in the Bible at this point,
dude. At this point, we about to hit each other with scripture.
We're reaching now, man.
So yeah, we had to go look in the Bible to find an answer for why Shedeur dropped.
That's what happening right now. That's exactly
right. We using his tweet. We using his tweet against him. His spiritualness against him, bro. But
I didn't know I needed to bring a Bible concordance to have this conversation.
Hey, when you come to TLP, you gotta bring everything, bro.
Yeah, you gotta be ready.
Man,
you gotta bring your sword, bro. You gotta bring your sword. You gotta bring everything when you come to TLP chat or TLP live, bro.
You got people in the chat, man, picking up their Bibles, brother. Ain't never grabbed it. You know, they're picking up only on Easter, you know. That's not a judgment. That's just
guys at the end of third are going for $1.5 million per year. So if he doesn't go from the third, he's not in the third. So that means so he's not, what's the name? Oh, Nia, I was talking about something totally different. This has nothing to do with saying, because the Bible says even those who say God, you know what? I'm not even gonna touch that. I don't think you're ready for this. Y'all listen, I've gone to places with Prime and his family. This is one place that we don't want to go. Let's leave it alone. So let's talk about Dylan Gabriel getting off the board before Shedeur. Now the Cleveland Browns are no longer there. Now they got a QB.
I mean, there's nowhere else for him to go, to be honest.
So that's what I'm saying. That like where can he go? He's not going to the Eagles, right?
Nope.
But how would you feel, right, if you had a chance to make like $45 million and 2 days later you down to like 1.5?
You're not down to 1.5. You're down to under 500,000 now.
You don't even know where you at. No, I mean like that's you were dreaming. Like when you woke up 2 days ago, all you were waiting on is one phone call, $40 million.
But look at that.
It sounds like all those Bitcoin bidders.
Yeah, but look at that kid who had the off the field issues. He was supposed to be a first rounder too.
Hey, Common Sense, I got a question for what you just stated. Didn't Shedeur have a possible Nike deal with a shoe, maybe to come out?
Yeah, I think so. He already had a signature shoe, I think, in development.
Right. Now, with him falling so far, do Nike still honor that, or do they still feel
Nike
like
always use athletes who didn't win? Nike like the comeback story too.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think one. I mean, you know, it's off the strength of the Diamond Turf sales for Dion alone can support a whole nother line of shoes under that same Sanders brand, right? So I don't think they're not going to do it because they think all of a sudden they're going to lose money. I think part of the war room conversation right now is how are we going to brand this to our benefit?
How we going to market it? Yeah.
So it's right now, it's not all about the draft. Let's say they like us, they resigned to the fact like, oh yeah, whatever these people told us during the process, oh yeah, we're going to draft you, we're looking at you, we're going to really draft you high. Now they know where they stand with a lot of these people, right?
Yeah.
So now they have to go back and regroup. All right. Strategically now in the war room, how do we spin this in the media? I'm sure they got very high paid people who are going to come out with some kind of campaign across Gatorade, Nike, and what they do on the well off and all of that other stuff to keep his brand afloat and turn this into a story. Right. I think Alpine said something about the Amazon series. You know, this has to be integrated into it now. It's must-see TV now.
Oh yeah. So now the team, like you guys are saying, I think the team that gets them breaks the internet. I'm telling you.
Not even that, Harry.
The story is getting bigger and bigger. As he stays off the board, either they have a team and they're just saying, okay, if you're the only one that want us, then just hold off until so we can sell this. I know I'm reaching. I feel like I'm reaching, but I'm just gonna finish my thought anyways. They're behind the scenes trying to do this TV thing where, hey, just wait until the last round, and let's tell this story because as soon as you choose him, it's going to break the internet. I don't
Harold,
know.
that is foolish. That
I
is
know.
foolish.
I said I was
And
reaching. So why are you going to call me
know.
foolish? I said I was reaching.
Harry, did you start to drink
because
them
I didn't want to
Moscato
call
already?
you dumb. That's
Oh,
why.
okay.
That's why I said
I'd
foolish.
rather be foolish than dumb. So you're right. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. But listen, NFL teams are going to draft who they feel is going to make them be the most successful. Clearly, these NFL teams don't believe in Shedeur. I think at a certain point in the weekend, we have to understand that maybe it's just the fact that these teams don't care for Shedeur like that. And that's okay.
So let me ask you this, Phil.
One team.
Well, how did we get here, Phil?
Oh wait. Phil, if they don't care
How
for
did
him
we get here?
this much, does he get an invite to as a free agent, undrafted free agent? If they don't care about him this much, does he get an invite as an undrafted?
Sure, because then the risk is a lot lower than drafting him first round, second round, third round. Yeah. He's going to be on the NFL team.
Yeah, but Phil, this is what I'm saying. If you draft him third round,
all the stuff you say, you're like he's
1.5
going to be on the NFL team. How sure are you? If they don't like him, then what team is it? What team? What NFL team are you looking at?
If Shedeur is not on the NFL team at the beginning of the summer camp, I will get Lawan Sanders tattooed across my chest. Full stop.
Boy, you better start shaving your chest.
He's
the taco meat be popping. Don't hate. We know taco meat be popping.
You better start shaving your chest and get ready. Because I'm telling you, if everybody is right about Shedeur Sanders not being liked, and somebody's trying to pay Deion Sanders for all of his sins, right? His quote unquote sins. If somebody is trying to pay him for all his sins, then how do you know? Why are you so confident that he's going to be invited? He's going to be on an NFL team. What, they're going to beg somebody to just say, please take us, just to save face?
Both of y'all got a good point. At this point, Deion Sanders, this is one thing that he does not have any control over whatsoever.
True.
You know what I mean?
This is what I'm saying, though. If it was this disdain for him during the draft, why are we thinking he gonna get invited as an drafted free agent?
He'll get invited to a camp.
That's what I'm saying. If the sentiment is so strong that whatever they did was so sinful that nobody wants to touch him, that he's toxic, right? Then he's not getting invited. Like, you got to go to Canada.
But listen to what we're saying, guys. The boy has done nothing wrong. The boy done everything that we ask him to do as a society.
To you, he's done nothing wrong. To you.
But listen. No, it doesn't matter. He was
look at the draft board and tell me it doesn't matter.
Listen, he was blamed. Okay, we could say this here. I didn't say he was perfect, but he was blameless before the world, before all of us. So they had to create and find stuff. Well, something's got to be wrong. Well, he shouldn't have said
he was blameless.
Listen, he shouldn't have said mid, and he shouldn't have said this. But everything that we asked Shedeur to do as a society, his father saw that he did it, and he's still doing it.
Do you have a small violin somewhere I can borrow?
Come on, guys.
Do you have a violin somewhere? Can somebody start playing that?
This is not music in the background. You don't hear it?
I think I heard it. That's why I thought it was a broken violin. I'm just saying this is not the night for the CU crybaby fans.
And you know what? Maybe I'm too passionate about it.
Listen, if Panda has put his pom poms down, this is where you put yours down for at least for tonight.
And you know why? Why most of us are pissed off? Because we can't control what's happening. What's happening with all of us is out of our control, and we want to control everything that we. And this one thing, even with Deion Sanders, you can't control this.
No. But this is not about control. Let me tell you why. Let me tell you what this is. This is about like somebody deceiving us, right? Because if you would have listened, like how many of y'all watched the elections in 2016? Is it 2014?
Oh no, here we go.
I'm just telling you, we were Hillary was in all the polls, right? I'm just trying to make a correlation. Hillary was up in all the polls and everything. Oh, there's no way that Trump could win. And then when it came down to counting the votes, guess what happened? Trump won, right?
Trump didn't win legitimately, bro.
I don't care. I'm just trying to make a correlation. So now listen to this.
A coalition?
All the pundits, all the talking heads, they had Shedeur in the first round. When Shedeur,
all of them have never been this wrong, Harry.
That's what I'm saying. So somebody deceived us. We feel deceived. It's not that, you know what I'm saying? We feel like we're being deceived. Like somebody told us that Shedeur was a good enough talent to be first round. So they pumped his head with all of that information, and all of us, we all celebrated it. The NFL.
Harry, what you're saying don't
hold on. Let me land my plane.
Man,
the
that's why you need to follow.
NFL changed their logo, their Twitter handle to Shedeur and all of that, right? So, with all of that being said, we all bought the story that the NFL people were telling us, right? So we all were ready to take the story to the bank, because the last draft that we just saw was Caleb Williams and everybody that was in that draft, the Bo Nixes and everybody. So we're like, Shedeur can't be worse than Bo Nix. He can't be worse than Caleb Williams and da 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 da. You know, if he was in that draft, at least he would have went second round. So now we come to this draft, and guess what we're getting? We're getting this guy that was touted, and he was on the Twitter handle of the NFL and everything. He has come down to where he might not even get drafted. That's why I'm saying something is going on that we are not privy to behind the scenes. It doesn't make sense that the Oregon quarterback goes before Shedeur. At least Dylan Gabriel, that doesn't make any sense.
Blackball.
So that's why I'm like, something like, look, offensive tackle from William and Mary. Like, are you serious now? Right now? Stop playing with me.
But you know the thing about it, Harry, we all sat here and watched them play. We watched them on television. We watched him through the good game. We watched him through the bad game. We watched this young man play. Some of us watched him as far back as Jackson State. Our eyes did not deceive us. Our eyes did not lie. What we said.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So what happened?
We saw it. So why wouldn't we say he's the number one?
So now guess what we're doing? Guess what we're doing? We're second guessing ourselves now. We're trying to figure out. We are. That's essentially what we're doing. We're second guess people who saw Shedeur play, people who saw that Baylor game, that Hail Mary, and you know his jersey now being retired. You know what I'm saying? And Prime is like, the only reason why y'all upset that his jersey being retired is because his name is Shedeur Sanders. Like, everything is being considered and everything is being questioned at this moment. And
we're about to be in triple digits, bro. We're about to be pick number 100.
Right.
Hey, Harry, I can't say this. I'm not really too much. I'm pissed off that he didn't get picked in the first round, but am I nervous about it? No, because I feel like he's good enough to walk on a field and take somebody's job.
That's what I'm saying.
So
I know that he can. You don't want to push Shedeur next to a veteran like Geno Smith. Geno Smith would not have a job at the end of summer.
Well, what I'm saying is, I'm talking about. Well, let me change up my statement. I feel like some of the picks that already been picked up here, but like some of the veterans that have been in the NFL for a while, no, like Geno Smith. I don't think that he can just walk on and take Geno Smith's job.
I believe he can.
But like
have you seen Geno Smith play?
Yes.
Oh, and guess who else? He can take what was the Jets quarterback that's now with the Seahawks?
Wasn't Aaron Rodgers the quarterback of the Jets last year?
No. I'm talking about the previous Jets quarterback that is now with the Seahawks. Who's the Seahawks quarterback currently? He just signed a major deal. Sam Donald.
Oh, Sam Donald.
Shedeur can take his job. This is the NFL I'm talking about. Like
he probably could.
If you
I
watch,
just think he can make a roster at the end of the day.
if you watch the games, if you watch Sam Darnold and you watch Shedeur and Geno Smith, the accuracy is different. I'm trying to tell y'all, Shedeur would take those dudes' job. It's as hey TH. I'm usually right on this channel. I'm trying to tell you what when I watch the NFL, I watch the NFL. Y'all can get me on the college game.
The game is faster though.
The NFL game is a little different. It's a little slower.
It's a lot faster.
No, the NFL game is slower.
What NFL game you watching?
No, the NFL is not as fast paced as because they need the marketing for the NFL. They slow the game down so people can see it and enjoy it and take it all in.
Yeah, but
let me say
Players
this.
are bigger and faster, but the game to slow it down for the layman.
Hey,
that NFL game. It's
right
slower.
Yeah,
now
but
let me tell you this.
A bigger line, faster line.
Yes, they're bigger and they're faster, but the game is slower.
Right.
But
now,
I kind of understand what you're saying, that the game is slow, but you're talking about the process of how they process the because you got all these different plays and stuff. I think I kind of understand heavily what you said when you said the game is slower.
Right,
You're talking about the
that's
process.
how an African kid that came from Liberia the first time, and my dad was like, "This is what's happening. That's what's happening." I was able to understand it. The NFL markets its game in a way to slow it down in a way so that the layman can get it. Because guess what's happening? You got the announcers that are announcing, "Oh, this is what just happened." And then they go on commercial. They do one play, another commercial happens. So they give you enough time for you to process what's going on. In college, you have no freaking idea what's going on. There's colors going everywhere. People are running everywhere.
Are you talking about two different things?
Now let me make this. Let me push back.
Slower.
Let me push back on that, Harry.
Go
Now,
ahead.
when the ball is snapped, though, after they didn't came back from commercial and all that, when that ball is snapped, like the kid from USC, UCF. What's his name? The running back. You know who I'm talking about. But
the one that got drafted?
Yes. Like when he bounced to the outside, he'll be in college. You can pretty much touchdown. Aston Genty, if he bounced to the outside in college, he's pretty much gone. Now in the NFL, you got linebackers that can run hash to hash. So they'll meet him as soon as he turned the corner. So the game is tremendously fast, man.
I think.
But what I'm talking about is the pace of the game. I'm talking the people are faster because you got the best of the best. But I'm talking. Hold on, Alpine just said he thinks a scout team player from Western Kentucky just got drafted. Man, stop playing with me. Anyway, look. So what I'm talking about is the pace of the game. The pace of the game is slower because they need people to understand and taking the game a little slower. So it's slow. I'm not saying the players are slow. I'm saying the pace of the game and the way that the game is played is a little slower for in the NFL. College is just like, I'm trying to figure out what the heck just happened, and then we're on to the next play. So it's like the NFL, they take their time, they explain things, they get the layman to understand what just happened. By that time, they're in the huddle, they're doing a whole lot of things. Like I don't even remember college huddles. Do they even do huddles in college? Like, I don't even know about huddles in college. Like the only time that you would see,
Your average NFL game is what, 3 hours or 4 hours?
It's a televised game, so
yeah, because
you got to consider that
and all that stuff in there. So that slows it down. But then the guys got to go up there, and then they have to run the plays and stuff like that, and you got it's slow, but isn't. But
and that's hey tennis. That's why Travis is gonna be successful, because Travis playing both sides of the ball. Now they got to manage his workload because the guy's hitting him. He's prone to injury, so he got to be careful with that. But at the end of the day, you got to you got to consider the fact that it's slower. he's able to carry that load because it's slower. But
I'm
anyway,
gonna still say the process. I'm gonna still say the process is
the
slower.
pace is slower. The pace is slower. That's what I've been saying. I've been saying the pace. The pace is slower because of a lot of different things.
Yeah, but you using the wrong word, Harry. When you talk about pace, it talks about the on the field play. What you're talking about, the production is slower, so it slows down and give them time, especially if they're moving the chain or they call it a TV
The
time.
whole thing is the pace, my guy. It's the whole thing.
But
the pace of the game is slower. It's not. I'm not saying that the players are slow.
Pace.
The players are not moving in slow motion. I'm saying the pace of the NFL game is slower.
It's not.
Okay.
The feel of play is faster. The production of the network is slower. It's okay.
I don't know what you mean by the production of the network is slower.
Yes, because they have
TV
the NFL game and all of
the
that.
pace of the NFL game because of the production, because of commercials, because of all of those things. All of that encompasses the pace of the game, so they have to slow all of that down, and then that helps the layman, the person that you can learn the NFL game if you have never watched football before. If you've never watched football before, you can understand the NFL game at a much faster pace than you will ever understand college.
Who's Uptown Stout?
All right, so that's it, guys. Tyler Felton, Maryland, from Maryland, a wide receiver from Maryland, just got drafted at the 102nd at the 102nd mark, and that is the third round. So Shedeur did not go in the third round.
Shedeur trash. It is what it is.
They make the third round. Okay.
I just fell asleep and didn't even realize it, man.
Yeah,
I can't believe
it. Shedeur did not make the third round.
The president tweeted about Shedeur.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Yeah, so I don't even want to promote that, but I didn't want to mention that. But
it goes to what I said. Trump made a call.
So that's it. So whether he's praising or whether he's praising or he's demeaning, it's still the same effect. You're saying? Because he was saying he should get drafted. All right. So look, fourth round is tomorrow, right? Saturday, is it?
Yeah, the rest of the draft is tomorrow. Yeah.
So now they're just gonna start. They're gonna DM or email people their spots, right? Because there's no more TV for this crap.
No, it's still gonna be on TV.
Oh, but they're just gonna call it quick, like, hey.
I think it starts at noon.
Okay.
Yeah. So the time between each draft pick is gonna be about 5 minutes, but teams are still going to call players and be like, hey, John Doe, congratulations on being a part of the insert this franchise. That's usually how it happens.
You can literally say the Texans. It doesn't have to be John, insert. All right, guys. I appreciate y'all, man. Let's get up out of here. Shedeur is he's blackballed.
No, Shedeur is just trash.
Not bad.
Cut it out.
You don't believe that.
The NFL scouts believe it, so why shouldn't I?
No, but I'm asking you, do you believe it?
I'm gonna just go on the record and say this. I believe that Shedeur is a great talent, but I think that BYU game exposed them in a very serious way, and there's a possible injury that we don't know about because his throwing accuracy on the second half of the season was very poor. As a alumni of CU fan club, I think we had to put that into the context. I really think
the X-Men said the brownie ruined the market for Shedeur. Come on, guys.
I really think he have an injury because his accuracy was off on the last half of the season.
I don't think injury is what caused him to drop as far as he did, but at this point, anything is right.
Point is OBI or something.
Yeah, at this point, everybody's right. So let's go to sleep. Everybody's right from this point on. Whatever you're thinking, maybe he has a secret girlfriend with a dude. Anything you want to think at this point, insert.
Harry, you're going too far now.
No, but that has to be. That has to be part of it. He has a secret girlfriend that's a dude, that's a tranny, and
I already pulled up. Come down from
and he tried to do something. He tried to put a Shannon Sharp, and that's it. I mean, we went all the way to questioning his game. That's the part that's hurting my feelings. We went as far as questioning Shedeur's ability to play.
Yeah, in the last 2 weeks, a lot of people fell. Shannon Sharp fell. Shedeur fell. The last 2 weeks been horrible.
Black men are on the chopping board.
Yo,
I mean, how in the heck can you not play a game and your stock goes down? That don't make no sense, man. I'm my head scratching.
What you trying to say, Tennis Channel?
Yeah, man. Look, something happened. Look, I don't know. I know we can't. I don't know that we can call it. We can't really put words to it. But at this point, we can't keep using Brady as the example, because this is not a Brady. Something's going on. There's something going on that we don't know about. This has nothing to do with what round Brady went. At this point, everybody knows that Shedeur's a good quarterback. We know it. And ain't nobody going to convince me that the NFL, they know something that we don't know. Something happened that we do not know. So
why you think it didn't come out just to dirty the waters and be complete?
Why did what?
Why you didn't think it was exposed to muddy the waters and complete the whole thing?
Why did they muddy the water?
I said, why didn't they muddy the waters? Because they muddied the waters with his attitude and stuff that we could just look at and say, oh, they overreacting.
No, they did muddy the water enough. The back channel chatter, the information that they put out. You got people going on TV talking about Dart is so much more accurate than Shedeur. All that stuff started happening. You knew what time it was. Something started happening when people started coming out all of a sudden. They started sending people out to say this person is better, this person is good. And at that point, that
is where I realized it was deep.
Right, you started realizing something was going on.
Analysts and them on different networks start changing their song.
Right, they started changing that stuff. So that's when you realized something was up. You didn't know exactly what was going on, but you started asking the question in your head, like, why are they doing that? What's happening? Like, what happened? And then all of a sudden, round 1 comes, round 2 comes, round 3 comes, round 4. Now we're on the round 4.
Loyalty saying perhaps Dion said something to an owner that he shouldn't have said. That is possible.
Like I said, anything is possible right now. Maybe Dion went back to Pilar, his ex-wife, and
you know what, bro? I'm signing off on that one, bro. I ain't want a part of that one, bro.
All right, damn.
All
right, let me just give my closing, man.
Yeah, let's close out. Go ahead, Common Sense. Final thought.
Like that boy Surfer Boy said, another TLP classic. It's good to be back on the lives, man. Colorado is always going to give us something to create content around, right?
Yeah.
And so this was another night where you could talk about a single issue for 5 hours straight and it never get boring.
Yeah.
For better or worse, that is the prime effect. And if he is who he says he is, and nothing in his career, in his life, or anything he's been through does not indicate to me that he is the man that he says he is, then this cannot break you.
Yeah.
This can only just make you. This is only supposed to make you stronger, right? And
after you cried for 10 hours.
Oh yeah, everybody got to cry, man.
Yeah.
Even if we want to go to
have a good cry.
David had to write some psalms about some of the stuff he was going through, right? He's gonna have to write some psalms about this one, right? And ask why. But if you are who you say you are, when the inevitable trials and tribulations in your life happen, you don't let them define you, right? You're still gonna fight through them and get to where you need to go. So we still got 4 more rounds to go. Hopefully, we're not doing this again at the end of tomorrow night, because then that would mean that Shedeur Sanders is an undrafted free agent, which I don't want to see for him, and I don't think he deserves to have to go through that. But hey, so is life. So thank you, brothers. I appreciate the time, man. I'm gonna jump on the next one if you guys get on tomorrow.
Always, man. I appreciate you coming on as well. Hey, everybody on the panel, Tennis, Panda, everybody that came through. Common sense. I appreciate you.
This is my closing real quick.
Can I share one thing with this? This is my final statement.
Yes, please.
While we were talking about this, I thought about you. I don't know if you guys remember Richard White. He was a Pentecostal preacher with the Church of God in Christ. I was a member of his church. We lost 4 members one time, all at the same time. With the family tore us up, and he wrote a song, and you probably guys have already heard it. It was called "Accept What God Allows." Accept what God allowed. We were blaming God, why'd you do this? And we asked those questions, why? But the bulk of the song was accept what he allows. So, and that's why I've lived my life with that. There's a lot of things that happen I don't understand. You don't know why it happened, Like you say, Harry, you cry sometimes or whatever, you go through this. But it says you're better off anyhow if you just accept what God allows. So I just wanted to share that with people that's still in the chat, Harry, and share it with you. Because sometimes we do ask the question why. And I'm pretty sure Shedeur is asking why, Why this long? Why now? But just accept what he allows. Done.
That's some good stuff, man. Thanks for sharing that. Appreciate that.
This is what I'm gonna say as we close off, man. I think it's unprecedented, what we're looking at. I don't think we have ever seen a top 10 prospect not go within 100 picks. And if last draft had so much quarterbacks and then he would have been good enough to place last year, what happened this year? To the point where it's like not at all. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I just think it's exposing the game in a different way. Politics is real. Politics is real in the workplace. Politics is real in church. Politics is real in your family. You see what I'm saying? So, but at the same time, it probably exposes the system kind of is still the good old boy system. Play it our way or you ain't going to get to play. And it's hard to say, but it is the reality. And it is a job, you know what I mean? So if he didn't interview well and people is already screaming that could also play a role too. But then it takes a good manager to know that somebody don't interview well, but they still could be a good player. You see what I'm saying? Or a good employee.
So even Tom Brady went 96. That would have been to the Atlanta Falcons, who chose Xavier Watts from Notre Dame as a safety. Right now we at 102, and Shedeur's not picked yet. So what you're saying is correct. We don't know what's going on, but yeah, this the internet email leaks between teams is going to be epic. Okay, I don't know what that means. What do you mean, Alpine? There's a leak. Yeah, so yeah, I mean, quarterbacks that have already gone, something happened, something went on. I don't know if it's an indictment against Prime. A lot of bombastic things that he have said in the media, the way that he approaches the media, the way that he treats certain people in the media. I don't know if any of those things are playing a role in this.
So let me ask you this real quick. If we find out that they in some way collaborated, right? To show him or teach him a lesson and it is exposed in some type of text or something, right? Do you still try to play or you sue like Colin Kaepernick?
You'd be crazy if you sue. Are you kidding? No. I mean, you don't have no rights, and then everything they're saying about you is right. Like you're gonna sue an organization
Colin
that
Kaepernick won the lawsuit.
You're not even part of the league for you to sue yet. You're in college. You're gonna sue Colorado? Who are you gonna sue? You're not in the league. Who are you gonna sue?
Yeah, but you affected my ability to make money.
Yeah, I need to go sue.
Collaborated and co-host.
Corroborated.
I forgot what it's called. That is
Nah. I mean, listen, you would not win that battle because you're not in the league yet. You're trying to get drafted, and you're telling, like, you got to prove that. To
like
prove
price fixing.
Colin Kaepernick was in the league, and he had evidence. What does Shedeur have right now? He's not in the league. He ain't got no evidence to prove anything that anybody's corroborating and trying to get him out of the league.
Look, man, stop killing my last hopes, man.
I'm just saying. But keep in mind what you just said. Like, do you not play? First of all, he only needs one team to say, "Hey, man, we're willing to give you a jersey and a helmet. Can you make something out of it?" And then if his feelings are not as hurt, then yes, you say yes, thank you. I would take that helmet and you go play. You close your mouth. You leave your daddy at home. Like, it's time to cut the umbilical cord. I know your dad is prime, but this is time now. You are your own man. Go to the NFL. Leave. Tell dad to be quiet. To stop talking.
Yeah, but that's what I'm trying to say, Harry. With your son, right? Your son plays soccer, right?
No.
I thought he played soccer.
No.
But look, they did the same thing to the ball kids and the fathers, like till they separated them.
And they had to tell dad to be quiet. And
yeah, but that's what I'm saying.
He had to learn how to use the media rightfully. He was raw. He was not no Dion. He was telling people to be quiet. He was telling the girl to be quiet and stay in your lane and all that stuff because his sons were up. But then when his sons are down,
he was doing it before they were up. If he didn't do that, Harry,
you can big up your kids, but when it comes to how you handle
that big brother, they don't get into the NFL, Harry. They wasn't that special at the time.
Panda, let's get up out of here.
I can tell you what's going to happen when Manning's son or grandson, Manning's son comes up there. I guarantee it will be nothing like this here because there's a different standard.
Arch Manning is already going to be projected to go number one when he comes out. So this is not that.
Okay, watch how they not treat him. I guarantee they won't treat him like that. He's gonna be number one.
First of all, he's playing in the SEC. He's now going to be the star quarterback at Texas, one of the SEC teams.
That's not my point. That's not my point.
How many teams or how many players did the SEC put in the draft?
That's not the point. You're missing
that, but that
point.
has to be part of the point.
No, it ain't none of the point. I said watch the attitude between.
But you're trying to make this a black and white conversation. It's not.
It's always a black and white conversation, Harry. We're living in America, man. It's always gonna be black and white.
It's not though. It's not.
And I never thought.
If I look on this board and I see all these black dudes that are being. All of these black, like there is more black people that have been drafted on this board than any white person. So if it's a black and white thing, no, just hear me out for a second.
We're talking about.
It doesn't matter what the point is. Just hear me out for 1 second. We can't talk over each other. We can't talk over each other. But every black person always try to make everything about race.
Y'all talk at a time.
I know we can't both talk at the same time. We can't keep making stuff about race all the time. Everything cannot be about race. Listen, some things can be about a person that just happened to be black. Okay, Coach Prime is bravado. Coach Prime is bombastic. Coach Prime says a lot of things. Coach Prime said this was going to happen. This person was going to do this. There's a lot of things that we can say. All right, everything can't be about black because we got black quarterbacks that's being drafted. We got black players that are being drafted. This is not because Shedeur didn't get drafted. Now it's about race.
Harry, let me push back on that a little bit. In the history of the game, you might not be aware of this, but when it comes to quarterbacks being black, they have never been given control of the team or anything goes wrong.
Who cares when you got Tim Warren? He's blacker than Shedeur, and he went first round overall. We can't
because of
we
what?
Like Shedeur
because
he didn't get drafted. That's it. This is not
Harry,
about a race thing.
And Harry, you gotta listen.
Okay.
He came in as the super humble black guy, no problem. Anytime you don't fit that mold, you run into issues.
Come on, man.
Bro, it happened to Lamar.
I'm tired of this race
Are
card.
you going to say Lamar?
Harry,
come on, bro. Like, y'all got to stop this race card,
listen
man.
up, Harry. I know you are. Let me tell you, Harry, I was born and raised here in America. And I never thought at 70 years old, I'd have to talk to my son about what I'm talking about now. Now I just gave you my age. I'm 70 years old.
The cops are going to pull over black people. You driving while black. Everything can't be about black. Get out of this victim mentality, guys.
If you're not aware of the statistic, you can't have that conclusion.
Ain't nobody more
I'm talking about
on this panel than I am.
I'm talking
You're
about
not more woke than I am. You can be older than me. You can be older than me, but you're not more woke than me. I'm trying to say we gotta get out of this black, this woe is me, black man, because
no, that is not what we're saying.
What is the percentage of black men that were drafted in the NFL draft this time around?
We are talking about quarterbacks. What you're doing is shifting and doing comparison. When it talks about conflict conversations, you know what they call that? Deflecting. So when it comes,
let's go to sleep because this is not about black or white.
I know. Harry, here's what I'm gonna ask you to do, brother. I ask you to take a breath, breathe. Take a breath. Come on, take a deep breath, breathe.
This is not about black and white.
Now, I know, but I want you to hear.
The first quarterback that was chosen overall was black. The last quarterback that was chosen overall was black. Come on, guys.
I'm showing you some of the type.
Oh my God.
That is what you're missing. There is a prototype black quarterback.
Yeah, I know. Yes, master. Yes, master. House Negro, field Negro. I know what you're talking about. Listen,
right? So you can't discredit it. They want.
Yeah, but if you're light skinned and you paint your nails, then you're not black enough. Come on, guys. Shedeur did not get drafted. Okay, we got 4th round coming up tomorrow. Let's hope that he gets drafted somehow. Some 4th to 7th round coming up. Let's hope he gets drafted so that we can leave this black stuff alone. This is not a black situation. This is about a family that the NFL has to figure out whether they want this family to be a part of their organization or not. They've already figured it out.
They've already figured it out. The system has allowed them to already figure it out. That's just the system.
This is not a black situation. This is about.
You don't see that in this situation.
Cam is not a white guy. Cam is not one of those black guys that's a Poindexter. Cam Ward is not a Poindexter. Cam Ward is blacker than black. He's black.
Harry, you're not listening. What you're doing, you're just responding. If you allow me to articulate my point, let me give you quarterbacks that they had issues with. They had issues with Mike Vick. They said he was running too much. They had issues with home in Baltimore. They had issues with Cam, the other Cam. They were saying they didn't like how he was dressing. They didn't like there's a certain QB they like. There's a certain blueprint that they like, bro. And if you don't fit into that blueprint, it's an issue. That's all I'm saying, bro. They like the quarterbacks that tap dance. That's all I'm saying.
Listen, this topic is not going to be solved by just trying to. Everything can't be about race. I hear you. I know one thing about arguments, or when you're trying to prove a point, you're trying to convert the person to agree with you, and that's why that's why Trump content online it gets a lot of views, because everybody is trying to find somebody who is going to be in the echo chamber with them to agree with them. Whether you hate Trump or you like Trump, that content is gold, right? Because we're all trying to prove our point. I want you to agree with what I'm saying, and I want you to agree with what I'm saying, and I want you to hear. If you can get caught in that echo chamber, then it's fine. I'm just trying to tell you.
But I'm saying, I'm saying is,
let me finish my thought. I hear y'all. Every corner, every angle that you're coming at, I hear you, and I understand where you're coming from. There are instances in the American culture, in sports, in everything that we deal with in America, that those things come up in. All right. There are instances that it come up in. But what we cannot do is when we don't get our way, then that's the issue. Right? It can't be every single time. That is the issue. We like Shedeur. We know that Shedeur is it's a prominent young black man that's gonna come up, but his necklaces, his gold chains, his dad's bravado, that is not swaying nobody from trying to pick him because he's black. So stop.
That is not what I'm saying. That is how I know.
We didn't say that though.
What I'm saying.
Okay.
You summarize
okay, there are different types of black guys. There are some black guys don't say yes sir, yes master. Some black guys don't say this. Some black guys have a different bravado. You're saying the same thing. You're just repeating it in different ways.
Harry, you said your piece. Let me say my piece. What I'm saying, every draft there is a black quarterback that is singled out on a week or two into the draft. Negative things start coming out.
And what is the reason? Because he wears gold necklaces.
But this is what I'm saying. If we can see a consistent pattern, bro. It's not being done with
right
the
because it's the slave. It's the guy that's outside. It's the outside slaves. The inside slaves are safe, and the outside slaves
taking it to a different thing.
Let's get out of here. We're taking. Panda, you're trying to put this show to 5 hours, and I'm trying to get it under 5 hours. I know what you're trying to do. I gotta go. I gotta go, brother. My eyes are getting droopy. Let's go to sleep because this is a conversation that is not gonna go anywhere. It's a circle conversation. You're right.
But can I ask you one question?
If I don't agree with y'all, we're gonna be here all night.
You don't have to agree. I just want to ask you one question. Now, were you born here in America, or did you come over? Were you born here?
And tell me why that matters before I answer.
I see. Now you're not answering my question.
Ice is knocking at your door.
Tell me why that matters before I answer.
Don't worry, Ice. I'm not an ICE agent. Don't worry, they're not coming to get you.
No, I'm not worried about Donald Trump. If they send me back, I would gladly go back by myself. I don't need them to deport me. I will go back by myself.
This is what I'm saying. No. The question I'm asking.
Tell me why it matters.
The reason it matters is because people that were born here in America, black people that were born in America, understand clearly what I'm saying. Why I said it's
I disagree with that.
It's a black and white thing here.
Now most of the guys wholeheartedly, bro. Let me give you a reason why. Let me educate you on something. The Black Power movement. That person who coined that term, Kwame Ture, totally called Michael, is from Trinidad. The right-hand man who actually was doing the work with Snick and them, it wasn't Martin Luther King. So even if you aren't aware of your own history, immigrants helped out a lot. So don't say this because you're not from here, you don't understand that. A lot of times y'all are ignorant of that fact. So I'm not agreeing with you on that. They have been a lot.
That's why I asked the question. Tell me why that matters, because that is always where we go when we say, "Were you born here?" Or if you weren't born here, then you don't know the struggle. You're not part of the struggle. You know what I'm saying? You are not part of the African American struggle because we know everything is about slavery. Because if we was born here, then you know that collard greens is not cooked with lemon parmesan.
You've been fed the wrong information. You've been fed the wrong information. That's not where I'm coming from.
You know what I'm saying? Hey,
I was going to explain to you.
Hey, Panda, look. When I used to wear my hat backwards, you know, somebody actually commented and said, "Why are you wearing your hat backwards when you're African? You're trying to steal the African American look." Come on, bro. Like, I was 12 when I came here. Like, how many years do I need with African Americans to know that I'm black and I know the black struggle? I was 12 years old and I'm 40-something. I'm almost 50 years old now in this country. How much time do I need as a black man to be reminded and to understand the black struggle? That cannot always be. Everything is not about black and white in America. I'm trying to tell you, you're gonna miss out if everything is black and white because you're stuck in a zone. Everything is oh my God, it's black. Oh, the black man can't win because we need.
You're not listening to what I'm saying. You're taking that what somebody else has told you.
I'm listening to what you're saying.
And you
just asked me a question about where I'm from because I don't. If I ain't from here, then I don't understand the black struggle.
Because I'm gonna tell it wasn't about you. I'm gonna tell you about me. I was going to explain
But I
me,
gotta
but
go to
you're not.
sleep. I don't want to hear. I don't want to hear.
Okay, but you know what?
I ain't trying to
I
hear
want
no
to
black
explain
story
to you,
right
talk
now.
to you
I ain't
about
got to
me,
talk no black story.
and you won't even
I'm trying to
you
go to
won't
sleep.
even hear
I
me.
don't care about no black story right now. I know that we all struggle. We got pain. Come on, man.
So you don't care? You saying you don't care about me?
I care about you, but I
It
don't
is-
care about no
he's
black
trying
story
to
right
say
now.
the
I gotta go
time,
to
bro.
sleep, bro. It's
It is
11:48 on my
12
side.
o'clock, bro. Come on. He's trying to bond.
What am I trying to hear?
No, I'm
I ain't trying
not.
to hear another
Well,
black
yeah, I'm
story.
trying to
Come on, man.
bond.
I watched 12 Years a Slave.
I'm trying to bond with my brother from Africa
Hey,
because I know
listen,
there's a lot
I
he don't
watched. I
understand.
saw 12
They've
Years
been
a Slave.
feeding him.
Okay,
They've been feeding him a lot of lies, just
I
like they've
saw.
been
Listen,
feeding us about
I
a lot
saw
of lies
12
about
Years a
Africa.
Slave. I know what
But they've
happened
been
there.
feeding us,
Sambo.
Harry.
I'm starting to think
They've
tennis
been feeding
channel is
us a
doing
lot
what
of
I
lies
normally
about
do
Africa
by
and
stretching the
Africans.
time out. I'm starting to feel
Listen,
That's what I'm saying.
listen. There's a whole world out there where African Americans think that Africans do not like them. So if you want to have that
Because
conversation,
they tried to brainwash us with that
there you
crap.
go.
I've been
See what I'm
studying
saying? Like,
about
yeah, that's what I'm saying. We'll be here all night. We'll be here all morning. It's almost 12 o'clock on the East Coast in New York City. I gotta go. Okay. Have a great night. Leave that black stuff alone because guess
I
what?
can't. I'm too black.
White
Too
men,
black for America. I
they
can't.
care about their money.
I
Okay.
can't.
They ain't got no time to every single thing to
I'm
be
too
made
black.
about
I'm
race.
too
Okay.
black now, man.
It ain't all about race all the time. Just leave that race stuff alone. It is Thank you, Peter Investor. It's counterproductive to make everything about race. Everything ain't about race.
But when you're not understanding it, it's counterproductive to you. But those,
No,
if you
because you're trying to
understand,
make me to try to agree with you, and I'm not going to agree with
you
you.
don't have to agree
tennis
with me.
channel. Tennis channel. I don't
Yes,
agree
sir.
with the position you have in. The position I was making was I was critiquing how they criticize quarterbacks going into the draft, the ones who are flashy and the ones who have a lot going on, that they tend to want their quarterbacks to be calm and franchise players. Now, if I'm running a business, let me put on my corporate hat. If I'm running a business and I'm investing 50 million in a player,
Panda,
I want
you
him
made
to
it
be
for
able
up
to
to
do.
5 hours. Congratulations, you've done
No,
it.
I'm just saying. I explained it to him. I want him to
That
be able
means
to
you're
do
gonna get a little bit more
commercials.
money, right? Let
I
me hit
want
a
him
like.
to be
Let me
able
hit
to
that like button right quick.
articulate himself. I want him to be able to do all these things. So if I'm investing in a player, I want him to be clean cut. I want him to be able to represent the brand. After all,
And
it's
that's Shedeur. If you're talking about a franchise quarterback, that is Shedeur. You got everything that you just listed. He's clean. He's about that life. He's Shedeur. Shedeur is not he's not bombastic like his dad. He's clean. He's very articulate. He knows the game. He knows how to speak. He's very proper. That is Shedeur. He's been raised very well. But there's something else going on.
racism. Good night.
All right. Good night, guys. I'm out.
Good night.
Whoo, good night, chat. Good night, everybody. All my South African people, Surf 3000, the X-Men. Everybody love moves. Hey, yo, Clarence Stone, Prophet. Good night, guys. I appreciate y'all still hanging out with me. Thank you. Namaste. God bless. Peace.